some point if this lawsuit does continue along. All right, let's continue along, guys. Welcome in if you're just joining. A little bit of technical issues to kick things off. We were touching on some trade balance data that came out there at 8:30, mostly to the downside across the board. We're also dealing with a number of individual names moving around so far this morning. Sharif and I just talking about Coinbase back to the upside here nicely so far this morning, 3% after this really, really nice bounce yesterday late in the day after CEO Brian Armstrong comes out on Twitter and says, they are looking forward essentially to their day in court, and they'll take it with open arms and finally get some clarity maybe as far as the way the SEC is going to approach this industry.
Yeah, the SEC basically wanting to define crypto as a security, and therefore you have to separate the exchange from the brokerage. Coinbase reached out to the SEC on multiple occasions asking for clarification. They didn't receive it. So they're kind of criticizing the SEC as being an enforcement-only body rather than being, a conciliatory body where you have dialogue with. Not its function, says Gary Gensler, who kind of likened Coinbase's operations to the NYSE or the NASDAQ, acting as both the brokerage and the exchange, Brendo.
We'll see how this plays out. Obviously, no date that I've seen yet as far as when this day in court will come, but we'll let you know when it does. Meanwhile, a few other things of note, more AI positivity. AMD catching a couple of analyst notes this morning pointing to more AI positivity. We also have CRM back to the upside on Google Cloud notes, some AI talk. Chinese ADRs here, BOBA downside, all of them looking very similar here. Basically session lows right now after this data overnight from China was a huge, huge miss on the export side.
Welcome, everybody. There we go. Apologies for the technical difficulties there. Really, the only one to blame is Gensler because they think Trader TV Live is too good to be on YouTube. So I blame the SEC every chance I get.
What happened to CNBC? Sharif's mic is live again.
I can hear Sharif's mic. But a couple of things happening right now. I would do this, but I would do that over Tesla. So Tesla has had a thing where a lot of times the breakout or the big breakout happens after market and then you gap above a level. That's where Tesla's at. I mean, Brennan already mentioned what the daily chart looks like, all the green in a row, yada, 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 breaking out. 235, 238 is the next level on the daily chart. And I like breaks to dip at the breakout price, and that's now $7 away. The other thing that's moving, I'm going to get the obligatory just so no one can say it was ignored ahead of earnings today. Hold on a second, let me just hit accept so I can get the locates on it. And that would be GameStop, apparently is already making a break. It's broken above 25, above 25.5. And you know what? Going into earnings, I'm not saying it has like a million up days in a row because there's some red candles in there on the daily chart, but for the most part, it has been gliding higher into earnings. Now, there is a big rejection that happened back in the 22nd around this 27 price. So I would think there could be some resistance, 27, 28 if it gets there. It's the only reason I'm paying for locates right now, just in case it makes a move. So yeah, and that's an easy one to have forgotten all about. Quite frankly, I don't think I would have remembered that this was happening if it wasn't for one of our viewers who has been talking about this.
The earnings?
No, the GameStop long. Like it's been going for a while.
The chart's been insane.
Yeah, I'm surprised it's up 40% in the last month and a half, but a lot of names have been making strong moves. Upstart. 5 straight, or is it 4 straight weeks in a row? I think it's 5. So this is the 5th straight positive week for Upstart. 32 break in play today. That's another strong one.
Yeah, it should be an excellent day. Yeah, we're just playing around here with our team here as we've been going through some changes. And Neil and I both in the blue shirts today, so we're ready to rock and roll.
Mine has lines.
Someone said that because we're in blue, the market's going to go up. I don't know. Or are we going to sink the market? Blue water, but blue skies. I don't know. This should be an exciting day. I'm looking at Palantir. Thanks again for joining us one more time here today. It's going to be, every day seems to be full of opportunities. Yesterday we had that NVIDIA short that, really printed out for us $5, $6, $7, $8 at one point. I wound up only taking 5. We should have just taken, we took 6 or so on some of it. Palantir, look at this move. And talk about Prad on the chat here. We know that we're long Palantir, baby. Prad got me this hat about 2 years ago, I feel like. And it was Palantir investor. Well,
That's not
This
true.
would at least be the 10th time I've worn
he's
this,
worn it
even on the
before.
show, right there. But yeah, we're ready to rock and roll here as a
on,
Palantir
Brad.
investor. I don't want to keep it on too much. You know, now sometimes the lights are too bright this way. They're shaded out. But it's another one here with Foundry. It's going to be, you know, do we punch the 16 long? I think yes. Let's hope it doesn't. I would rather it break, you know, once the market opens up and we can get some momentum going to the upside. But I still like this 1560. That was the break from yesterday. We kept on talking about could we get to 1560? Tried to get there, didn't. Today we open up there and then scream up right up to $16. I like Palantir. Think this has a great opportunity to go today. I mean, if this market can hold green, which it's trying right now, 0.7 just to hold this level, I like it. I like Apple. I'm working on the sticky note right now. It should be out with some good trade ideas. So, yeah, ready to rock and roll here on a Wednesday. It's hump day. Feeling good. NBA returns tonight. Another big game here. 1-1. Yeah, they take too many breaks, I feel like. Like, the fact that the NBA championship is going to be determined in the middle of June, same as the NHL.
It's going to take 3 weeks for the
seems,
final.
It just seems crazy. And Alec Manoah not even going to A-ball. Like, he's going to the Florida complex? Wow, the Blue Jays are...
The best way to break down what's happening
Good
to
thing we
Alec
have
Manoah is every single thing about his profile is a little bit worse. His
Yeah.
fastball's a little slower, his breaking pitches are breaking less, his control is just a little bit off. Like
It's gonna be
every
the yips or
single
something,
thing,
you
it's
know,
just
something like that.
I hope he figures it out because he's way too good not to, and that's the sort of thing. Usually, talent wins out at the end of the day. It's like when you talk about good stocks, right? Like you can have issues, but if you have a good management team, like something can hit a company. But if you have a good management team, good product,
you
good,
should be able to get fixed.
you fix it and you get through it. Like that's the whole idea. But when you don't have that, like if you don't have a good leadership, then you can run into trouble. You know, and
He might also got, like, didn't he get paid $4.5 million or something? Like, I don't know. I just feel like some of these guys.
He's still making time. He's going
to have to make a lot more than that, obviously.
He's probably, based on what he was worth to the team last year, he was probably underpaid by 40. Like last year, he was probably $40 million in surplus value for the Jays.
Oh, yeah, last year, yeah. This year, he's minus $40 million, so it's all good. Or worse.
I don't think you can do negative on that stat.
I mean, I'd rather have what's his name that just had Tommy John surgery. At least he got 2 wins this year.
Oh, come on.
DeGrom.
I feel bad for that guy.
Do you?
Hall of Fame, if not for injuries. Just he's so good.
I don't feel bad for anybody that signs a $150 million deal.
I do. He loves the game.
Play 30 games in the next 5 years.
I don't care about money, man.
Yeah,
Like that to me, it's like if you love something, I always feel bad for someone who has a passion for something. He can make $1 billion. He can make $1. The guy dedicates his life to something and loves it and can't stay healthy, and there's nothing he can do about it. Like that to me, that's tragic.
I feel bad for the Rangers.
I feel bad for the guy. I feel about both of them. I'm not a big Rangers fan. Odor used to play for them.
I feel bad for professional sports teams and athletes.
Odor punched Jose Bautista when he was a
rich.
Ranger. We hate the Rangers.
I don't know. These guys make so much money, man. I have no idea. Didn't some soccer guy just sign a 250? What's that guy's name? Yeah, Benzema.
Yeah.
Salary
Yeah,
plus
100 million.
commercial endorsements.
Yeah,
More power
100
to him.
million euro salary.
More power to
There's
him.
so much money out there. We saw Live Golf yesterday as well. Absolutely crazy. So, all right, back over to the $100 million man himself. What's up, Brendo?
That would be a good day. Sadly not the case, but that would be a good day. Another highly shorted name that you just pointed out, in fact. Wayfair, guys, up 6% here in the pre-market. There was a business update that came out with this morning pointing to gross revenue strengthening. And they're now saying basically it's trending in the negative middle single-digit percentage range, which is obviously lower than they had suggested before. So W here in New York, 8 of 9 last days to the upside here. We cleared 50 pretty easily here in the pre-market. Marching higher up to 53 here. Looks good.
Yeah, not really much to add to what you have to say other than to maybe look at the chart here. Basically, end of May, we started trending up. We were at $35 to start on the 26th. Now we're knocking on the door at 52. That's a hell of a move within less than 2 weeks span, Brendo. So keep my eye on it.
Yeah, it depends on where you look. Still 20 plus on the short side for W.
I mean, I have 32% at trade ideas for Wayfair.
Short?
Yeah, on Wayfair.
It probably is. That was $2 or $3 in COVID. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
I mean, if you look at it, I mean, the weekly chart is obviously going to tell a different story. I mean, the daily chart is impressive, but the weekly, it's almost like it's just starting to break out from like this 40 area here, right? So that's what it looks like on the weekly. Breaking the 50 period just now on the weekly chart, the daily chart, equally impressive, as Brennan mentioned. You're gonna have a squeeze aspect to it. Obviously, you have a news catalyst, so I don't want to say it's a complete squeeze job. Like, to me, it's only a squeeze play if there's no other catalyst. If nothing else is going on with the stock and the stock happens to be mooning and it's got a high short float, then I'll give it that squeeze play. I think it's worth watching, something like that 50. Like, now you're up here, you're starting to look at that 56 level on the daily, maybe come in. The volume, by the way, is, I see 276,000, and based on the fact that since I pulled it up, there's been one print for 25 shares. There's not a lot of volume whatsoever. I'm surprised it's done that much, looking at the time and sales not moving. So I don't think this is when you want to trade at the open. If it gets to 56, I think there's probably maybe a retracement trade if it can curl there. Otherwise, allow this one to open up and settle down, because there's no volume right now.
Yeah, I think you're getting into a level here at $55 on Wayfair that, probably stops around here, 55, 56, but what a huge move up, 40 to 55. We'll see if it can continue through. Another name that's been really rocking lately, of course, has been PayPal, and I shouldn't say of course. It's not rocking like that much, but this was 58, 59 a couple days ago, so you get 10% up on this one. There's that bottom here of 60. I mean, was it 59, 58? Yeah, pretty much exactly what we just said there, 58.70. Straight to the upside right now over the last couple of days. Looks like they're trying to make that happy face curl. This is a great break opportunity if we take out 68, because then if you take 68 out, then the next level of concern would be up here, 74, 75. So I really like that kind of a level. I mean, it could also be, if you don't like PayPal, which it's not very loved, then that's a good shorting opportunity as well. So as we approach 68, let's wait to see what happens here on, again, another name that's been beat up that is starting to, edge itself higher. I mean, this is a pretty good trend as you keep on making, higher lows as we can go on. It could be a play today. So we're going to watch out for this 64, 64.50, something around here. If we can get some dips into some of these lows, we'll see if they hold. This is the 200 period. Pretty good, pretty good. We'll see if we can hold that again. 64.50 or so on PayPal. I really like the way this one's looking.
Making more comments here on what happened yesterday and what he expects, at least, is going to happen as far as this lawsuit is concerned. So still 2.5% here in the pre-market for coin, but we are starting to sell off a little bit as far as coin is concerned. But what a move it was off those lows down to 45 initially yesterday.
Yeah, and a big move on the Binance headline as well. And that's what we were speculating about on the midday show on Monday, whether this would infiltrate into coin. It looks like, they just started with CZ and then they went after Coinbase. But Brendo, we have a breakdown area, I would say, of that 59. We've been flirting with 53, a bit of a gap area into there. So not much for me to do long side until we break through there.
Yeah, definitely going to be active once again. I mean, if you missed it late in the day yesterday, he comes out on Twitter and essentially says, bring it on. Finally, we get some attention, at least, from the SEC guys for coin.
Well, it's not the attention they want, but it was baked into a certain extent. Like, everybody knew that the time would come when some kind of clarification would come through, whether it would be regulation gets handed down or whether it would be, in this case, litigation first, and that'll give you the clarity down the road. All we're here to do is trade the price action. So one thing to say is Binance, worse. Like, if you look at the substance of what they're saying about Binance, in my eyes, I don't see how you can't interpret that as worse. Like, if you're talking about commingling of funds, and they're just a whole separate set of problems. Now, both things can result in more clarity, but a lot of people have said already that at some point Coinbase was going to have to start understanding that these are securities, and if you run your business that way, you could be headed down that road anyways. That's not the way they went. They want to operate exactly how they are now. Good luck to them. 56 was it would have been the Alamo, but then the news already broke, and that had already broken down so early and so quickly. There was pretty much no chance, and that was that former flat bottom break if it gets back up there, like that's the area, like that 56 area, and then looking at, as Sharif mentioned, where it all started at 59, that lower high, that would be the zone. Like that's kind of like the go zone if it gets up to that price. I'm really just thinking about the short. It held on to 50 on the bid. I don't know how much I like buying the dip on Coinbase today, so for what it's worth, it held on to 50. That's about all I'll say about it. If it's getting a relief rally, I will just look for the other direction. Based on like the headline risk here, I'm treating this like the days after on like say a PAC W, where I'm not, I don't want for anyone's sake for the stock to go down more, but at the same time, if I have to take a trade, I would rather try to be rounding into a short.
Yeah, I like the 50 area there for Coinbase, and we do like the short better than the long, but I just feel like right now here, Coinbase CEO Brian Armstrong saying we have a long history of being transparent with the SEC. That's on Coinbase right now. So I don't know. Neil's just looking at it. I guess it's not moving. We just took Palantir. It broke 16, so we took it not with as many shares as we would have if the market wasn't open yet. So that kind of sucks, but we're still here. It sucks. I mean, we're in the money 4 pennies. We'll see if it wants to continue to climb through 16. Now trying to go through. People saying the summer vacation sponsored by Palantir. Well, you can go somewhere else now as well because you just took out another place right here. Maybe it's the fall vacation, summer vacation, and hopefully even the Christmas gifts can be sponsored by Palantir this year as there it goes up through 16, 17. Look, I'm wearing this hat kind of jokingly, but we had talked about this and I tweeted it out numerous times that we were buying shares down here when it came back into $7. Here's a couple hits down into this level. I mean, everything was pretty scary at the beginning of the year. Down here, $6, $7. But we knew Palantir was big data. AI is all the rage right now. Is this getting extended because of that? Of course it is. You have stocks like C3 AI where we don't even know what they're doing, what they do. Palantir comes out with so many new contracts almost every day, but now they're finally getting the headlines. Foundry is now going to become more of a consumer product and put into different spaces. We saw what that did with ChatGPT and things like that, brought it to light. Let's just see if Palantir continues to run higher. It's probably getting run out a little bit of steam, but it seems to want to keep going. There's a little bit of days here where it stops, but now we're over 15 and it wants to climb higher. Palantir's been a stock that, gets manipulated. So we know that Cathie Wood is in this name, probably out there buying it. Don't know when she's going to sell. Doesn't really sell until, I feel like whenever we hear Cathie Wood selling, it's like almost near the bottom, it seems like, every time. So I don't know if they're going to be selling at the top or waiting for this thing to moon. She's very, very confident in all of the research. And when we start hearing stuff about them buying Palantir, I mean, there it is. We're just taking out this $15 level. That's it right there. Goes all the way back a year plus, back to last April. So now you're really rocking. Next level is like 19, 20. Again, I said $20 last week, and I kind of was like, not like jokingly said it, but like there it is. You could get to 16.50 today, and then we're at 17 tomorrow, and then we'll see what happens on Friday. So I like Palantir long. We're in it right now. Let's just see if it continues to work, man. I mean, it does seem like it's overcooked, but I mean, we'll take the long, and I'm long in this, and the sticky note's now out. I'm long until like 15.70, like some kind of a break. So we'll see if we're there. My bid is actually down there at 15.70, so let's see if we can get that fill back. But right now we're long on a temporary break here of 16.
Segment is always brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Promo code TTV, bottom of the screen there, get you 10% off for Surge Trader. Let's talk CRM here. Back to the upside on a couple of notes here. Mark Benioff comes out after the close yesterday, was talking about some executive shuffle, to use Reuters' term. I mean, not a huge headline overall, but this probably more important this morning because, hey, AI is in there. Expanding their partnership with Google Cloud here, some generative AI, more generative AI work to come from CRM.
The Benioff shuffle. Sounds like a dance, Brendo. No, but he's got a lot of activists on his board that he has to contend with. He's got Value Act, Inclusive Capital, Starboard Value, to name 3. I think there's 5 activists on there. They've been looking for more efficiencies. They've been looking for better management. So looks like some, we're getting some Amazon CEOs, we're getting some Okta, sorry, not CEOs, management from Okta, management from Amazon. So it looks like he's trying to, change things over there.
That caused the AI headline, caused this pop this morning, 213 up to about 218, got back above the past recent highs anyways, guys, but still holding up nicely here for Salesforce.
Good at all.
Oh, man.
So it's like the second you come back to us, like we're just chuckling. Well, it's actually not funny because I know you're under the weather a little bit. So
It's just I feel fine. I don't know.
He coughed, and it sounded like one of the sisters
told you,
from
overworked.
The Simpsons. You remember?
Marge's
No,
sisters.
the twin sisters.
What are their names again?
Why
do we not know their names? Sally or no?
Selma.
Selma and Louise?
No.
Selma.
Patty and Selma. Patty and Selma.
Selma sounds right for sure.
Yeah, because they would have they would smoke after watching MacGyver and then
or the
Sideshow
grandpa.
Bob
Yeah,
try to
that's
kill
another good one there.
So CRM. I don't know if there's a name that you're playing in the AI today for momentum. Sean's in Palantir. I like Palantir in a dip buy. C3 AI is making some moves. I don't know that CRM is a day trade. However, what you could say is we talk about like Huadunks up and down, hold consolidation, make the next level. Well, this one, it wasn't really. You can't really call it a Huadunk, can you? It's not that bad. It held up. Now you're getting that consolidation off of that new paradigm, I guess, bouncing off 205 to the downside, 10% down, higher lows. Now you're trying to break out 215. No volume this morning just yet. That headline could be something that causes it to gap up. But, as I was just saying, the two places in Palantir, this is that 15.7. Sean was mentioning the previous high. You're already breaking out. You have 3.4 million in volume. I think there's a dip. There's been a dip in Palantir every time it's done this. Break out to new range, dip buy off the previous high, play the range, break out the top. So the last couple of days, you've been 15 dip buy, break out the top, play to the bottom. It might have to settle down and show you a bit of that range, but it's a pretty good stair-step pattern to the upside. And the other one is C3 AI, which is more of a squeeze play as well. It's got decent enough volume today, making another break through the high. As I see this, like every single one of these names, they're kind of just teetering on a consolidation breakout. This is much like the CRM chart, right? Make the low, broke the top yesterday, held the top for one day. Looking at this with less rose-colored glasses, I'd almost say be patient with C3 AI and let it prove that we're holding above 37. Now that I look at that one on the 15-minute, I'd probably be thinking, yeah, for this, let it confirm that it's holding 36.5. Because it's already making another gap up. And when this gets into the high 40s, I think, like last time I was saying if it gets close to 50, that's where I'd look for the short on C3 AI. I'd be thinking the same thing if it goes too parabolic.
We talked about Google and CRM a little bit here. Again, another name that's just really hot right now. I mean, Google just continues to go, man. Ever since we took out that 110, it's just been straight fire to the upside, like $17 almost straight up. Like a couple days where maybe we went down $1 or $2, but the last couple days it's just really pumping, man. I mean, 122, 123 up to 127. It's doing great. I like Google up here, but again, like, I don't know. Are we a little extended on a lot of these plays again? And we've been going long the last couple of days. I think we might have to be we had NVIDIA short, which was a great one yesterday, my number one stock. That, could be something there. And I'm looking at 128.50 as the top for Google. Again, pretty good day. We've had the opportunities to hit this name a little short. It wasn't yesterday it really got going early, which is fine. No problems there, 125 up to 128. But then we really sort of slowed down at this 128 level and kind of just barcoded all afternoon, like just bounced around 50 cents before doing this into the close, right? And looking at 127, and then, I don't know what the imbalance was, doesn't seem to have hit it that much, but, definitely some of these tops up here, 128, 128.50 look pretty good here for Google. So let's wait to see if there gets anything there to the downside, possibly. It's flat on the day, and the market's flat as well. So I don't think that we're, in a love affair with Google, and I don't think it's going to necessarily move that much. But I definitely am looking at this short if we get up to 128 again. So 128, 128.50, something like that for a short on Google. I think that makes, I hate to say it because I love the name and I haven't gotten anything out up here. But again, you know, we're day trading this, and you know, looks like this wants to happen. Some good tops up here. Could break higher. I mean, I think we want to wait for maybe a 130 break before we take any longs here on Google, or a dip back into this 123.24 area, which I don't think will happen today. So, yeah, I like this at 130. I mean, we're probably going to get to Netflix at some point, but Netflix today as well. We saw it take 400. It's been over 400 before, but you know, we were bouncing around that level yesterday, only to today come in and get upgraded, and now you're all the way up here at 410, 412, 410, right? So I feel like that could happen to Google, where we're kind of just hanging around this 127, 128 level, then bang goes 130 on an upgrade, and then you take the long from there. So a couple good names in play here as we look at these AI names. I feel like they're extended, but here I am long Palantir.
All right, a few analysts moves for you this morning. Let's get some upgrades and downgrades. Analysts were busy today. We'll touch on a few more, but here's some interesting ones to get started. Mobileye, Amazon, Netflix, not one but two on Netflix today. Veru on here as well. DocuSign, Macy's to the downside, notably. That Citigroup note, I read it on DocuSign, not positive whatsoever, to say the least. I'm surprised it's actually not more than 0.4% to the downside. We'll get into the watch list, though, touch on a few other things. Let's get a look at how the futures are setting up here as we head towards 9 o'clock, basically flat so far.
Yeah, I'll have a look at the futures. I wonder if Citigroup shared their research with Aunt Kathy on that. But yeah, let's look at the ES, guys. Not much has changed. 4,300 has been the top. Let's get to the chart, guys. 4,300 has been the top. Now we have a bit of a bottom developing here that we didn't have previously at 42.75. We traded at that bottom yesterday for the majority of the day. Below that, I'm looking at 42.50, but it's really going to have to be that decisive take of 4,300. We've been in a bit of a range. This is the half an hour on the ES. Let's see how we trade here.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know as we head towards the open here on interesting Wednesday setting up ahead of a busy week that's going to come next week with CPI. We get the Fed. We get a whole bunch of economic releases, so stay tuned for that. But if you haven't done so yet, watchlist.tradertv.live gets you the watch list for free every single day. I was just listening to a couple of things coming across right now. Nothing terribly exciting, some small caps moving around on volume. AMD, meanwhile, huge day yesterday coming off of not one but two upgrades. We're back to the upside to the tune of 0.2%, trying to hold 124 here. Day two possible here for AMD.
Yeah, and you know, I was listening to the All In podcast, and Chamath Palihapitiya basically positing at the end there that Lisa Su's got to come up with something interesting here with respect to GPUs. You know, they haven't heard anything with respect to a release, anything big to rival NVIDIA's, Brendo. So, you know, positive moves, but I'm looking for that AI GPU play still.
Note on Affirm here, guys. Amazon Pay adds. Amazon Pay adds Affirm, providing customer and merchants with another flexible payment option. So Amazon adding Affirm as a pay option if you're shopping on Amazon. So Affirm getting a pop on that.
The last time, so if you remember Affirm, the last time that they got the Amazon deal was kind of a bit of a topping area for them. And the other thing to consider is, remember, they lost exclusivity. That was sort of a big deal for them. That's one of the reasons they came down. I guess we're headed toward that $20 to $21 level. Here we go. There's the daily chart. You can see 21 bucks last time where there was resistance. A lot of times flash news will happen, and then a stock that was potentially setting up for a breakout, it's already gone. And this is not a name that I would have had an order set for a stop. We've been talking about, every time someone has brought it up, I've said I don't think it's a short until it gets to 20 bucks. It's been trending too well to the upside, and I guess we're going to make a shot at that today. I'm glad I suppose we're just glossing over the fact that AMD gets multiple upgrades. It's Piper Sandler. It's been on a tear. It's worthy of being on our rundown board. But somehow at the bottom of our upgrade and downgrade list among all those big names was Veru instead of AMD. So I can only surmise that Sharif was having fun and absolutely had to put Veru on there. So which one of these two would you put on your upgrades list? AMD catches an upgrade, or Veru? down 0.13%, still beneath the 50-period moving average, above $1 actually. I saw the price target was $1. How are you upgrading a stock with a price target of $1 and it's at 112?
Yeah, I had thought. So we made a bet. I don't think he put it on there because of Fahad.
I think he did.
No, he did not.
What?
Give me that $1.
Sharif, man.
Yes.
That was technically Brendan's.
Yeah, me and Neil betting. Yeah, this was you lost a bet to Brendan, and now you just lost a bet to me.
Yeah, it was
Neil not on a good
I
streak.
keep
here.
losing them dollars. How was that not a How was that not a joke?
I told you, man. I told you.
That was a conscious decision to put
We're
Veru
just-
on that board. Oh, come
It's
on.
funny because you mentioned AMD. I tried Affirm through. I mean, we just tried it really small there through 18 just to see if it wanted to go to 20. I still think Affirm does have a chance to go. Stupid Veru does have a chance. I'm not. I don't know if people are in it. I have no idea. But you know what? Now that we just tested that and kind of held a little bit, let's see if we can get a little long here. 65, 66, something like that here on Affirm. There we go. We just got filled up a little bit there. So we'll wait to see this move, big move. Let's hold it against 17. We don't have that many shares now. So, again, getting in and out for 25, 30 cents, they're not really worth that hit. We took it through 18. It came back down. We got out. Pretty volatile here. I do think, I thought they were already with Amazon. I mean, did Amazon pull them? Or?
Amazon pulled exclusivity.
Right, okay. And then now I guess it's not exclusivity now, but they're back, I guess, for now. Okay. So, yeah. All right, let's just wait to see what happens here with Affirm. We're long right now in the 70, 69er. So right here, we're going to give this down to 17. See if it holds, see if it doesn't. This is Affirm. We can actually, the NASDAQ imbalances aren't out yet, so we can't even check those.
We were supposed to be mentioning AMD. Like AMD, high of the day was 24. Sorry, no, high of the day in the morning was 124.40. Ended up closing pretty much at that level. You're already seeing it come back here and hold a wick underneath 124.40 right into 124. So that's kind of like the early Rubicon here. 122 has been the better support level in this recent move. That's the 5-minute. You can see on the daily chart, it has been grinding up, but this is a pullback, hold the low, break back out. But that break back out was at 22. This is kind of the second move to try to fill in the gap. So 22, 24. If we break this higher, I think you can get to 128. So the first dip I'd look for is maybe that 124 level. NVIDIA deserves to be on our radars as well. That 400 obviously has been resistance, now making some lower highs. But AMD, it made a great move yesterday. For a couple of days, it's been a little bit stronger than all of the other chips. Although someone just said Micron is moving, so I'm going to double check. Is that at $70?
70?
No, it's not yet. No, it's just, so I saw in the chat someone said Micron was moving, and I know the consolidation bottom on Micron, all roads lead to this 70 level. So that's a potential breakout here if it can get through 70, maybe break that 70 and a half. It's going, but I don't know if there's any specific news to Micron here, but yeah, still $1 away on Micron, actually more than that.
Might have something to do with Marvell moving around as well, guys. There was an Amazon note or some rumors floating around this morning suggesting Amazon might order a bunch of chips from MRVL as well. So, yeah, a little bit of strength in some of the chip makers to start. Tesla up 3%. This daily chart, wow, getting a little extended to say the least. 8 of 9 to the upside here for Tesla. JP Morgan with a pretty interesting note here suggesting even though competition heating up in China still as far as EVs are concerned, Tesla is still far and away controlling that market as far as EVs specifically are concerned. The other interesting note, yesterday was the first day of the brand new CEO at Twitter taking control essentially of Twitter. So Elon essentially having apparently more time.
Yeah, that's the pitch here, and that's why investors are happy. May 12th, that's the day he announced she was taken over by she. I'm talking about Linda Yaccarino, taking over at CEO as taking over at Twitter as the CEO. But some other tailwinds, Brendo, that investors have been talking about: the release of the Cybertruck, the Model 3 refresh. That's all slated for this year. So, and obviously the debt ceiling. So it's benefiting obviously from the general market trend.
The stock's up 35%. Since that announcement was made on that Twitter CEO. So impressive to say the least here, guys.
Impressive, most impressive. That's my attempt to do a little Star Wars action for you guys. But this stock was breaking out. I think it was probably making this break anyways, although I guess you can't really say that because when it was making the higher low and run at the 50 period, the announcement came in. It tried to tick back down, like run up and tick back down, but then held the higher low and then made a technical break through the 50 period anyways. And since then, it's really been off to the races. The 190, 195 breaking was probably a little bit bigger. If you zoom out in the daily, my daily is actually liking me today. 35 to 38, like this area here, going all the way back to October of last year, would be the next level of resistance up. That said, how much resistance was it at 15? I don't know, not that much. Not really. Like this is what happened at 15. Like it slowed down, kind of consolidated there for a day, and then ran away from it. Then supported it yesterday. You had 3 days of some price action at the last level, so I suppose you could see that up at 35, 38. Tesla can get there. It is worth mentioning, like when you pull up that daily chart though, like a lot of those wicks above, like the strongest close you had was actually at 229 or something like that back in that October. So you did have some price action above it, but as Shreve was actually talking about this, look at the close price, but the strongest close was 229. So you could have some resistance there. I still want to think you have a chance to get to the 35 level. It broke out from 21. If there is a dip, that's the first place I'd look, that 20 to 21 area for a dip on Tesla. A lot of times when this is really, really going, I've been having some quick looks at one of their, I don't want to say competitors, but another EV name here for Rivian. And the only reason I'm bringing this one up is because the last few times that this stock has gotten to 15, it's been really good. And yesterday was a bit of a missed opportunity. So this is me making a mental note that when Rivian has been getting to 15, it has been a very good short. When it has been getting to 14, it has been a very good long. So it sits at 14.60 now. That puts both of those within spitting distance. Sometimes it's broken, gone like 5-10 cents, and then flushed. So you just want to be a little bit patient. But it is running away every time it gets up here. So I want to have my eyeballs. At least if we make the move on Rivian, I don't want to be ignoring 15 because that was a bit of a missed opportunity yesterday. A lot of things caught bounces, but this one got to a level that if you're looking at it, how could you not have been thinking, once it gets close to 15, look for the short?
Hey, sure. Did you pay for shorts? Because that's probably...
I was just about to do that now.
Yeah, you probably got to do that. We kind of glanced over there because I kind of missed that we were already on AMD here today. So we have a 124. It's the number one name there. Neil just talked about Tesla. I mean, Tesla's off. Find the sticky note. There's also some explanations here about why we like AMD. AMD, Palantir, Apple, a couple names here on the sticky note as we stick with names that are in play and moving around pretty good here today. Excuse me. I like AMD here at 124. Like, it's been a good level there. We closed there above 124. We took it at the close, but it was right there. Now we're dipping down. So this is why we write the sticky note, we write key levels, and we write which way we're biased to. AMD, again, a couple upgrades. They had some good news yesterday. We had a great trade in this name yesterday off the open, taking the 120 break long. Now that we're above 120, we really like that level. So now that we're breaking lower, we might have to break this long, which is 124.50, maybe off the open, but let's just let it settle down. And again, off the open, it was a little choppy until eventually we took 120. So it wasn't too choppy. It started to get going about 940, but definitely some downside moves, and then it took off, and then you got everything you needed out of that one move, right? And so I still feel like we want to support this level down here somewhere, 123, 122, 122.50 on a couple upgrades from Piper Sandler today. If NVIDIA is going to start to moon and already has, so has AMD. So if we're going to stay long some of these chip names, I think AMD is one that you want to look at. Marvell also, shout out to, who is it here in the sticky note? Someone made a comment here. Yo, shout out to David Rosa. Thank you for loving the show so much. And thank you for asking me about Marvell. So we'll like that right there and start talking about it right now. Marvell on that chip news from Amazon possibly up to $63. What a great move it was for Marvell. Off their earnings call, we talked about taking that 60 break that day with Max. That was wild. Now I like it. We definitely have dipped down to 57, 58 and supported that over and over again. Now you're getting another order. I like Marvell to break out long again here today. Lots of opportunities. There's 62, 63 top. boom to the upside. I think you want to go long Marvell anywhere in here, 62 bucks. So if you dip down, this could be a good opportunity to buy some Marvell down here near $62. Good call, David. I really like this stock as well, as we're getting everything back now on Affirm, as Affirm is now 40 cents in the money. I'm going to wait for like 18.20 or so. Let's just see if we can get a little bit more movement here on Affirm as we wait for the imbalance to happen at 9:25.
All right, more weakness here for Chinese ADRs this morning, back to the downside. If you remember back on Monday, we got the first round of economic data that came out suggesting that their economy and the recovery from COVID not going well so far. Here's another batch on top of that. Exports down 7.5% year over year last month. That was versus a negative 0.4% decline expected. So much, much bigger than expected here. So all of these going to be in the red so far.
Yeah, big miss, but you know, I'm expected, to me anyway, because they had that shutdown. They had that zero COVID policy all throughout, you know, most of 2022 anyway. They haven't recovered in the way that analysts have been predicting they're going to recover. We haven't seen the move in oil as we expected earlier in the year when the Chinese recovery really took place. They're also suffering from what's an impending population crisis that they're having to grapple with. So some things really not going their way at the moment, Brendo.
Yeah, cue the daily gaps once again for some of these Chinese ADRs. Yesterday it was downside initially, and then we just absolutely ripped for most of them. Here's Alibaba this morning gapping down again. This was yesterday, obviously. And straight to the upside. So gapping down again. I mentioned when we came on there, we were back to session lows. We're trying to hold here nicely so far for Baba anyway.
Yeah, I mean, gap central, as you said there, for Alibaba, but it's filling in a bigger gap. I'm going to the 15-minute for a second here. About a $15 gap top to bottom. If you look at the last real monster volume day, it was an absolute trap when it broke 90 bucks. Anyone that sprung that trap, it was good for a little bit. And I remember because, you know, it was breaking that 90, it got above 91.40. Like it's a $2 move, everything looked fine, and then Huadunk down back to 85. And you see what happens. When it gets to 85, there's all kinds of fun action around that price level. It runs away from it in both directions for a couple of days before falling down. 85 hasn't meant as much the last couple of sessions, so I don't want to be looking there. 83 was your support for 2 days in a row. And if you get back above like 88, you know, 88, I think that gets interesting for a long. But that's not the name that's more my attention. It's going to be NIO. NIO had some fun action yesterday on the lower time frame chart. Like if you look at the 3, basically it Huadunk, didn't get to $7. When it hit 730, it did this little pop, got back up to 738, made a double bottom. The second time it got to 738, it went long on a break at 40 and took a 41 long. There was a big volume order that took a decent amount of shares there, and then there was a huge dark pool print at the same time, causing the biggest volume spike of the day. Some of that was a dark pool. It was a clean breakup from that to 740 price. You can see where it's going. But $8 is there. $8 to me has been the level. Hasn't broken it. Every single time I've had a stop order to go long, it's gone to 98 or 99 and turned around. So this time, probably because it's the time it's going to go cleanly, I'll be short right in front of 8 and then look for a reversal on NIO there. But the $8 is a little more interesting to me than Alibaba.
Just testing out, as if now Affirm is finally going. There goes Affirm up to 18.50, so 80 cents in the money now on this trade. So good one this time around. We'll see if we can get it going even higher than that. That top is 19. I feel like we can put an offer there and just see if it fills out, right? So let's put it there. 18, let's go to 18.88. Let's go a little Eric Lindros action right there. We'll see if we can get this little move to the upside. We just stopped at 18.50. Good move for Affirm right now. I like that name. We'll see if it wants to continue to work. Obviously, whenever you're into a deal with Amazon, there's going to be eyeballs on your stock. I know Neil was just talking about NIO. We absolutely crushed NIO yesterday. Maybe I can find the trade here. We shouted out Brian Shannon because it was just a simple, here it is right here, very, very simple VWAP trade yesterday. Down here at 750, we let it drop all the way early. There's the trade. We posted this. You can go find all this. This is the VWAP is the blue line. We took that out. We also had support from the 12 and the 50, sorry, the 21 and the 50, and it was upside. And then we eventually got out up here at the end of the day at 85. So that was a good trade there for us yesterday. We'll see if we can make the same thing today. So there's where we got out yesterday afternoon. Let's see, right at the close we got out. We got out on the imbalance. So we'll see if it happens right here. 760, $8. You know, do we take $8 today? We'll wait to see. I don't know if I want to break it out or not, but you know, we did have that bad number. We tweeted that out last night. We get minus 7.5 on the exports versus 0.4. Like, that's a brutal, brutal number, but I don't know if that matters to NIO. So we'll wait out for it. I think a dip buy opportunity in NIO is what we're looking for again. As there goes Affirm, man, we should be able to get this out very, very soon. We're waiting at 1888. It just stopped at 1878. So hopefully Affirm can continue this move to the north side. And, you know, we're positive on this name now, so all is well in Affirm land.
All right, obviously nothing monumental said here as far as Coinbase is concerned by the CEO on CNBC this morning, still holding up. Better part of 2% coming off that nice bounce back yesterday. I mean, we heard all about the lawsuit, obviously SEC side of things. Kathy Wood in there buying the dip as well, to the tune of 419,324 shares on this move down yesterday.
Third largest holding in the 120 combined ETFs that they have there at ARK, adding to that yesterday. Let's look at the chart here because former area of resistance acting as support now, Brendo. That 5150, yesterday's close, 5160 area, acting as support today, former area of resistance. I'm personally looking for a dip trade off there.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see the here over the next couple of days, I think, for Coin. But big bounce yesterday. Nice look for Miss Wood, guys, in there buying the dip.
Some more shares. I mean, if you're gonna dip buy Coinbase the day after the lawsuit, at least buy 420,000 shares. I mean, come on. Actually, no, check that. At least buy 420,069 shares. Like, that's usually the way that you want to go. Coinbase, we talked about the Alamo. That, I mean, it broke in, and there was no chance to. You're not getting 56 on that break when that news happened. Well, maybe you are if you had a stop order out when that hit. I suppose you could. That's where I'll look for a retracement. 56 and 59 are the two levels that sit out there. I'd rather just be sitting on the short side of this, or waiting for a short opportunity. Just thinking you're going to get some covering, short covering. You're going to get some potential moves up after a Huadunk like yesterday. But a lot of people might start thinking risk off here in the next days and weeks. And if you look at where we're at in the daily chart, it's hard to think this is where it mounts its defense. You know, I think we could be retesting at some point that 48, and if that were to break, like if it breaks the mid 40s again, you know, I think that point you're going to start to test back into the the December lows, end of the year there. Coinbase getting down in the 30s. So I'll be looking for the pop to fade it. The long did work if you took it off that support yesterday, but you know, that wasn't the trade I was ever looking for. I want to stick to one direction here, just because I won't want to be sitting in the longs. I feel like most of the headline risk can be the other way.
Yeah, I mean, Coinbase seems to be wanting to follow Bitcoin, obviously, a little bit as well. I mean, yesterday we had that big move to the downside. I mean, big move. I mean, I guess it went from 28 down here to 26 and change, and then it made it all the way back to 27 before stopping again, and right now back to 26, 7, 8. And if you're going to look here at a 1 minute chart, it's been pretty stable over the last little while. So if we maybe zoom back out and then look at something a little bit greater than that, at 30, you know, good support down here at 26,000. So we'll see, you know, if it holds. You know, I always want to say it hasn't tested it, so we don't know if it's going to be good support. But whatever was resistance, which was 26, turns into support again. So I think we're going to wait to see if that can hold. We did just hold 26.5. There's 27.5. So that's the next sort of jump off spot for that. And as Coinbase goes, some of these other names will obviously start to go, and you get, you know, little names here. I don't know. We can look over the last 24 hours. I mean, this is Bitcoin. Ripple's there, Litecoin, some of these bigger names starting to go through. As far as the market cap is concerned, Bitcoin still number 1, Ethereum 18, Ripple, there's Cardano number 4 right now. It's too bad because this is like a big holding, not a big holding in mine, but we do have a lot of Cardano. And it's nice that it's number 4 spot, but the market caps have been so beat down lately that it's still only 34 cents. So Solana's there as well, Polygon. I mean, Solana used to be, what, a $300 or $150?
Crushed.
Yeah, all these names have been, I mean, everything's been crushed.
I thought Solana has been doing worse. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought it'd been doing worse.
Dogecoin. Anyways, like the fact that Dogecoin is like number 9 here is a little strange to me as well. Cardano's number 8, sorry, on market
I would never
cap.
have guessed that.
Yeah, this is not market. This is market cap here, but this is what I'm looking at. So Cardano's number 8. So.
I didn't know Doge was top 10, to be honest.
Yeah, number 9.
Yeah.
For a coin that has absolutely nothing to do with anything. So.
Doesn't it,
although,
though?
I mean,
Doesn't it,
I
though?
guess everyone's still waiting for the Twitter coin.
Well, that's
and maybe that's been anointed.
That's sort of the
Dogecoin.
thing. Like, if
coin?
X becomes a thing, then Doge.
If
I don't
X
know.
then Y equals Doge.
D, yeah.
Yeah, X plus Y equals D. Yeah, that's right. So, okay, so buy Dogecoin if you want, Brendo.
Pass. 2 days in a row here for Plug Power, back to the upside as well. There's a distribution deal announced by Plug yesterday, but 4% here on top of what happened yesterday, so worth a note. Just saw another volume spike there for Plug. Let's talk Netflix, meanwhile. Not only Wells Fargo, but JP Morgan with an upgrade on Netflix this morning. Wells Fargo going to a street high $500 with their price target, suggesting that the current TV ad marketplace of $70 billion should be easy picking for Netflix, and they're ad-supported here.
JP Morgan coming at it from a different view. They're saying the password sharing crackdown could add about $6 billion in extra revenue in years 24 and 25. So they're looking at a nice upside. They're raising their price target up to $470 from $380, Brendo.
Another one, guys, with a pretty decent-looking daily chart here. Quietly, very, very strong for Netflix.
Moved.
All right, cheers.
Cheers.
Randy said we can't make up our day. Well, what would you choose? The bull? Oh, he's choosing the bull.
He's choosing the bull.
Tesla's been. Randy, we could have bought like multiple Teslas if we just put all our life savings.
Faraday's up in. Actually, I shouldn't. I haven't checked it today, so maybe Faraday's not up anymore.
Yeah, I'm getting some bids on my Faraday car.
Right.
Now it's up to like 340, so I only paid 280 for it.
I thought it was 290.
That's what I was willing to sell it for,
Oh,
but
okay.
I got tax credit. I got a incentive of 10,000. So I was 290, but then the incentive came in and wound up being 280 for the Faraday car.
It's
so.
still a good value.
Yeah.
Or, well, okay, we're joking about that. Netflix, maybe this is the break that I'll take one at 9:30 and it won't work. So 414 high, it's the typical move up, consolidation. Every stock, I mean, I shouldn't say every stock, you know what I mean. Most stocks have been doing this that we track. Consolidation higher break. This last consolidation around the 400 level had topped out previously at 414. So I'm looking for a 414 break on Netflix. Every time I have not taken a breakout that's set up at 9:30 and looked for it after, it's been absolute gold. So I'm gonna put this one on Netflix if it goes through that 414 level. A couple of things we haven't talked about every single name. I just want to get this one out of the way. Farm was that small capper that's making a bit of a move, pulling back a little bit. Oh goodness, see I was testing something out with the Fibonacci's after we had a discussion about them yesterday.
Nice one.
No, but I put it on this chart, and every time I get watched, you guys are going to watch me do this. I'm going to click on my fib. I'm going to remove it, and the next time I call farm up, I promise you it's going to be there.
Of course it is. What do you mean? You have to promise me.
I don't know.
I know it's going to be there.
I don't know why. So anyways, this farm, it got right up to this 3 to like 330 level. I mean, I don't think it's a huge level. And more psychological is a round number than anything else. 4 to 420 kind of feels like it would be a bigger deal. But it's giving you a consolidation in that area and already bounced off $3. So if it can hold 3 at the open, this does feel like it has room to about $4. That 3 level probably gives you, if you give it to like 270, I'd say, like that's that 10% style risk. Usually those trades, if you're not really quick to them in the morning or at the open, I don't like trading until the open, but if you're not quick to them at the open, you might miss out on it. But if it holds 3, that's not a bad risk to reward on farm. That's another one worth watching here. But I'm going to get that Netflix at 414. If it breaks, of course it has to break to get the long.
Yeah, Olaf from Singapore. Some people saying
Hola.
in there. So what's up to everybody from Singapore? Welcome to the show. Yeah, Palantir, we have the imbalances that are now out. So you do have Palantir here at 1 million shares. And it's not really doing anything, so we're going to have to wait to see what happens. I have some targets way higher, like not way higher, but 1620, 1630 as a couple out. So we'll see if Palantir wants to hold this 1590 or so area. We're waiting a little bit lower than that to get some shares in case they do come through, but we do like Palantir. There's Farm Boy right there. There's FFIE. Coinbase, Amazon with a sell off 128 could be interesting there today as well. Is Google on there? No, Apple with a sell as well. But these are really minor issues. So I mean, Apple's taking this on the chin a little bit there. We like the 180 break. 180 may be the short, not the break long right there. But my wife just messaged me, and she was talking with a guy named Aaron, and she can't do that anymore because we just watched over the weekend the Key and Peele skit.
Aaron.
And yeah, now anytime we see somebody named Denise, it's D-Nice. And Aaron Aaron.
Yes.
And of course, Principal O'Shaughnessy or whatever it was. I forget.
O'Shack Hennessy. Whoa, get it right. It's O'Shack Hennessy.
But the name was Principal O'Hennessy or something, and he was
O'Shaughnessy.
O'Shaughnessy, whatever it was.
How do you
That was
say it
so
right?
funny.
I love
We
that.
just kept on laughing and laughing. We watched that over and over again, and that was really funny. Because there was one on Saturday Night Live, and it was a rerun, and some guy was doing a Spanish kind of thing like that, and it was really funny.
If
so.
you like Keegan-Michael Key, Friends from College is actually really funny. It's got like Fred Savage. It's got the girl
Fred
from.
Savage, that's
It's got the girl from How I Met Your Mother.
That's a blast
The
from
one
the
that did the
past.
Marvel movies. Oh, so with 1 minute to go to LaBelle, I
Yeah,
think
her
well
name,
maybe we'll have Kat on the bell for the Open. As
We
she
will.
turns around. She's ready to go. Upstart. I keep forgetting to mention
There she
Upstart.
goes.
Upstart got to 31.50 yesterday. It's a double top at 32. This is the other breakout that I like. We going to Brendan?
No.
No. Okay.
We just have only, there
40 seconds
was
to
going
go.
to break some news, but we're going to talk about that. Yeah, I think it was probably Drunken Miller probably is what he wanted to go with, maybe talking about NVIDIA here, just how it's going to be a popular stock for a bit. So we'll wait
I'd
for
say
30.
so.
Yeah, we'll wait for another 30 seconds, and then we get that bell to ring as Apple's making a move downside here, and we're watching out for that. We're into Palantir. We're into Affirm. So far, so good here today. With only 15 seconds now left to go. Kat's got her tennis skirt on, it looks like. That's tennis, golf. Oh, it's a full dress all the way. Okay, I
Oh,
didn't see.
okay.
You got the sweater on. The style is blasting off. 3, 2, 1.
Jump ball.
Let's go there. Yeah, see, the white doesn't key that well against.
It doesn't
against
key.
that.
That's
the
like a
reason why we thought about that
technical
is you
term.
mentioned here on the floor today, it's putt for dollars day.
It's putt for buying power.
Everyone's
day.
going to be putting
Oh,
today on the
goodness.
floor to see who can get higher buying power. That
So
seems
the only
about-
thing that just came
that
to me,
seems about right.
32 broke on Upstart, so I have the 10s here. Not really a huge move. It's already only gone about 15 cents. It's pretty obvious where I want to stop this, just underneath that curl, like 31.5. So that's where I want to give it to. Palantir's starting to come. Affirm's starting to come back. Whoa, Netflix. See, the day I'm looking for it to actually break out, like, yeah, I'll take the 14 break. Doesn't break 14 and just instantly quadroon. So this is why I want to break out. It has to actually break the price to the upside. NVIDIA is going to the upside. We were just talking about that one. You're seeing it break out at 391. So NVIDIA 400 has been a big level. That's also worth watching here. Palantir. I wanted to dip buy in Palantir. I want to get this one out. Well, so I want to get some orders out. It's starting to come back down. That 70 level is the area of concern. That's where we found a high the last couple of days.
Yeah, it's definitely concerning me for sure. If we do get down any much lower than where we are right now, we just took a bid right here, but just an average in. We're gonna wait on this. We're long still at 16. We wanted to take that break for a bit. AMD's trying to work out. We talked about if it could hold 124. Well, it's coming right back in to 124 right now and trying to give us a little bit of a hold as there goes the market really blasting up to the upside. So that's enough for me to try to take this long. We're now long at 7. Whoop, there. See, we always get in a little bit too early on this name, but Oh no, NASDAQ blasting, and there goes AMD. Again, we're not shutting ourselves down or doing anything crazy here off the open, but there it is. It just took it, so I think this is time to average in a little bit here for AMD as it's making its
Marvell's
move
at support.
to the. Oh, is Marvell as well? So yeah, everything's starting to go down to the downside right here.
Well,
let's just see if we can work it out. Palantir back up to flat right now as it's right back to 16. Let's see if Palantir wants to break, but there is some size there. Let's get something out. Let's watch out for this size here. We got something out at 99 there. Let's wait to see if that does hold and break. And there goes AMD back through 124. Man, this is just so crazy wild. We're long at 124.05. I don't know. Let's just hold out on this as the market, Neil, is just blasting.
That's nuts because guess what's at, okay, so that was crazy. Like, what in the heck?
What happened?
Like, Netflix was.
Netflix.
Sometimes it's the way you get the fill. Like usually I don't want that fill. So I had it in for the open break and I left it in. So I immediately take some out because I just wanted a little bit less shares there. So two things very quickly here. Netflix was just breaking 410 and 2 seconds later I was long at 414. That's not the way I wanted to get the fill. So I did take some out. That's going to be an idiotic decision, but I want to treat it that way because I've seen that happen before and it's almost like it went too far too fast. So I'm going to get get the $2 where we'd had the normal out first. I had to get back over to
AMD
Upstart because the other thing that happened was Upstart failed to break, and Marvell, I was saying Marvell bounced off support when you're talking about AMD. Marvell bounced off 62 support and broke back out. That was the other thing I wanted to get to. It's already through 63, wow. So that's already $1 in the money here. Netflix, clean break, that could head to 420. I think I heard Brendan.
Just be careful, guys, with Marvell. There's a Wedbush analyst tweeting about it, saying, Net, we certainly wouldn't say decisively whether Marvell is or isn't working closely with Amazon. Remember, there was a rumor floating around suggesting they were going to create a chip for them. So Wedbush, at least, not certain on that.
Okay.
The only thing we're certain on is the sticky note. Right now, AMD, right now, $1.40 in the money. We just took that. So we just took some out there at 125. What was our? Now it's coming back in. What was our best fill there? 125.17. Sorry. So $1.20 there. Let's see if it wants to continue to move up. There's our fill right there as it continues to go. We'll wait on that one, and then a new position alert as again another sticky note name. Let's just wait to see if Apple wants to continue to move back up to the upside right here again as well. So we're trading 3 names right now. The 3 names that we're in 4 names, Affirm, but AMD, Palantir, and Apple. We're finally starting to pay attention to what we're trading, and we're trading it pretty darn good right now with Apple. 40 cents, 30 cents in the money to take another piece out up here if we can get that. There's the 180 clean break, and there's an out. Palantir is absolutely rocking as well. Wow, this is a pretty good day already for us to go 4 for 4 here. Let's just wait to see if we can get even more action on what could be another big day as the NASDAQ right now looking to take names and numbers out. That's 14,690. So we're getting pretty close to taking out the top here, and we're already long all the names that we want to be long. So so far so good. Palantir rocking. Look at this move. Boom goes the dynamite on that one as Greg clapping it up. There goes AMD upside as well. We're $1 in the money that one, and there goes Apple as well on the break. So we are rocking and rolling. And if you're with us, you're with the greatest. So that's it. Let's go, DJ Khaled. It's another one. Every day is another one because we're here and we're making it. So let's go, Brendo.
Google day highs as well, guys, on a nice move here, back above yesterday's high and then some on heavy volume. This was 9 o'clock, but Google Cloud Consulting launching 4 new generative AI consulting offerings for Google as well.
So a couple of things here. Big assist to Brendan. That Marvell was the perfect time news possible. That was literally the turn on Marvell. It had broken. It had gone. It was $1 clean on the break. I got a trail out at 63 the second Brendan said that. It's right back at the bottom. That's why you want to pay attention to flash news. You'll see me still in Netflix. Obviously, that one's continuing to go, but it hit 419. I was saying 420. It's already starting to dip back in. I still like this for a long trade, but it has to hold on to this 13 to 14 area. Just watching that as it looks like it's getting a curl. NVIDIA also curling around the same time Marvell did. But Netflix looking pretty solid. And my goodness, GitLab, wow. So GitLab is going, it's already through 48, clean break at 47. I think this is a trend that's just going to continue. It's above the 200-period moving average. So I'm looking for a dip buy here in GitLab so I can get a piece of the party. Brendan again?
Looking at this, guys, but Roku up 7 right now. Not much on it at first glance, but a huge pop here for Roku.
Oh man, ARK just winning these days for sure.
That's number
as,
3 for them.
Coinbase, Palantir, Tesla, Roku.
Zoom? I'm joking.
It's like I should.
have no idea if that's
You know, I might put out an ETF for myself here soon, just to collect the management fees. To what 0.75? You know,
I don't know. Is that what they charge?
Yeah.
There's
If not more than that, I think that's what ARK charges. Okay, so I mean, we're getting lighter on these, but we always do this every day, and then it's like we look back and it's like, oh my God, why didn't we hold these things? So I don't know. We talked about 120. I mean, it's all on here. 124 is on here. 180 is on here. 15's on here for Palantir, or 1560's on here for Palantir. And you know, you're just seeing all these names just continue to climb higher, and we've been taking out some profits. So our best out for Apple's 75 right now. I mean, will this market pull back a little bit? We are up at that level. We're just bouncing a little bit off there. So, you know, that's why we're taking some out. And we just said to Sharif, we made our day, but you know what? We got to keep trading, and I've been giving it back on some bad plays sometimes. So let's just wait to see. Let's try to hold everything we can and see if we get some more upside in these names. With that being said, though, I mean, I don't have any offers for Palantir. We just went up to 30, then we just came back down into 10 again. So I feel like taking on one more piece here at 23 if we can get it, just blast through, give us some 23, there he is. Give us some 23 fills, and you know, take another piece out as we'll just sort of sit down here and watch. Yeah, there's Dave and Buster's. Wow, we talked about that the other day on earnings, and we didn't look at it.
The only time you ever trade that stock.
Yeah, PLAY.
It is never,
20% today.
It's never other times going to be worth it, but it is. I mean, it's absolutely tearing to the upside. So
Micron.
$40 looks like a bit of a level here
Starting
on
to fall
this.
back a little
bit
bit.
crazy. So I got into Palantir on the dip. I was looking for a dip buy earlier. Obviously, you didn't get a dip into 1570, but you did retake the high of the day. Sorry, not retake the high of the day, I should say. It got back up close to the high of the day. I'm getting some out on the way. I got 16s in, 16.15s, I should say, and I'm going to get some out on the way to that top. Netflix just made a bit of a bounce. I want to get to Affirm in a quick second, but I'm going to go to Netflix first. It's starting to come back in. This is where it probably tests that breakout price into that 13 to 14 area. If it's going to make a continuation, you probably have room to 420 here, but I don't want this giving it all back up. So Palantir making a move. I was talking about NVIDIA as well making a curl about the same time that Marvell did, but a higher low being put in right now on NVIDIA. So it's holding that dip, 392. That's been, that chart's got a wick on it. There you go. If you look at 392, that's yesterday's high, relatively speaking. So 392 looking pretty solid on NVIDIA. The market this strong, and NVIDIA getting a bit of a wipeout bottom. I'm not calling it a wipeout bottom because for this stock, that's like, maybe that's not enough. But yeah, 392, yesterday's high. If it can hold that dip price, I always like retracements to previous highs.
Yeah, Uber is trying to break 40. I mean, I'm not ready to switch out of the longs yet, but
did you say broke 40?
It's up. It's through 40. It's just
it's
looking to break it lower right now. I'm
hold it, NVIDIA.
debating getting some out here on AMD, as we just talked about NVIDIA going to the downside right now. We've already hit AMD pretty good here, so yeah, we'll take some pieces out here as it's starting to fall down a little bit. Let's go over to Brendo.
I'm just checking on this, guys, but it's the BBC reporting it right now. So Lionel Messi, Inter Miami, MGOL, remember, MGOL is Lionel Messi's company.
I thought we knew that he was going to Miami already.
I thought we knew he was coming over here.
Yeah. So there he is. I mean, everyone's just flowing to the money, so that makes sense. All right, let's just wait to see here what's going on. Miami wins again, as it seems to always do. Shout out to the MIA.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves yet.
No, but you know what? I think that they've done well already this playoff. I mean,
them being where they are.
Just to be where they are, I think, is a win for them.
Yeah, I can't argue.
No matter what. I mean, 8th seed. There's Uber taking down 40. This name just continues to be beat up a little bit to the downside. Let's just stay where we are in these names. Apple, we'll stay here with Palantir. We'll stay here with Affirm, as Affirm's not really doing too much right now. We only have a third of that left, so we'll wait on that one. But yeah, Apple trying to go upside now as well. And then I'm debating this Uber short. I feel like we've missed it already. So I don't know, man, up to $40. We could take a small little bid here on Uber or offer on Uber. But yeah, right now it is going to the downside. We've missed that opportunity through 40. So we'll take an 85 if we just missed it. We'll take an 85, and then we'll look at this again if it does come back up to $40 again. But right now, there it is. We got the short in Uber. Let's just wait. It is breaking lower. It's down 1%. Don't really know. Did we get a downgrade on Uber today, maybe, Brendo?
don't-
Because this has been pretty strong. That top right there. I'm going to take the short just because I want to have a short exposure right now in the market. But this is one that we'll look at. As there goes, holy shit, man.
Pegged the high and is now holding consolidation, so it could break up there again. Nvidia just came back up to 93s. We got that long at 92, but Netflix, there we go, there's Netflix. I tried to catch the back end of the trade bouncing off the 14, got back up to 17. I missed that reload by a little bit. Hopefully next time, if it bounces higher, we'll catch that on the other side of the trade, meaning bounce and then grab that long. Coinbase, I mean, you were just saying names to short. Whoops, I hit enter. There you go. Yeah, Coinbase putting in lower highs, so it doesn't get to 56, but it breaks down instantly. It's beneath, there it is. It's beneath pre-market lows and possibly trending down into a flying market here. I haven't double-checked Bitcoin, making sure it's not doing anything completely insane. It's still sideways on Bitcoin, so Coinbase under pressure. I would have loved to see it pop to 56. You get a better price, more room for it to go down, all that good stuff, but this is where it is. If it holds underneath the pre-market low, I'll look to engage a short, but I'm not at that point yet. The market's a little bit strong to rush into anything to the south side. But that is one that I'm definitely looking at. Not much else I'm seeing to the south side that I like. There was NVIDIA 92s. I did have a bit of a keystroke putting my stop order in, but I just jumped back into the trade at 92. Got some out at 93. Now we'll look for 95 high today.
Yeah, boo keystrokes, man.
It happens.
Dumbass keystrokes. Okay, so we're gonna wait. Yeah, and we talk about that all the time. You make a keystroke, best thing to do is get out of there and read.
Or what if you keystroke out, you just get back in?
Yeah, exactly. Get out if you're in it, or get back in if you're out of it. So, yeah, SoFi. Wow, SoFi working again today. Although you might not think that if you're just looking at it now, but it's just ticked up. It was just down to 770. Now it's up to 780, right back to that pre-market high. I think this is a good take for $8 here on a daily. So there's 8. We've been up here before. We wicked as high as 820. So if you're taking an 8 break, watch out. You go back to 820 back in August, and then 820 again at the beginning of the year. So SoFi really working off of some of these good reports. They came out with their report, I guess, a week and a half or so ago. Nice little bump up there for SoFi. Might have been longer than that. Let's go over to Brendo.
Another one that was reporting after the close yesterday. Another one that we typically only mention around earnings. Stitch Fix, guys. Q3 revenue beating expectations. They also said they're planning on leaving the UK market as of 2024. So Stitch Fix having quite the day here.
Oh, I know what happened.
We got out of AMD, but we didn't realize it, so we're going to get back in that one as well.
He's
got
so
out
many
of
names.
too many shares.
There's so many names that we don't look at. I knew, there's
Stitch
Play.
Fix had a report. Oh, and
Yeah.
Play. Yeah. Well, Dave & Buster's, man. That's Dave & Buster's.
It's already through 41.
At least we talked about it, but we didn't do a very good job trading it, it looks like.
Zooming out on Dave & Buster's 42 looks like, that's the ish on Dave & Buster's. If it gets to that price, maybe it's worthy of a short trade. I was going to mention something about Affirm, and I got a little bit sidetracked there. A couple of wicks underneath $18, holding support, that 1760 area. I don't want to draw a line, but if it starts, it's about to break out here. I like this one back into 18 even. Palantir's now at the 50.
It is?
I just got some out at 50, so if it's not at 50, then it doesn't make any sense. It's at 50, trust me.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Trust me, bro, it's at 50.
I trust you.
NVIDIA just got to 95, so this is kind of that zone. If it gets past 95, I think 400 is the more obvious level for it to get to. But I'll keep playing off this 392 until proven otherwise. And Tesla, this is the other name. Still just the same 3 longs at this point. Looking for something short. I'm hoping that'll be Coinbase, because that's the biased one. Like, I'm biased to the short side on coin, and it's already weak. But Tesla cannot seem to get past 229. It's having some trouble up here. I don't think necessarily it's a Huadunk, but it's something to monitor into a screaming market. Tesla cannot seem to get going yet in this market.
I just want to say thanks so much to Mamoon, right there. Thank you so much for your kind comment there. He said, best live trading ever. Where is that? Right here. Here it is. What's up to Mahmood? Yeah, I mean, we're trading live, and we're putting on real capital, real shares. We are not even trading options. We are trading live, actual shares coming through right now. Holy crap. We are getting elevated. It's Elevation Nation and Hydration Nation. So shout out to everybody on Apple today. If you're on Sticky Note Nation, hit the like button, hit the subscribe. Let's keep it going right now. We're going to go 5 for 5 today. Affirm, Palantir, Uber, Advanced micro devices. Uber was just down to 75 and stopped, so this may be an L. I shouldn't say this is a win. It was, but we didn't take anything out. So let's just wait. Let's be right on Uber. Hopefully it does come down. I don't think there's anything here. Brendan already came up with us. It's kind of a good thing there. Opens an office in Amsterdam. I mean, I don't know. That seems like pretty good news there, especially if they're a Puff Pass company there. So Amsterdam in the building,
but bad.
I guess, oh wow, there goes Affirm as well. Affirm all the way back up. Spin it. Man, we're doing it again right now here today. We're having fun and making money at the same time. That's a recipe for success. And we may not be playing tonight because of air quality. So I'm already a little disappointed.
There's
a lot of sporting events canceled here.
Remind me to show you a website. There's this site that shows you the fog cover, or it's not fog, it's a smoke cover. And it's pretty intense when you look at it over Toronto, especially for this morning. If it doesn't get better, like my sister-in-law,
It's blasted.
they're literally on the border of Quebec. They're not supposed to go outside at all.
Oh,
So,
really?
yeah,
It's that bad.
It's
Okay.
that bad. They're
Don't
supposed
go
to literally
outside.
stay indoors.
This is like
she's
COVID shit.
She's in Deep River, bro.
Yeah,
Like,
I know. She's deep
Like
into
that
it.
is, Deep River is far from where. It's like 6 hours away from here. So
Yeah, it's very far from humanity, but it's good.
it's nice up there though.
Well, it better be. All right, let's go over to Brendo. What's up, Brendo?
Yeah, it's not that.
Did this yesterday, guys, on the Boeing note, negatively. Back to the upside today, though, for SPR, which is Spirit Aerosystems, Boeing's main supplier. Elliott Management reportedly interested in a stake in SPR.
Oh, the
no,
reload
AMD.
on Netflix might drop out here as well. Yeah, some
Yeah,
things are
AMD
pulling
might
back.
drop
We got
out.
to these highs. So Netflix,
Apple,
I
holy
got that dip.
shit.
There it is. That one's going to come out there. Netflix, it made the break. It got to 17. I just put the reload on. It was starting to consolidate down here, but now it's breaking down. So we're down to NVIDIA and Palantir. I did think Coinbase was going to be it for the short, and then it does not hold VWAP. And now it's at the high of the day. If it breaks top, 56 is a level I like for the south side. Obviously, it has to get there first. I'm not guaranteeing that it gets to 56, but I'm promising you if it gets to 56, I'm looking for the short on that one. The other name that's going, breakouts to the left of them, breakouts to the right of them. Volley and Thunder, SoFi, $8. What do we say to SoFi and $8?
Long.
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can.
I
I
don't know.
believe.
I didn't have a line past
Ted
that.
Lasso,
That was-
believe.
You know, I still haven't watched that.
I know. So I mean, I haven't. We started watching it and stopped. I don't.
Yeah,
nothing
I
about it.
should
It's
really get
just
on
we
that
didn't.
show.
We did not watch it. So, well, we've watched it before, obviously. There we go. Okay, finally, let's go, man. I don't know what the hell's wrong with AMD. It's not moving properly. Like we're getting some outs, and then it's just going lower. So I feel like the move is lower on AMD, but we're gonna give it against that bottom of 40 right now. Like we just bought it where we are right now at 56, and it just got out some at 70s there. So I don't know. Let's see. Here it goes again. We're layering some offers. I have another one at 69. Hopefully we get a bump up by somebody and allow this thing to take out. But otherwise, it is downside action. Sorry. On here it goes. The AMD is finished with. You want to go short AMD for sure, I'd say. There goes Apple. We've already taken $1 on this name.
Now Tesla's going.
As it's really starting to go. Affirm is also $1.50 in the money. Like hello. This is going to be a big trade for us as well. And then obviously Palantir, the trade of the day for sure for me, anyways. Well, we have some. I mean, probably Apple's the trade of the day, but Palantir right here, big mover off the open and a good bottom take there. As I know you have Netflix and
I'm out of Netflix. It came back.
Oh, came back. Okay.
But you know
Tesla.
what also came back? It's interesting. Netflix, the second Netflix gave up that support level, maybe Coinbase, which was weak,
goes
started to
AMD
go.
back up again.
But here comes Tesla.
the
It's screaming back to that 229. So 229, it's not a huge level. Obviously, we've already broken past 221. But if you pull all the way back on the daily chart, 229 was like the best close the last time we were here. So I think it's a good level. 230 sets up for a break. How many times am I saying 229 and then I'm anchoring myself to a 230 break? That actually doesn't make any sense.
It'll be all right.
No, that makes absolutely no sense. I was looking at this on the daily chart. Just let me finish the thought. Like the best close on the daily back here was it closed at a 229, then it had some rejection, but it moved all the way up to 238. So why am I anchored to a round number if the area is 229? If I like the long and I want to be dip buying into VWAP, why would I not just long 229 into 230 first? And if it breaks 230, I can cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's a long way of saying I punched 20s long on Tesla. As I was talking it through, I realized that I was looking at 230 because it was a round number, not because it had any significance on its own. So I just scalped some out in front of the 230 level. I'll probably still look at a breakout of that price, or at least holding above that price. Tesla joins the party. It's going nuts. It's going to be, Palantir at $15 was a wall. Palantir at $17 has size. I'm getting out in front of it. And if it's like 5 million shares, I'd at least think about pulling the trigger in the other direction. So NVIDIA going. I'm out of Netflix, into Tesla. What else is running here? I know Play's going, but it's so far that I'd be thinking fade on, what's the real, Dave & Buster's, yeah. I'm thinking fade on Dave & Buster's. It's close enough to that 42 level on the daily that this is a name it just feels like it's too far too fast. I guess a lot of things look like that right now, I suppose.
Hard to disagree with that one. But we went, I mean, so I just faded. I mean, we got stopped out of AMD literally at the bottom right there, and then it ripped all the way. We got stopped out twice at the bottom. Then it ripped all the way back up into the money for us, 50, 60 cents. And I was just like, oh man, if I like the short, I got to take it against VWAP, which is 124.20. So we take that, we get out a little bit, and then we actually like this trade a lot as well. The bangers are in the building today, man. Thank you so much for all the talk there on the chat about Apple and about all that kind of stuff. And then here's a name that was not on the sticky note, but we just destroyed it anyways. Uber to the downside right now. Hopefully it can continue to go. We're just scalping pieces out. Like, this has been such a good day here that, like, look at Affirm, like a little baby name. This is normally something, it's almost at tier level, Neil, by the way, of $20. So
I know.
we're $1.70 right now in the money on Affirm. So this one continuing to work out for us. And we just took some more profits here on Uber as it just hit 70 again. That's going to the downside. And here goes AMD as well to the downside. Where are my bids on AMD? We have one at 50, but let's just put one out at 80 and take that quickly there. Wow, that was a good out at 80. It just, see what I mean? This is really wild today, this AMD, man. It came right back. There it is. Nice move down for AMD. Man, this has been like, honestly, this is a wild day, but we're having a hell of a lot of fun, and I hope you guys are as well, as we are going to go 5 for 5 here today on just a great trading opportunity. The volatility's in there today. We're trading the big names, Tesla, Uber, AMD. They're all right here right now. Play. Neil's in play right now. We've sort of left the small
caps. 42.
Yeah, so.
Well, I wish I left this one alone because I got short in the middle.
Look at Uber.
41.5, and it's now at that 42. Tesla, it broke that 230. I got some out in front of it. It then bounced right back up to that 219 or 229 area. If it can hold that original entry price, I'll look for a reload there. But play screaming into that 42 is move first. Affirm's at 1910. I want that above 19.5 before I look for that one to the south side. Just wanted to get to the actual price. I just heard Brendan. What's up, bud?
Typically something you hear in relation to the mining business with emission credits, guys. But Fisker, this was out after the close yesterday. Fisker coming out saying they're going to get into the emission credits business to help bolster their, I guess, lagging business, as we've all heard. But 8% here. Look at Fisker today, straight to the upside.
Yeah, whatever. I own Fisker as well. Sharif's like, you own Fisker, right? And I was like, yeah, I own Fisker. But we also own AMD, but right now we're short selling it. By the way, look at Uber right now. I mean, this was a name that we gave you guys at 40. We missed it. We took 86s twice, and now it's a nice downside move as we are just, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, we're $1 in the money on Palantir. We've already made $1 and change. We're $1.50 in the money now on Affirm. That might have made its high already. I mean,
that just
checks
curled.
notes about Palantir, man. It's been on here for a hell of a long time. We're taking vacations on this money, baby. 16. That's from someone from the chat today talked about that. Palantir, huge upside move, man. $17. Wow.
Is it at 7? It's not at 17 yet.
Yeah.
16.90. Okay, it's pretty close. I'm putting a trail on that. I'm into play, and I should have just stuck with waiting for Affirm to get above 19, because here comes play. Looks like it's going to make, here comes Affirm. It just got to 1940 and already started its pullback. I wanted it at $20, but it's getting pretty darn close. I might just take that shot at it. I am in play. That one's at 41.77. But Tesla, you know what? I know what happened. I definitely keystroke Tesla there. I had my bids out. Yeah, I put one too many orders there. It made a bounce. I had my bid at 229, never got the fill, and then threw a couple of offers, assuming I was going to get the fill down there. I never got the fill. So I'm now out of Tesla at right in front of 230. That's kind of That's silly. You should never assume you're going to get the fill, but it was coming down there to pick me up at 229, but I never got it. I'm going to get back on that bid at 229. I was looking at too many things at once. I wanted the short on Affirm. I was already in the short on play, and then watching NVIDIA as well. But I'm back into Tesla. I'm giving it just underneath 228.5. I shouldn't have been out of it in the first place. NVIDIA's back to that break-even entry. So it kind of quad-dunked back into here, that 392. It held it once. Oh, there's the curl already. Can't even talk about it first. It just immediately goes to the upside. So wanted to catch the bounce play. We'll give it underneath and see if it has a secondary push in it. I still keep looking at Affirm for one more push into 20. This is one I was waiting for since, I don't know, since it broke like $10, I've been waiting for the 20 level.
Guys, the dollar bandit is in the building right now. Affirm $1.50, AMD $1.10, Palantir $1, and Apple, we've taken dollars on this already today, up to 181. So we have 4 trades today that have gone $1 plus right now. Well, we're trying to get Palantir's already gone $1, so that's true. So 4 trades today that have gone $1 plus in the money now. And the only one that's not part of that club is Uber. And I don't expect this to go $1. In fact, let's get some more out for 25 cents, or sorry, for 20 cents down here at 66. So yeah, they're all trying to go. AMD, what I want to talk about this was, do not be afraid to like switch up your positions, you know? Like we were net long on this name, right? We were talking about the long. Here's the long, made the money long, was really loving it. Then got chopped up right here, decided to flip up the game, and it just tanked with the NASDAQ there. Despite the NASDAQ being green today right here, and still under the 50 period, AMD definitely cruising right there to the downside. So good take there for us on AMD. Good take for Uber. And I'm honestly, yeah, you're right, B. Reggiano.
Another one.
It's another one again right there. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't really trust too much of this, but Affirm is right now looking for 20. This is another dollar bandit name here. $1.60 in the money on this one. Amazon could get looked at for sure. Neil was looking at Rivian earlier. It's not doing anything.
It's not moving.
Yeah, it's sleeping. I was just trying to look at some of these other names that maybe we haven't talked about because.
Oh, size on NVIDIA.
Okay, good.
I just trailed out of NVIDIA here. There was a big size order at 32, so it had just made this bounce. It ticked VWAP. Come to my chart for a second. It ticked VWAP, got up to like 92.5, and someone marketed it down, jumped on the offer at 92. So I trail out underneath, let this one settle down a bit. You're starting to come back in here, and a lot of names are showing some signs of weakness. It's a good-looking chart still for the long, but I don't like that size sticking out there. If it's going to hold, we can allow it to consolidate, maybe break back out above VWAP, but you're seeing that a lot. Play wicked above that 42 level, got me out. It's still looking pretty strong. I do not want to jump right back into it, but this is at that price level where if it's going to turn, it's here or it's at 45. As I said with Affirm, I have not been able to get into this one yet. It's not quite through. 20, when it broke 20 last time, it got to 21. I should actually say that. It's gotten to 21 before. I want to see it push a little bit higher before I look at that short trade. NEO never even sniffed $8 at the open, but it did just tag $7.97. This is a missed opportunity. I said I would offer in front of $8. I offered 98. It went to 97. Now pulling back there. I still like the break on NEO, but I should be short this. 97 is definitely good enough. If it gets up there again, I'll probably start the short at like 96 for a little bit and then add at 97 and 98. Try to get an average price of 98.
Wow. Violent. I mean, this is why we love this game so much, man. I mean, look at AMD all the way back up again. So our stop is still up here at 124.20. So it's really starting to get going right now to the upside. Thank you for that, Alfredo. All right, so we're going to go short AMD. We talked about that. Our Apple is absolutely ripping. Our Affirm is ripping. Palantir just absolutely banging it out now at $17 for Palantir. Hats off to you, my friend. Thank you, Alex Karp. You're making me a very happy dude these days, as is all of our traders. There's some traders behind us that are absolutely murdering this name, so shout out to all you guys as well. Sticky No Nation, long and strong. Let's go over to the big desk for happening now. Thanks for that, Alfredo. Normally, I have no idea what we're going to after 3 years, so it's happening now with Brendo.
Canada just coming through with its latest interest rate decision. Surprise hike here from the BOC. So 0.25% to the upside to 4.75. Again, the forecast was for a hold there, 4.5. This is the Canadian dollar versus the yen right now. Absolutely parabolic. So that just coming through there. Again, the Bank of Canada choosing to go back on the hike train for the interest rates on this side of the border. We'll see what happens as far as the dollar coming up here in the next few minutes. But overall, that's how the market's shaping up right now. 0.25% for the S&P, Dow pretty flat. Once again today, it's the Russell 2000 in charge, 1.3%. Some of the regional banks getting some follow through. 0.4 for the NASDAQ composite, 0.2 overall for the NASDAQ 100. Happening now, brought to you by HUIZ, the stock ticker HUIZ, smart insurance solutions for new generation consumers. HUIZ improved cost efficiency, leading to a 20% year-over-year reduction in operating expenses and a healthy improvement in gross margins to 40%. Scan that QR code. Check huiz.com, H-U-I-Z, guys. Shout out to them. If you're with us pre-market, we touched on a little bit anyway. Dave & Buster's to the upside in a big way. Beats on earnings, beats on top and bottom line. Number of positive analyst moves. Marvell reports they're working with Amazon on a chip development deal. Palantir as well, teaming up with Panasonic with an S, not a Z. Panasonic Energy to the upside. There's play. Just took out day highs at 42 now for Dave & Buster's, guys.
That top wick got me out of play, that little Huadunk down. That's not a Huadunk, but that little dip, that actually got me back into it. I'm short at 41.89. Where'd the position board go? I'm short at 41.89 there. NEO just tagged 96. So it's starting to, you got to 96 again, started to come back in. That happened, it's simultaneous to a couple of other things. One of them, Palantir 17. Tesla got back up to that 30 level. I'm trying to rinse and repeat this one. I did have that keystroke. It's like, whatever, it is what it is. Like, that's not intentional. I mean, get here, but that was not the intent to get out of it. But I did reload Tesla once. I'll try reloading it again. Down 228. Looks like it's holding after that breakout. So NIO just got to the short I mentioned play. I'm out of Palantir. Here we go. As it got to 17 even.
Oh.
Like, NEO got tagged in, got re-entered into play, and then Palantir was the one I didn't get the short on 17. I want to ballpark it that there was about 1 million shares on the offer.
Was there that many?
Well, I got
yeah, there was. I saw it.
I got a really quick look at it.
Yeah,
it was about 1 million shares. That's just a blind guess. It was 5 million plus at 15. So it's not nearly as big of a level, and it's a crazier move to the upside. But I was out in front of 17. I'm not short. I should be short. But at the same time, NEO tagged that 96 order. So I got filled, went over to that stock and missed out on that Palantir. Short at 17. I'm not in it. Wish I was.
Yeah, we're going to test Apple one more time right here. It's right at a level, again, 180. So we'll take a piece and then get a piece out and then try to hold a piece. So that's what we're doing right now with Apple. We just bought some 10s there, whatever that fill was. And now we'll see about it going back up to the upside. Hopefully, there we go. Take some 19s out and then wait to see if that one wants to continue to go. AMD, we shorted it. We just got a piece out right there at the teal. So we're going to watch out for that as we're short AMD at 93 right now. We'll put another bid in the 80s as it looks like it wants to go to the upside. And then on what is a new trade right now for me, I'm going to, and again, we don't want to throw everything back here obviously today, but what about Amazon? Amazon today, pretty weak. You know, making the move back up, trying to looking at this up here, 126.50, 126.60, trying to get a short right around, there it is, so trying to get a short right around here. Let's see if that works. Okay, Apple, I see you, as you're trying to make moves as well. So that's an awesome trade there to get that back in for us on Apple. And then there's the Amazon short. We just shorted it. We should have waited for it because we did take a piece at 26.05 there. But there's the short in, and now Amazon pulls back. Let's take a little piece out on the pullback and see if we can get a little bit more back down into the O's and whatnot off this pull. So there goes Amazon to the downside. We already have the short on this. And yeah, things just really working out for us today. We took Uber down here at 60. That's going to be a good trade. Apple, Amazon, Affirm. Oh, AMD came out. AMD just went to the top side. That came out, but bigger fish to fry right now with Amazon.
Oh, you got to be kidding me. There we go. So Palantir, I was short at 97s for like, I don't know, I don't know, it wasn't even like a minute or something, but it did just break the high. I was in and out very quickly. The high is 05s. I hit offer, I don't know, I thought I hit offer enter up, but apparently I offered out right at 05 and was able to get back in at 02. That's kind of, it is what it is. It's broken out at 17 even. I'm now back in it at 02s, but took like 2 cents on it or something like that instantly. And then now we're coming back to the upside. So Palantir on the 17 break. NEO did not break 8, so that's still holding underneath. Tesla can't seem to get back above 230, but that one's still kind of trending to the upside, so worth monitoring there. Yeah, Palantir started continuing to go. If you go to the day, let's go to the higher time frame now that you've broken 17. I probably need a weekly. That's gonna go. Honestly, it's like I'm not gonna bother pulling back the daily chart far enough. I'm just gonna pull out the weekly chart because I know that's gonna show you right here. So 19 bucks. That's the last time Palantir had any resistance. It was 2021, December in 2021. That's the last time we were here. I'm not saying it goes to 19, but if you're looking at the higher time frame, that's the next level that I think would be like an auto short. If it gets to 19 bucks. That's an automatic short. I don't know if it happens today, next week, whatever, but the 17 break, that was pretty darn quick. Happened really fast. And Tesla now above 230 finally.
Yeah, Palantir just continues to move up here, man. And you just talked about it, so we'll move off something else. But yeah, there it is. We talked about this. It's all over the sticky note today. Palantir, Apple, and AMD. So 3 monster names for me, and we're just going to keep on watching that go. Hopefully go to the upside. Uber's been a great short as well to the downside, but let's find some more names. Talk about finding some more names. I mean, we just gave you this one. Amazon. I still think we can go lower. What are these bids right here? 90s? All right, let's put something in the 90s right now. We wanted to get more shares in the 40s, but that didn't hit. So we'll put a bid at 93 and see if we can grab that right quick on that, and then hopefully it can. But you know what? We're kind of dancing around O's here. Why not? Let's take, that went out at 99. We don't want that. Let's put a bid out here at 04. There it is. We just took that out. I think we got 02s after all that. But let's just see now if we do pull back. I just don't want it to bounce off of 126 too much here. And, you know, but we do have break side down here. We have VWAP. We have the 50 period. We have some support. If that support gives way, then yeah, I do think Amazon gets to 125. So let's hold out for that. We've already cleaned this a little bit through today, and here it comes. Yes, give me that. We were just waiting. Yes, there it is. I mean, we got it. So spin the money again. Wow, what kind of a day? Apple, Affirm, AMD, Amazon, Palantir, Uber. Ring the damn Reggie right now as we're cashing out today. It's been a good day so far. Let's just see if this movement can continue. Apple. Back up to 20. Let's take a piece out on Apple and make them say for Apple. So right now that's what's going on in the background there as putting for dough happens later on. Do you guys have a left-handed putter?
I didn't see one.
You might. Okay, if you do, I'm down for that.
There's definitely a righty one. I saw there was putting in the pre-market already. So we're gonna have a competition.
I'll give up some of my buying power. I have a couple M there, so we'll throw that back over to these guys, and we'll see if we can give them some buying power if Greg allows it.
All buying power does have to go through compliance, just to let that one out there, just in case they're watching.
I think compliance is really going to like that we're rewarding buying power for putting strokes. I think that's. But you know what? I mean, the thing is, man, you can get paid on Live Tour, who apparently everyone wanted to fire their commissioner after that deal, but I think everyone's going to get paid at the end of all this.
Money, when there's that much money, when there's that much money to get made, things tend to get sorted out. So I would assume things get sorted out there.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like I have a friend who's really passionate about the whole like walk back. Like you got to know where money's coming from. He's pissed off. You know Wayne, right? Like he's a big golf guy. And
yeah.
And I'm not big enough into golf to make a judgment.
Tiger Woods turned down $1 billion.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. Bank of Canada raised rates by 25 basis points. We talked about that, so we can look at some Canadian banks or something.
Tiger Woods.
Yeah, Tiger Woods, y'all. Yeah, it turned down. Yeah, and Rory McIlroy turned out $800 million. So there we go. TD Bank moving today, but not really caring too much about that interest rate. So let's just stay in our lane and just continue to crush what we're doing.
I had a thought I was about to say, and then
right now Affirm
Tiger billion
19. Yeah, well, even Rory 800 million. There's a couple other big names too. Scheffler 500 million turned down.
Principal is priceless.
Yeah, well, Principal is useless at this point in PGA. So those guys, the PGA. I mean, we can go on and on for that.
Yeah, let's go to the market for. Because I had a thought here. Palantir, it broke 17, it got to 10, it bounced back off 17 again. I did reload it, but this is, I don't want to say it's running out of steam, but there's a lot of sellers 10 to 15, so I've been sort of scalping out at this top end of the range. As usual, when it goes 16 to 17, I shorted at 17, and then was out of it right quick. NEO, I forgot to mention NIO here. It did pull back off that 8 level, but cannot seem to get past 790. I am scalping some out there in front. Now, obviously, this one is another uptrending name here. Tesla is through, but not, like, yeah, it's through 230. But it's not really running away from 230 just yet. And the market is pulling back in. I wanted coin short, and it doesn't want to go to the level I want. Not a lot of moves here happening in coin. But one name that was super strong that's starting to go here, okay, maybe it's continuing. The right word would be continuing to go because after yesterday. So back above the 50 is Intel. I have a weird gap on my chart, but you can see the 50 period at 3060. And right now approaching yesterday's high. This is a big level on Intel, that 3140. 2 days in a row, it's been resistance. So if it gets through that and maybe breaks out like at 50 to 60, I think that could be along with a 40 stop, but it's into the zone where I would be looking for a curl. I just don't want to jump in on the front end. The only short that I'm in that is not NEO, because the Palantir short didn't last very long, is Dave & Buster's. Dave & Buster just made another run at 42. I got in the front end, silly, stopped out at 42. Fail 42. If you like 42 as a level, or you like any level, I always talk about this, just easier to get against the grain after it's shown you that the level matters. So it hadn't really shown me that, and I got out in front of it and stopped out. Now we're back into it. Now it's showing you some sellers at that price. I have not taken anything out, and it's giving me some reasons to in the low 40s. So I'll get a bid down there now on play, Dave & Buster's.
Yeah, I see all you guys talking about Softy there. Shout out to everybody. What's up to DJ? What's up to Corey Waters? What's up to Jesse? Judicial Tyranny. What's up to you? What's up to Thomas as well? Everybody that's joining us for the first time. Success is inevitable.
Tyranny.
You're right about that one.
Oh my God.
Right now, I'm not stopping. I mean, I don't stop till success. And right now, Amazon downside. We're almost at 400,000 subscribers, so please try to hit that up if you can. We've definitely destroyed Apple today. It's been a great trade. We'll try it one more time though down here as it's trying to bounce off 180 again. There it is. So there it is. So that's it. We tried it at 03. It just broke. We're out of Apple. Really no skin off our back on that one.
Palantir's turning.
Yeah, everything's turning, man. We're now $1, almost $1 in the money on Amazon. The dollar bandit is cooking it up again. And there goes Palantir, yeah, just turning off 17.10, looking to make a move to the downside right now. We're gonna hold out on Palantir. I want to still stay long on this. We only have a small piece left of it, so that's all good. But look at Amazon, guys. We just gave this one to you. So you want some trades, man. Yeah, someone said in the chat they missed the memo on the shirts. Yeah, because if you had the blue shirt on today, then you got the bangers right there. So it's a good day so far. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. And again, thank you for watching. Make sure you hit the like and the subscribe and become a member of this ever-growing community. You know, we're not trying our best. We are doing our best and giving you the best trading show, period. I'm still waiting for someone to send me a live trading show that can compare to this. So if you have one, please send it to me at TraderTV Sean. Better late than never.
Exactly. That's what it's all about here. I said out of the corner of my breath there, Palantir broke back and beat that 17. I was telling you there was some weakness on it up at 17.10. I had reloaded a couple of times in the long at 17. I'm now out of it when it broke back beneath. So no more Palantir. For me, at least for now, it could easily hold VWAP or something like that, but that was way too much of a reverse. Play just gave it up. So one came back in, Neo's still holding out, but Play ran the top again. So that'll be my dog this morning was Dave & Buster's that got to that 42 level. Risk to reward, I'm going to say it was definitely there because a pullback can give you that 40 level if it's gonna make a pullback, but it did not. Market wants to roll over. I was just saying Intel was at that zone, and then Play made the move, Palantir made the move, right to get out of Palantir. But I just said Intel's at the price where you look for the short trade. It's already pulled back 25 pennies. So while I was getting out of Palantir, Intel made that move. I'm not going to chase it down here.
Holy
it's
shit.
Still an upward trend. Let's look for that 31.30 level. Tesla's holding up, at least for now. But I don't want to say that Tesla is as strong as I was anticipating off this 230 level. Like it just didn't seem to want to go. So it's been pretty solid, you know, going off of VWAP here in the breakout into that 230. It's giving you that dollar range a couple of times. But there's really no carry through above that 230 level just yet. It's going to need some strength maybe in the market, which just turned red, by the way. NASDAQ just turned red.
Yeah, that's what I mean, we've been going short for days here, just for today. But, you know, Amazon now joins the Dollar Bandit Club as well, as that makes that move down. So, you know what I mean? Like, there it is. You know, we just posted this on Twitter. Under the 50 period, under the 200, under VWAP. Down on the day. That's the trade that we're looking for over and over again, and that's the trade. It just came out, so please make sure you do follow me. Look. I mean, and then look at this too. I'm not even. I mean, we could tweet this one out as well. Like, this is just what's been happening. I'm taking Friday off, and I'm already thinking about coming back in. This has been a fantastic week, a fantastic little run as we've adjusted our strategies and. Yeah, now today we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 for 6. I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. And the only name that we gave some back on here, AMD, is, made that move to the upside. It's kind of been back and forth here a little bit. You don't need to trade this many symbols. So that's the one thing that, little bit shady on that, right? So probably too many symbols traded, but when you're winning on them all, you're winning on them all. It's just you want to try to stay a little bit focused. We'll take, and that's why we have only 3 names on the sticky note here today, right? All right, let's just see. We take a short here against 124.20 on AMD. Let's see if that wants to work. I'm not sure it will.
I see. Brad has something prepared. I don't have it on my board yet, guys, but I'll set it up. He has a treat that I like, but I have to set it up first. The team is always tirelessly working to make sure we get better graphics,
well, they are now.
new graphics, and fun. So it is looking pretty solid. Neo just bounced off 90 again and right back up to that 8 level. So 8 breakout is still in play for NIO. As the market comes back in, it actually holds up some strength here. If it breaks 8, I am looking for the reversal into the long. I said that sort of all along, but I am going to reload this one in front of that 8 even. I have 96s now. I'm looking for 97, 98, 99. Those good price lists. Tesla's still holding fort. Intel just made a bounce, so it looks like it does want to hold the bid. But there's another chip name that was in the long in NVIDIA earlier. The first long off VWAP was good, got a little greedy, but I did stop out the second time through. NVIDIA trying to hold. If they can get back above VWAP and make a double bottom, then that comes back in as a long. Look out below if it breaks underneath.
Here's an old one, an old animation that people are asking for on the chat as well. There's the hot dog cannon. And I mean, look what just happened right now on AMD. It's hot dog cannon time for AMD. I mean, you fire those off in the crowd. You hope you don't get hit with one in the face. Nice move to the downside right there for AMD as we're capturing a little bit of profit. And there it comes right back up again. Amazon, of course, we just took the dollar on that one as well. So we'll just face slap ourselves on what's been happening today. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day today. But I'd be remiss not to say congratulations to everybody behind us. They absolutely destroyed today. So thank you to everybody behind us. Great job there. You're going to have Yannick on the Midday show today as well. He's going to talk all about his trading. That should be a lot of fun. There goes AMD. We just shorted this bad boy again, so we just talked about that. Amazon's $1 and Affirm. We're just holding out on this one. I mean, that bounced off 20. I don't think we're... I mean, if we get there, we get there, but Affirm's still at $1 in the money as well.
Well, it didn't quite get to 20.
It didn't quite get to 20, no. So we'll have to...
That's my only excuse.
We'll have to wait on that one. We'll have to wait on that one. But what a good day it's been today, guys.
1940, definitely. I mean, it's not close enough, but it's definitely an impressive run for Affirm. Intel is right back up to that top. Here's the double top for you. Give it 10 cents. That's about the risk I want on this one. R&R is going to set up pretty decently there. VWAP sits 20 to 30 cents lower. As I think we're going to Brennan.
We are. Small cap recap.
Hey guys, brought to you by Hui's, the stock ticker HUIZ, smart insurance solutions for next generation consumers. Hui's improved cost efficiency, leading to a 20.2% year-over-year reduction in operating expenses and a healthy improvement of nearly 40% in gross margins. Check out their 23 Q1 earnings report. QR code bottom right will get you to that. Let's go. A ton of small cap movers to discuss here this morning. This one, top of the list so far, Farm Bros & Co. This is a food processing company, up better part of 62%, looking to retest the high there. 320 was a bit of a problem the first time around. New deal announced to sell part of their business. So YEXT Another one a lot of people talking about, just broke 13. Hasn't looked back since on huge volume, back to the upside after earnings. Coming in line with expectations, but still better than expected as far as their forecast is concerned. Stitch Fix as well, still a small cap. 35.5% here off earnings, as we mentioned, better than expected Q3 sales. For SFIX, Microvision, 2 or 3 day runner here, topped out above 750, has come back into where we were yesterday so far for MVIS. Higher than expected volume today, or higher relative volume, I should say, once again, for MVIS. UNFI, another one, downside in a big ways. Their earnings missed estimates, forecast cut as well for UNFI, guys.
Just so many names to trade, man. I mean, at least you stepped into play today.
Me.
Yeah.
No, I'm pissed off about play.
I know.
No, play's my worst stock, and it's the only one that I wasn't planning on trading before the market, right? So like it broke and went $6. So I'm not gonna argue going toward a stock that makes a move like that. It was in play. That's not pun intended. So it's obviously in play today, and that's the day you're going to do it. However, instead of looking for the setup, I knew I was looking for a firm up at 20, and I would argue that it was close enough that I could have put the trade on. But I went to play. There's like twice I get wicked out of it. It still has a chance that it might make the move to the downside. Come to my chart for a second, guys. Oh, that's no problem. Yeah, so it still has a chance that it makes that move. There you go. But I took my two shots at it. Big range on it, obviously. I was able to get NEO in here,
Short
and
Amazon,
obviously, if you look at
126.30.
Affirm, like Affirm is now dumping. That's all I'm getting at. It's just that the plan of action was to fade Affirm
just shorted
in front of the $20 level, and you can see what's happening is Affirm now like $1, and play not really moving. NEO did make that dip. It's now now it's getting close to VWAP, so we're gonna make sure we want to get this one out. I have no idea if this is gonna work. You can't hear it.
Yeah, they could hear it. It says, "Who's the man I am?"
Pete Weber, if you've never seen the clip, the guy is an absolute legend. He's basically everything that you would want out of a trash talker, but he happens to be a bowler.
Yes.
I'm not a good bowler myself, so you would not see me do any Pete Weber trash talk, but I love that line. He was trying to say some other ish, and he was talking smack to somebody that was just sitting in the crowd, and then he wins some kind of bowling title that I'd never heard of, and then that happened.
Yeah, I'd hit that if I had it, but we'll just do the hot dog gun for Amazon right now. $1.50 in the money right now. We could do another one, but that's, it's obvious. We're given other ones. So right there's another one for us right there. Amazon, we just put this on. You want to talk about just putting something on? What? Right now? Let's just go on this one, man. Let's just get going on this. We talked about it earlier. Remember I said we were going long the last couple days and what we wanted to do today? I mean, there it is, man. We're taking this, we're taking names, we're doing a whole bunch of stuff here today. It's been a good one. Look at AMD. See ya. This is Dollar Bandit Club. I mean, AMD just joined it right now. So hopefully that can continue to make that move to the downside. And there it goes right now, AMD. So that's another good day. We're up more than we were yesterday already. It's 10.25. That's good. Palantir making the move down. Amazon now $1.70 in the money. The only thing that we've screwed up is not holding things long enough. So that's that. I mean, you guys want to talk about a name. Neil talked about Play not being on his radar. Neither was Uber for me. And Uber right now, again, another one. Here, we could do that for this one. Another one there for Uber because that one just continues to go. Thank you so much, Rob, for that. We got Hydration Nation. Remember, we weren't feeling that well? We still ain't. We still ain't. That's proper English, in case you guys were wondering. We still ain't, but this is making us feel a little better right now as this is making that move to the downside now. So golf this weekend is on you, Amazon, so thank you for that. And then now we can take Ubers for a while as well, as that is now in the money, and that continues to make new lows here on Uber. So yeah, man, this has been a good day. We're going to go 7 for 7 here.
Oh, Palantir's already at VWAP. So I'm out of Tesla. That's the last long that's managed to hold out there. It was bouncing nicely off VWAP and giving you the 30. I keep getting rid of this wick. It keeps coming back. It's like the cat. It won't go away. I'll clean it up at some point. If we can manage to hold, I think you're looking at 226 if there is a last-ditch effort. I am seeing, here's what it is. Intel, a little bit too slow on the curl. If you got the short, congratulations to you. It's already starting to fade off here a little bit. And then Palantir, as I was saying, at VWAP now. As it got to 17, that was the out. There was resistance up there. I wasn't quick on the reverse. I was on Neo at the time. But it's still a bit of an upward trend. Here's where the NASDAQ sits. It's on the lows. Yesterday's lows, not quite there yet. Overnight lows right now. If it's going to bounce, okay. The only name I see that's still holding on to VWAP is Palantir. Maybe not Tesla. We're going to go to Brennan in a second. But Palantir making a nice bounce off VWAP. If it can solidify here, this one might not be dead. But 17 gave that one up pretty darn quickly. Brendo?
Just reading, guys, the interest rate in this country, now the highest in 22 years, if anyone is keeping score. Heads up on Marvell, just made a day low there. Lynx, which is currently apparently working with Amazon on basically what they're rumored to be switching over to Marvell for, coming out with their own statement saying, hey, last we checked, we still have a contract with them. So Marvell downside again.
I might be literally the luckiest set of fills on Marvell of all time, because honestly, like if you just look at my chart, it's actually, and it's not blind luck, but it was basically blind luck, because it held 62. I got long on a 50 break, and once it went $1, I just took the dollar out, and then Brennan came back saying pump the brakes on that news, and I put a trailing stop at the even and got filled on it, and that was pretty much it. Like that's all she wrote on the stock. I like this to the short side yesterday, and this was at 60 bucks. So when it broke 60, I was shorting it. If it bounces off 60, I suppose support can turn into resistance on this one. But that was kind of fortunate on not Palantir. I'm thinking about Palantir because that VWAP, but that was kind of fortunate over there on Marvell. But that's why you have to understand what the news is. That's why Brennan is there bringing you live news and giving you the updates, because otherwise you could just be sitting there thinking it's got a positive catalyst and everything is rosy. When they quadunked it.
Yeah, they sure did quadunk everything,
coin.
and we didn't. I know you got some lucky fills there, but we've been sort of pretty lucky on AMD. But I feel like we've been really trading this well. We went long, then all these purples are shorts, and now we're just cashing out right now. It's been a big day for us here today, so I want to thank everybody for watching. Please hit the like, hit the subscribe, and if you don't want to do it,
like and subscribe today.
and Kat's going to do the hola and the point right at you. I'm going to say what's up. I see my brother-in-law's in the chat there. We're going golfing, and we're going to the Jays game, so it's going to be a good one. This has been a lucky little Jays troll that we've had here from World Series, so we'll give that a little rub and see if we can get a victory there. And we don't have to worry because we don't have Manoa on the hill, so that should be a good one there. He may be done for a while. I don't know if he comes back this year. We will wait.
He'll be back this year.
You think so?
Roy
was 95 days.
I want to say after the All-Star break. If I had to make an
that's 3
educated
months.
guess, some point after the All-Star break, he'll come
he's
back.
got to perform, right? So he's got to start getting some outs in single A first. Okay.
They run some
Affirm, still there. We'll wait for that to see if that can say anything. Do we have another trade though? I mean, that's really what we're talking about.
Neo's bouncing VWAP.
right now. Yeah, the
So's
dollar.
bounce here.
Yeah, the dollar bandit. Affirm, AMD, Amazon, Uber, still making moves to the downside. I'm looking at Apple maybe. I mean, Apple's been again. Apple's the #1 stock here today, so we'll continue to look at that. There it is, Apple. Again, long, no problems. You know, long out once it breaks 180. That's part of the plan there, but it is bouncing right now off 179 with a little bit of a bottom wick there. So that's, you know, that could be something there as we watch out for Apple. I think if you want to take a long, this is probably a good opportunity to do that on Apple. But we're just watching everything just continue to bleed, man. AMD's making new lows as we speak. Amazon, I mean, this is a big play for me, honestly, Amazon. Actually, Amazon's the #1 stock now as that continues to make moves to the downside as well. But I'm really debating if that's still AMD. I think an Apple long off 179, you know, Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur down there at 179. We'll put a bid. If it comes back in, we'll take a long around 179. May have missed it for now, but let's go. Yeah, Bryson DeChambeau thinks PGA Tours players got shafted. Yeah, duh on that one. All right, let's just watch AMD 125. If it breaks, we may get out and then just watch out for that one. This name could get violent if the market goes back up to the upside. Let's take $1 on AMD. We'll spin the money on that one if it breaks too much above 123. Sorry, not 125. And then we'll get out of that one. But it's a good trade for AMD as we go over to Brendan at the big desk with happening now.
Crypto. I just got into coin short. Crypto, isn't it?
It should be, yeah.
All eyes on regulatory headlines this morning, guys. SEC, all the rage the past couple of days here. Treasury Secretary Yellen on CNBC this morning commenting, essentially saying, I support U.S. regulatory oversight over crypto to protect consumers and investors. So sharing essentially what everyone already knew in that sense. From the CFTC then, crypto regulation here has become a political debate and a turf battle between the SEC and the CFTC. So we'll keep an eye out on anything further that comes through on that sense and front. BTC, meanwhile, what a move it was, back higher yesterday, late in the day, late in the equity session anyways. 27 gets taken back to the upside and then right back down again this morning. Here we are back to essentially session lows, but still positive overall in the 24-hour period to the tune of about 2.5. Ethereum, same story, 1.18, 1850 trying to hold key level once again for Ethereum. As you guys were saying, yeah, Ripple having a nice day there, 2.25 to the upside. Everything else on this board, pretty red so far.
Get into coin. That move that you just saw underneath 2,700, 27,000 on Bitcoin. Coinbase got underneath VWAP there, so it's looking for the consolidation under. As long as if Bitcoin isn't breaking back out, and we can hold underneath VWAP like that 5280, then I want to be net short this into the low. It's not 56 because it never got to 56. Palantir may have just made its test of VWAP a couple of times here, so I waited for it to bounce. At least we're patient with that one. So it bounced first, and then sort of the long above. So that's 1657. That's where I want to get out of that name. I still think there can be you could break this and then a long could set up somewhere else. But for now, I want to give it to that. Coin already starting to run. I guess coin's going to move to the beat of its own drum. I got the short. I don't want this thing breaking out VWAP. It was not a good short yesterday unless you were in the pre-market. So for 2 days in a row, there has not been follow through on the south side of Coinbase. I guess they like it. Like they're supporting it. I'm saying they, but and the market's supporting it above $50. And it is worth mentioning, it doesn't have to follow what's going on in crypto. There is I think there's some kind of a disconnect between what's happening with Coinbase and Binance and the actual tokens. But for now, Coinbase catching a bit of a bid without Bitcoin. On top of that, I do think what's going on in Binance is a little bit worse. But that doesn't matter. We can't really trade that.
Yeah, I mean, you could trade Binance coin, but,
well, yeah,
that's not going to be affected on the equity market. So
I think if they were really doing some of the allegations that they said,
I feel like it's just a house of cards everywhere, man. I mean, unfortunately, that's going to suck for a lot of people, and it might be a hard landing, but,
reminds me of what happened with marijuana.
Yeah, kind of.
Remember when, I'm not putting a tinfoil hat on, but if you guys remember when like banks wouldn't touch cannabis money, and there was like the unwritten rule, like, okay, and then it got a little bit more formal at some time, but it feels like that. Like there's this crackdown that's happening. I'm not saying it's coming from the banking sector. I'm just sort of implying that.
That's not really even tin hat. I mean, a lot like Jamie Dimon, a lot of these guys have come out and
they've
spoken against this. So.
And exactly, it is what it is.
Yeah, it is what. I mean, that's always been the battle with crypto, right? Is that
Palantir's coming down.
People are always stating you got to let this thing play out. And I mean, I'm losing a little bit of patience with all that. But again, like when you're starting to buy Ethereum at $200 and $300. A lot of people could say right now, oh, crypto's done. But like my first Cardano purchase was like 4 cents. It went to $4. Like when you're looking at some of these Bitcoins and people are buying them at $6 grand, $7 grand, it does suck from where we've come from because we were so high. That's the problem. Yeah. But even then, I actually sent out a tweet yesterday here. I think I did anyways. I don't know. I sent out too many tweets probably. Where is it right here? No, that's yesterday. Oh, this is China yesterday on that. But here, this is what I was looking at here. So perfect timing, actually. Comparing coin IPO versus Bitcoin. If you dropped $1,000 in Coinbase on their IPO, you'd have 2.5 shares worth now $133. So $1,000 into 133 minus 86%. If you bought Bitcoin at the same time, which was the Bitcoin high, you would have bought at that point 0.15 Bitcoins. And that would have been worth now today $419,000. So or $419, $419,000. Wouldn't that be nice? Right there. So, it's bad, but even then, equity markets seem to be taking it on the chin, especially some of these names. All right, there's Apple. Apple just came back in, so we waited for this level to come in. So now we'll have to get some out if we can. But we're watching out for that 179. story. It's 178.90. That little wick bottom, that's what we're playing off here for Apple. Let's see if it holds it. We're net short everything, man. I mean, Amazon's $3, $2 bandit. Multiple dollar bandit right now. We talked about So's bandits, or the wet bandit yesterday. So's bandits, we were part of that as well back when I started. And now we're the dollar bandit club. $2 on Amazon, still making the move to the downside. And let's see if we can get $1 on Apple. Yeah, right. I'll be scalping this out ASAP, guys.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like Palantir tried at the VWAP there. No dice. 16, 17, nothing at 16.50 in the middle. So we did take the bounce trade long. We're going to stop out underneath. I'm back in a coin because it just came right back under VWAP there. So it's setting right back up. I still want to be net short that unless Bitcoin breaks out. This is where I want to be. I do not want to be long that stock. I'm going to keep taking my shots at it. Dave & Buster's is, I'm not even sure why it's showing this much strength, but it is. So lo and behold, this is Dave & Buster's. It's still at 42. So this is the right price area. Like, waiting for 42. 42 is holding. The market's now breaking lower. It's still setting up. The way I always say is, if a trade sets up, you should take it. Make sure you think about it sober. Don't revenge trade it. I got out of it. I've been out of it for like 30 minutes now, and it is still holding right here, 42 to 42 and a half. So if it breaks down underneath 42, I am going to go for the short here one more time. As I said, on that wick exit out of coin, if something does this, like it comes right back to being valid, I'm jumping right back in the trade. I like this for a Huadunk, not necessarily a scalp trade. But Coinbase, there could be news any moment. That's sort of the other thing outside of it too. So here comes play. It's making a run at the high of the day. What I look for is a fail through the high and then a pull back in. It's got to show me the failure first, then I'm going to jump and give it back to the high. The NEO broke VWAP as well. I was not reversing into the long on NEO. Still going to hold on to that one to the south side. I don't think it gets all the way to the bottom, but I said that about the long yesterday, and it got all the way to the top. So I was kind of wrong about how big the move would be in NIO, although it was a good long. I'm not sure we get all the way to the low here on NIO, but I am going to trail this if we touch 770.
I was just about to say that, yeah, good. I mean, NIO is a great trade there. Uber's now $1 in the money. So that's going to be hopefully a good trade for us moving forward. But we just got out of Apple. So what we were going to say when we came back, unfortunately, it just broke. And broke did it break? I don't know. We got out at 94 there. So I guess it didn't break after all. Is this the right play now for me? Probably. Just to take this, get back in now. I don't think we broke. I'm not sure we broke at all there on Apple. So we got out. I don't know why we got out, but it must have broke and triggered. So we did get out of Apple, but we're back in it now. Maybe we're wrong again on this play. We don't want to do this where we're, like we keep saying this over and over again every day, but we're like kind of like you throw money after money after money, and then at some point it's like you wind up losing everything you made because you're just not focused on the right economic indicators or whatever your plan of action is. So we'll just, okay, well, now we're on it again. There goes Apple, right back up to the upside. What I'm getting at is like, the reason why Palantir's come back in for me, it's 10%. It's almost like it doesn't exist on my blotter. I'm focusing on other things here. Like Amazon is $2.50 in the money. Apple is 15 cents now. That's crazy that we got stopped out, but the good thing is we actually punched in more shares. So that was actually good. We actually have more shares now than we did the first time. As there goes Apple right back, okay.
Netflix is at 410.
Come to the party, man. Netflix is a ripper.
No,
too,
sorry.
probably.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It's probably
it's at 4. No, someone said Netflix 410 in the chat. I'm like,
high, no?
dude, it's at 404. I was like, how is it 410? No. Because I was just looking at it. It was at 404. So that Netflix, I did reload it at 413. It just bounced close to 400. Okay, so this is, if it gets down to 400, I mean, that's like a go zone if it gets to 400. It has to get down there. Someone said 410, and I'm like, no, there's no chance it just bounced $5 in the last minute. But I'm back in a coin. NEO, that just lost my train of thought. I'm going to talk about another stock, and I lost my train of thought there. So when looking at Netflix, big time reversal on Netflix. What the hell was it? Oh, it was Dave & Buster's. As the market continues to go higher, it's my worst stock today, but obviously, you got to be able to look at it. It just made another press as the market made the fresh low. If it's going to give up this level, like that push into 43, if that's not it, then to me, it's never going down. VWAP retrace still gives you $41 and change. Now that I say it, it's probably not going to give me any fills at 42.5. I'm basically all net short. The market's at a support level at 14.5, but I'm not really seeing a heck of a lot that I like for a bounce play. You could look at Tesla, and that wick's still there, 225, 226, but that's $2 away. I don't really like that one too much there. Play, you could argue, has some strength in it. Alibaba was a name that we're going to be looking at to the south side. That's actually holding up some strength here with a higher low. If Bob was at 85, I think that'd be a go zone. But 85.50 is too much risk to put up.
I keep getting out of Apple, but I'm kind of with you. Like, I mean, right now it's all about the risk and reward in this market. Like, is the risk to the upside or to the downside? I mean, that's part of what we have to try to figure out here, right? Is that where is the market going, and do we have the right names? Well, Apple, this is going to look like a nightmare, but it's actually a great trade because you know, the money's been coming in on these Apple long at 179. You guys could say like you're only scalping 20 cents. You would be accurate if that was correct. But we'll try to hold on for a little bit more on that one. Amazon, I mean, I know we really like this name. I'm going to use this teal here to get out. I don't know if the market's going to continue this move, but this is a big boy trade. And we're already $2 in the money on this one as it continues to flush. So I feel like we've respected this the whole way. So let's just try to watch it one more time. 124.40. So you know where my stop is on this? 126.60. Sorry, 126.60. No, it is 126.60. What am I talking about? 126.60. So our risk was 30 cents. We're 250 in the money right now. So that's an 8Xer right there on the risk to reward. So that's going to be a good trade. I had to double check my out there. I was like, is it really 126? And we're 250 right now. So this is going to be a good trade for us. Look at, you want to know what my stop, I mean, I'll just tell you what my stop is. My stop on Uber, $40.11. So that is stop on Uber, 25 cents, and now that's $1 in the money too. So that joins the dollar club as well. But someone who's there doing hard work for us every single day is Brendo over at the big desk.
Surprisingly, when you see this board, you'll wonder why the market is not green, because there's a lot of green on this board so far, 0.12 right now. For the S&P, all coming really from the healthcare group and some of the software names within the tech sector, also providing some negative pressure. But you can see nicely positive elsewhere, including some of the industrials back to the upside today, energy stocks back to the upside. Within the tech group, the semiconductors leading as far as strength is concerned. These are all the hardware names, not a single one of them in negative territory so far today. Banks initially strong, starting to see a little bit of weakness again. MasterCard and Visa both notably weak there. Communication services, utilities, and material stocks making up the rest of the gains. Earnings name up there, CBP, as I jump into that group. But overall, it is as mixed, guys, for the S&P as you're going to see it.
You know, obviously, we always talk about the NASDAQ. And so it's easy to look at big cap tech and, you know, sometimes you lose sight of other things that are happening. I want to get to Caterpillar right quick because Caterpillar is right at a monster level on the daily. It's breaking out right now, 232. If you go back to the last big red candle, because it just made a big move to the upside, that's just as large, 234 is that resistance on the daily chart for Caterpillar, and it's just been screaming up. So if it breaks from here, I could definitely see a 234. The other thing that is on my mind, I was going to mention Pfizer, but Caterpillar actually more interesting. Yeah, it feels like this is going to be the level for play. It just made one more push to the upside. And as the market bounces, on this bounce, if the market bounces off this low, on that bounce, I want to look to hit that last fade. I am in Coin, which just got back into VWAP. I was going to mention to you guys Pfizer. Coin did the over-under at VWAP, and I'm always like, yeah, what's that thing? Oh, yeah, the over-under. Sometimes off VWAP, to trade, if you like to short, is to play it, allow it to get over, put your stop above instead of stopping at VWAP. I usually prefer it that way. That's why I'm going to start playing it again on Coinbase. And then Pfizer was the other one I want to point to. There is some relative strength in this name as well. The high of the day, 39. That is a wall the last couple of sessions. So I got a high there a couple of days ago, 39 break imminent. Your 50 period sits at 39.20. suffice to say, I like a breakout today on Pfizer if it can go. Not usually a day trading stock, but relative strength is what it is, and this has been climbing to the upside the whole way.
This market, it just continues, man. I mean, sometimes you got to get a little lucky here to, be on the right side of things for sure. I mean, it's just, like the fact that we didn't even have Amazon written down there, but it barcoded a little bit, and then the market fell. So, do I not have? Oh no, that's what I was going to do. That's what I was doing, and I was looking at this and kind of zoned out there. 124.25 right there and out. So that's what I was going to do. 124.25. We'll just put that. Make sure we don't have another stop. We don't. So this should trigger. This is what we're doing. I want to bid down here at 123.60. I just saw. Don't tell me. I was bidding 66. Okay, went to 74. We just took Mario Lemieux, so we're going to wait for that. 123.75. I mean, if we could take $3 on this trade, I mean, that's pretty good. So we're going to do that. And why are we getting out here? I mean, it's just, we're right into this level of 123.50. I mean, I feel like we could hold that. And if we do, then, just capture some profit. We don't have a huge position on right now. It'll take my mind away from other things, but this is going to be a good one. The 5-minute just continues to bleed down. Here's a 20-minute chart on Amazon. This is the 200 on the 20 is right here at 50. So it kind of coincides with a couple levels there. So I don't mind this. I don't know why I don't have the 200 period on this 20-minute chart. I feel like it's disappeared. Well, you should have it there. So here's my E-signal chart right down there to 60. So if we do get this bump down, we do want to make sure we take that. So that's going to be a level of concern there. Do we just get filled on something? Oh, yeah. Apple again. Like, this stock, man, I don't know, Neil. I don't know if you're looking. I know you're in a lot of different names. But like, Apple off 179,
there's another
180.
stock I'm looking at now.
Keeps on going. Yeah. Oh, no. There's so many stocks here. We're in 5 names. Excuse me. Palantir, Uber, Amazon, Affirm, and Apple. And yeah, I'm taking tomorrow afternoon off and then Friday off. We'll see if we can get some rest this weekend. And but hey, if this air quality doesn't improve, it just smells like a campfire out there right now. So shout out to all of our friends all throughout.
I think
this
on that site
world.
you can check in advance on that site.
Yeah, they're going to set it up. They did not cancel games last night, but they've already sent emails out that they are all over it. So shout out to High Park and keeping everybody healthy and safe. So,
but you have to.
I still want to play a game. I mean, we love it. We're 6-1-1, so it's a good start. It's because there's some new coaching this year.
Yeah, you gotta sometimes in with the old, out with the new.
Congratulations!
All right.
You were mentioning Apple there. I just got into Netflix, so that was
good. Yeah, like
that was sort of what I was talking about. Like that 400 on Netflix, it did not get to 400, but it just bounced off 402. I'm looking for the bounce play as the market. This is the NASDAQ. Let me just quickly show you the NASDAQ bouncing off of the second. So Friday's low, double bottom on the NASDAQ was 14,470. It's making a bounce. In front of that, I want to look for bounce plays, scalp plays. I'm not saying everything goes back to VWAP or anything like that. It's a pretty precipitous fall to the downside. But I'm going to take the first shot on this curl, 42.75. The risk is almost exactly $1 to the low of the day. That's 41.70, so I guess it's $1.15 or something like that. We get back to 404. I'll take the first out there in front of 404, so about 1-to-1. I'm not saying VWAP. I just want to see a retracement, maybe to the 5 to 7 level. We'd put a trail in if it got to that price. I only have Coin and Neo to the short side because I guess Play hasn't really filled me again, which might be a good thing because Play's my worst stock today. Dave & Buster's, it's now barcoding. Oh, it's really sitting this out. Yeah, it's definitely sitting this one out as the market tries to head lower, but I think it's going to come in at some point. The more it holds this level without continuation, I could see it going to the to VWAP here. I'm not catching what you guys are saying in your ear, so I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to.
I'm not saying anything in my ear.
Okay.
I think they're just talking with Brendo. But are we supposed to go to Brendan? We can't. We don't know. We're good?
I think we're
Alfredo?
good. That's on me. It is. We're supposed to go to Money Talks.
It's 10. We knew it was 10:50, so.
It is 10:50.
All right, let's go
Money
talk about
talks.
money. I think the important thing that we're going to look at right now, and Brendan's got all over this, Canada interest rate. Let's go see what the U.S. dollar is all about with Brendo with Money Talks.
They rose.
Yeah, surprise move, guys, as we mentioned there from the Bank of Canada. After 2 in a row, pausing, they go up a quarter point here to 4.75 on interest rates in this country. Crazy. The highest rate in this country, the highest benchmarks in 22 years. So I was just saying to Mark here, I wouldn't want to be house shopping right now, that's for sure. The dollar overall a little bit weak, downside 0.17, back below that 104. It's kind of been chopping around back and forth. This is actually the Canadian dollar on the chart here. We did get a pop on the announcement initially, back through to recent highs, but we are pulling back, still positive on the session versus the US dollar, 0.34 back to 74.8. The euro also positive on the day, 0.13, 0.36 there for the British pound. It's been on a 2 or 3 day run back to 124.7. Otherwise, pretty mixed right across the board. Once again, Turkish lira downside to the tune of 7%, but everything else in line with what we've been discussing. Another interest rate hike, guys, for us.
On a low of day is my stop on Netflix. Not $1 lower. Well, it's $1 from where I'm in, but not 400.
Not a penny lower.
Not 401. This bounce is low of day. Like, to me, 400 is going to hold. That 400 bucks is $3 away. So I'm going to play against the grain on a bounce play the same way I'd give it to if it was a short, I'd give it to the high of the day. If it's a long, I give it to the current low of the day. And then I'll look for another bounce. And if it bounces off 400, I probably like that a little bit better than the bounce here at that 402 level. Coin's starting to go. Plays not really setting up the way I would like.
No, I'm canceling my Amazon.
NVIDIA, my goodness. Yeah, there hasn't been any stop in sight for NVIDIA. However, if you look at it since earnings.
Oh, Apple, what happened to Apple?
I mean, the bottom was like mid 370s here. So you could easily be at the mid 70s before you get to the significant support since it had. I mean, the earnings, I wasn't here for it, but the only thing I did market related when I was in Paris was I just wanted to see what happened on NVIDIA earnings. So I whipped up my phone. I was like, what are you looking at? I'm like, NVIDIA's. And she was like, what the hell are you talking about? And I was like, yeah, don't worry, the stock's going up. It's a good thing. And then she smiled.
Yeah, my wife just asked me, how's it going? And because I'm ridiculous, I just wrote down another one right there to her chat. So hopefully she understands what that is as she watches the show. So she'll know all about that. And I've been telling her what good graphics we've had lately. So there it is right there. And by the way,
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see, Brad. What is this? Oh, yeah, I did. That's it, though? Nah.
I didn't even see it.
I'd rather have that idiot dancing. Can you find that?
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. I like the victory royale. I thought it was a little different. That's okay. Fortnite's old now, isn't it, Brad? I mean, yeah. Let's get the guy dancing because right now we have the hot dog cannon, which people love. This might be one of the favorite ones there. We'll do that coming through again. But look at Amazon. See ya. I agree with you, Dan Emmons, man. I think this short, if I was short up top, would I be covering? Answer no. So let's just wait to see. Why bother? We got out of Apple when it broke. Apple's still my number one stock, but Amazon will be once I cover it. I feel like we're just going to do the same thing here. Let's just try to watch out for this teal trade, right? It hasn't broken it. Here it comes to the downside. It is still continuing its move down. So Amazon is now dollar bandit, $3 now in the money on Amazon. $1. So you're like, oh, $3 on Amazon, it's $123 stock. It's only 2.5% in the money, right? But $1 in the money right now as well for Uber as that's going down there as well. I don't know. We used to have, Pratt, I want to scare people. It should be something called Sean Belly Dancing or something like that. I really want to give people, this is a bet when I was in better shape. You're going to see that one, Sean Belly Dancing. But right now, $3 in the money. Ciao, my friend Amazon. And if you're still watching, my brother-in-law, hey man, I know they sent you that rangefinder, but I don't know if they lost money on that deal or not, but there it is. Nice move to the downside, 2.67%. Man, we're not reloaded. This is one time. Well, we did reload it twice, but it's still falling to the downside. We should have, wow, Amazon, now $3 and change in the money. I don't know, man. This is getting out of hand. As Palantir, maybe finally I'm going to reload this thing down here, down to $16 again, Palantir.
Nothing's holding lows yet.
Down to the downside goes PLTR.
Yeah, like I was in and out. I told you guys where my stop was going to be. We gave it $1 worth of risk on Netflix at the bottom, which traveled $18 today. So I think that's relatively tight stop, but against the grain, that's what you're going to want to do. If it bounces 4, I still like it, but Palantir, you're absolutely right. It is all the way back. I tried VWAP. We had the break. We had the top break. I should have probably reversed it at 17. It was good enough to get out and then put a couple of shorts on. I'm only in Neo out of those two, but here's 16 even. It just wicked underneath. Now that's a 1596 bottom. So on a wick of 16, if it gives you a 16 entry for 5 cents worth of risk, VWAP sits at 10 to 1 to that. So if you're out on the way up, which I would be like every 5 cents or so, you're looking for, all it has to do is get halfway, and then you've got a good trade. If it goes all the way, I think you've got yourself a good one, but it needs to come back down here and show me the low 16s. Otherwise, the risk to reward isn't quite as good. It's only 4 minutes to go, which means I'm going to be heading over. We have a special guest, by the way. Not a guest. We have a new trader going to be on the midday.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
still moving over in about 3 or 4 minutes to join Sharif, but we're going to have Yannick, who has the best nickname on the floor, I think, is going to be joining after the first hour. So I'm going to head over there in just a little bit. I'm just getting into Palantir. I am going to stop out underneath this new low that it just made. The other adjustments, nothing really setting up. I'm not into that play short. I want to be really patient. If the market just dropped 200 handles and play is actually held the high. So if it's going to retrace, it's running out of time to do so very rapidly. Think about that for a second. It's holding the high up 30%, 25% as the market dropped 200 handles. I'm on Palantir, but play, trust me when I tell you it's done that.
I just want to talk about Palantir real quick because what? How did we miss that? What was my, oh my God, what price did I put in there for Palantir? Oh, 15s. Oh, I'm so bad. Okay, so I wanted the break of Palantir at 05 there. I thought we would have had that. I'm like, why is Palantir going back up for me right now? Oh, no, too bad. I wanted the break of, I'm just going to punch a little bit now at 13. I thought I put a stop order in. Doesn't look like I put the right price in there. Nah, I did not, man. I put in 15 instead of 16. Oh, that sucks. Okay. I wanted the break of 16.05. I put 15.05. That sucks. So it didn't trigger. But there it is. We were waiting for it to go to the downside. It just retested that bottom again. And then, oh, no, that's too bad. Oh, okay, well, we should have 10 cents in the money. I know. My brother-in-law now is texting me saying everybody wants the belly dance emoji. So we'll have that probably on the midday show as Prad's looking for it. We did get a lot of our little gifts and everything got wiped out. So unfortunately, we don't have a lot of them. I'm going to do this for Neil and I today. Good day today, Neil. So we'll props it up for us there on the midday show. We used to always do that props. So we'll get back into that one. I don't have anything else that's really cool. You have a blast from the past? Oh, here, this is for my brother-in-law. Not that he partakes or anybody partakes in anything like that. But there we go, man. When your market's smoking, that's what you celebrate. So it's 4:20 somewhere. It's probably not because it's 11 o'clock. So, we'll always say that someone is having a 4:20 kind of day.
This is the only old one I have, but it's not that old.
Yeah, that one's pretty old for
but
sure.
If you compare that to
there we go.
But if you compare this to the new one, that's old. This is new. I'm not making this
The new
up.
one drops the money. That one reminds me of one of my favorite movies of all time.
New's not always better.
Cocaine Bear.
I still haven't.
Oh, that could be something. You seen Cocaine Bear, Alfredo? Yeah, can we get an emoji?
I've logged out. I have to go over there.
Yeah, go over there.
I have to make the move.
Neil, I'll handle it.
All
right. If we could get a Cocaine Bear emoji, that would be sick. Like just a bear, like maybe cocaine falling out. I don't know. We'll figure that out. I'm not creative enough for Cocaine Bear emoji, but I think that would be really, really sick. But I do want to thank everybody for watching today. We're pretty damn close. I mean, I don't know how many we're away. Maybe Brendan has a better number, but I think we're 100 away or something like that. How much? 500 away from 400,000 subscribers. So please, guys, head over, hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit all that. We may or may not celebrate a little bit there with some of that. So definitely, if you're not going to do it for me, please do it for Kat.
Hola, like and subscribe today. There
it is right there. I wish there was a way that we could figure out who the 400,000 subscriber is because I'd love to send you a t-shirt or something like that. But I don't think there's a way to do that. Yeah, that's the problem is that people are going to wait and subscribe, unsubscribe until you get that 400,000. But regardless, thank you so much to everybody. It's been a hell of a day, man. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're going to go 6 for 6. And it's not like any of them are shitty little trades. These are all good trades for me. We're really happy with everything. But, you know, thank you again for watching the show. I'm going to go, we got some hauls right now. We'll have some of this. We'll have some lemon with some honey, some tea. We're rocking and rolling. Amazon still $3 in the money. I'm going to get out if it takes 70. So that's coming up pretty soon. Amazon almost out of this trade right now. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Lamont Hutchinson. I've seen you for a while. Thank you for becoming a member, my friend. But without any further ado, it's the man, the myth, the legend. I hope this guy doesn't sign a $200 million deal with Miami MLS. Sharif, you ever played soccer? You ever played some footy? Yeah. Oh, yes, goodness, yes. Okay, let's go over to Sharif, and hopefully he doesn't get that contract. But there we go. We're out now of Amazon. That's $2.50. So that one, last time.
Another one.
There you go. Let's go over. Thank you so much for watching. It's Sharif. It's the Midday, and we're ready to rock and roll. Peace.
Show. I'm Sharif. Neil will be here in a minute. And what a morning it's been. Whether you've been in Palantir or you took a huge short, get to that in a second. It's been a hell of a morning. I know the floor here had an awesome morning. Mine, more subdued, but hey, positive nonetheless. The only trade I had, ironically enough, in the face of all this movement in the major markets, was this YEXT. Company actually called Yext Incorporated, trades on the NYSE with a 1.73 billion market cap. The float on this quite large, 108 million, well, quite large relative. The idea was, I know it's kind of hard to see. I'm going to have to change these triangles, the color of the triangles. I'll do that in a second. But the bull flag on the breakout there at 925, the idea was to get the lower end of the consolidation range, get some shareage in there, and then wait for the breakout. Bam, bam. The only trade I've had, the only obviously thing that I lament is not having held a bit as it continues to stair step up. 14 breaking through 14 on 1420. It's now up 46.5%. Yeah.
Long 1420 break.
Why? What's the 1420?
420.
420. Come on, Neil.
You know what? Come on, me. 420, man.
I'm missing something
Come
here.
on, you.
You know what? I totally forgot to do something. We are brought to you by Search Trader. You can get an account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of profits. Enjoy a relaxed trading environment with relaxed rules, with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all accounts. Check them out using the code TTV for, I believe, 5 or 10% off. You'll have to check that out. So shout out to Search Trader, good friend and sponsor of the show. Yeah, so 14, bit of a level on YXT, but this isn't all the hype, Neil. The hype is at these levels and these big caps, the movement on there. So let's get to the NQ before I get to the ES. We have a 14.6 area range in the pre-market. The open, we explode up. 14.675, you're thinking long. You're seeing a consolidation area here. This is the 5-minute chart on the NQ June contract. And then you get the big boy breakdown. Then you're looking for yesterday's close, right? The test of yesterday's close, at least I am, which is 14.588. Doesn't even slow down around there. All the way down, and now we have a 14.447 low. I mean, the obvious level for me to look at here is 14.5. What else is there around here? This is the 5-minute. Looking on the half-an-hour chart, there were no other discernible levels. Now, if you zoom out half an hour, where are the next levels here? We're already below this June 2nd low. So the next level for me is 14.3, even though you have 14.4 in your way, but there's really no action around 14.4. Most of the action is around 14.3. So a bit of a gap possible. Now, do we slow down or at these levels we reclaim 14.5? Who knows? We'll see. So keeping my eye on that, and let's look at the ES because that's the one that I was looking at. I was looking for a 4,300 breakout on the ES and a hold, most notably the latter part of that, the hold. broken through 4,300 yesterday, even the day before,
That's the worst.
and we don't have holds. Here's the 15 on the ES. You have a break on the 5th. We don't quite get there on the 6th. We danced below it, and then here again on the 7th, we have a break, another failed break of 4,300. And so that's why I've never really punched long at 4,300. You know, the hold just hasn't been there. So continue to look for that 4,300 take. I think once we get it, it'll be good. It's just waiting for the right moment. Now we're back to 4,280. Doesn't mean 4,300 claim is not in the cards today. We'll have to keep an eye and see. But right now, we're almost flat on the ES, down 0.1%. So it's been an interesting day on these markets, Neil.
It is. So I had the worst luck there on Palantir because I had my first offer was right at 22 and it tagged 21, it looks like, on the bounce play there. So it's, I mean, it did make a bit of a bounce off that 16. It got wicked under 16, broke back above, added to it, and now it's kind of holding a higher low, so it might still work out. The other thing that happened while I was kind of transitioning over, I mean, Netflix made what might be, maybe that was the 400 bounce there. I had it out 270. I got out underneath for the dollar hit, and now it looks like it made that bounce. So the secondary play, it gave you the two long to 01 to 05 just happened. So I've missed that trade as far as I'm concerned. So looking for another bounce here off this low, it probably has to break 400 at this point. So I'm looking for like maybe like a false break of 400 or something along those lines. That's a bit of a frustrating one. And then my favorite stock of the day today is Dave & Buster's. Woo! It's not.
It's always a good time when you go there.
Is it really though?
I have a good time.
When was the last time you went to Dave & Buster's? Exactly.
Honestly, 8.5 years ago, 8 years ago, something like that. Yeah, it's been a while.
That's actually, I kind of expect you to say longer, but yeah, I'm trying to think of the last time I was at Dave & Buster's. I want to say
The one on the 400 in Woodbridge.
I know the one you're talking
Yeah.
about, but it's definitely over a decade. I can't say with certainty what it is, but it's definitely over 10 years. So Dave & Buster's up 26% today, making another run at the high of the day. At least I was really, really patient thinking about shorting the same price area again, because look at the stock. I mean, it's only going to the upside. Only going to the upside. There's no gates of hell here. Gates of hell. It's in the gates of hell because I was short at the 42 level twice.
Yep.
But yeah, it's only going to the upside. Dave & Buster's cannot be stopped today, apparently. I don't know how you know it's 8.5 years, but that just seems oddly specific to me.
Yeah, I'm very good at identifying years with what happened that year. So I'll be like, oh, okay, so such and such an event was very close to this. That was this year. Like, I'm very quick to do that. That's my mnemonic device of how I identify
Something
years.
very important was 2015.
Oh, look at this guy. This guy's making moves. He's testing
But you're
me.
not saying it. Okay. No,
I
it's fine.
don't.
It's fine.
Hey, man, gotta leave a little mystery here. Did you see any? I know you're.
No, I
you've
want
been
you to
embroiled
tell me what it is now.
in
but
some
that's fine.
big cappers today.
We'll talk about it later.
Have you?
You're going to tell me what it is.
I always tell
You're
you.
going to tell me what it is. Coin just got back above VWAP.
gonna
So
ask you something.
I just come to my chart for a second because this just happened like maybe like seconds ago as we were talking. I had a hard stop. We got the reload on coin above VWAP. It could not break back underneath. So we end up getting basically break even on the short the second time through. And then the second half we're going to take the hit on. I still only want to be short coin, and it keeps on holding around this support level there. Oh, yeah, there was I knew there was something else I wanted to get to. NIO with a bit of a bounce. Load. Let's go. NIO with a bounce. It's at VWAP as well. So I mean, NIO got to that $8 level. I'll leave this offer in there just in case it gets up to 8 again. I do like the short in front of 8 to the breakout. We played out to VWAP. It looks like it wants to break consolidation. If this holds above 780, we definitely get out of this. But it's at that rollover point where it can definitely make another rollover to the downside. So if we consolidate here, I would look for a secondary breakdown in this one. And Tesla. Come on, Tesla, load. There we go. Tesla bouncing right off previous close. Well, okay, whatever. It's not the previous close. It's like the high in the pre-market. It's a high in the aftermarket. So if you look at that 224 level, it just bounced off that 224. So this found some support. Still a downward trend overall on Tesla, but finding some support at that 224 level. That looks like a good level if it can come back in to 227. And Nico, VWAP is the volume-weighted average price. So it's like I mean, if you understand what a moving average is, the only difference is this one is going to be tied to volume instead of close prices. So moving averages look at the close and simply like to take a 50-period moving average, looks at the last 50 closes on each of the candles and then just takes those to give you a smooth average. Instead, VWAP takes the volume and then multiply by the price, and that'll give you a stronger sense of where the stock has actually been trading, and it's used by a lot of institutions to gauge their success in taking executions. Palantir, got to go over to Palantir because it's coming back down. So here's that low of not the low of the day, the low of this last bounce is about 15.95. I mean, you can guess what's underneath 95. It's under 94. If we bounce off 16 again, I probably like this even more if it makes another double bottom here at 16. I'm guessing there's something happening at the putting green over there.
Yeah, I know that they've set up a whole thing over there. You guys have no idea. It's getting serious here.
It's getting serious.
Golf season, Neil, is in full effect. All right. Yeah, I am eyeing Palantir as well. I like that trade. I went over to Sean while you were talking. I asked him about his look on Palantir. He is going to be out 94s LOD, low of day. We're dancing with 97 at the moment. I was looking for a possible 16 long. I don't know.
I just got triggered out.
Neil just getting out now. I'm going to watch how it trades. Perhaps this is a short. To me, I find an area of support at the 50s. Yesterday's close was 46s or 47s, so it's nearer that 50s areas. I'm talking about 1550s. So if you're looking short, maybe that's a profit target. If you're looking long, maybe wait for longs in and around that area. It may or may not give it to you.
All good.
I hit the mic. Mute there,
Did you
baby.
get it?
Yes, I got it. Yes.
So one other level that could be worth looking at, 1570 was a level yesterday. I know I like 1570 was because, there you go. 1570, not yesterday, sorry. 2 days ago was the previous high. So 1570 on Palantir. And then this morning, 1585 if it were to come down. When I look at a level like this, I'm always looking for the scalp play to the long side.
I'm looking at the closing print being the most important print. That's my thesis here, and that's that.
And you know what? That 1546 close, like I respect that. I just like when a stock is trending to the upside to look at some of the retracement levels. And like the actual, like the last consolidation showed you 1570, and then the bottom 15 even. And that was working before, like, you know, going long on the dips into the previous high. It was something that's been working. Actually, that was, for me, the last 2 days, that was the play, was going long on the dip into the previous resistance. That is not until another 30 cents lower. Sometimes you play a round number, and the round number is no good. That's what happened here on PLTR for me. What else? It was Meta. Okay, so I know a lot of moves are happening in this market. You cannot cover them all, but we can do our best. Why is my Meta? Oh, there it is. Okay, so Meta just made its break at a pre-market low, holding up at like 270, higher low on Meta. Only reason I'm alert to that one is if you go red to green on Meta, that'll be around 271. And right now it's showing you about like 50 points worth of risk to the low of the day. And that red to green is about 60 points there. So a bounce off for the low is a pretty good setup that it doesn't need to go to VWAP. And I like that kind of bounce play long. That's essentially what I'm looking for, is the market's holding the lows. So this is what you probably already talked about this in the futures, but if I'm doubling down, right? Like you've made the low on the Huadunk, you're holding above, so I want to be trying dip buys and then stop out at the low.
I want to see if it's going to be a 14,500 retracement and then a rejection off a key level. These 100 levels are always key levels for me on the future. So here we have that big move down. We break through the pre-market lows, which were at 14,540. Get down to a random level here at 14,450, and yeah, we're rejecting right off that 14,500. So we'll see if it's even going to be an important level. It may not prove to be any level at all. We'll have to continue to watch. Right now, we're making a higher low at 14,468. So we'll see how the future ends up being. Simultaneously, I am looking at some big cappers, ironically enough. And let's bring in the big cap chart. Chat about those.
The chef had something to say about simultaneously.
Woo. There you go.
You probably don't remember
No,
that.
I actually don't know.
South Park, the chef.
No, I don't watch South Park.
Simultaneous.
I never. The only time I see South Park is like random reels on.
Show. I love that show.
It's very funny.
I think
so
I
is
just
Family
got
Guy.
I've got bamboozled.
I
back
really
into
like
this
their
setup.
humor.
I got bamboozled back into this Palantir setup because I'm probably like this several times. In the 1585. Now that I've sort of seen it, it's like I can't unsee it. And this is a level. The dip buy has been okay. It just wicked out underneath what was an obvious stop, I would say, and now wants to try to hold above. This is much stronger if it gets back and holds 16 even, openly acknowledging that one. You guys know what's up. You guys know exactly what's up with the chef if you've ever watched that show. I'm not gonna try to sing it because I'm not Isaac Hayes, and he was an absolute legend. Another name that was strong, now not so much, reporting aftermarket here is GameStop. All roads lead right back to 25, apparently, on GME. How many names look exactly like this? Breakout at the open. I wish if I had shut it down and stopped looking at play, it would have been a much better morning for me. Like all the breakouts were fantastic, and then the market starts to come back in. If you got the initial dip here, good for you on GameStop. I'm looking at this one for if it can break out of this bottom at 25.40. I think that sets up pretty decently. But the market does not seem to want to hold these lows. We're about to retest them any second now. Like that NASDAQ seems to want the bottom of the day. If we consolidate here, and now you're making lows. Remember I said I'm not into this silly thing? And by this silly thing, I mean Dave and Buster's. Now the market wants to make a run at fresh lows. To me, this is the time to take another shot at 42, because if we continue further down from here, I don't care how strong a stock is. If the ES wants a fresh low, if the entire market wants a fresh low, and you're up 25% and you're not going any higher on all these bounces, only one place it can go at that point.
Yeah, sorry guys. I keep trying to clear my throat here. I know that probably.
Let me clear my throat.
Probably bothersome on camera. I'm trying to mute the.
It's what I stepped off the subway today, and I don't walk very far from the subway to the office, and you could smell it instantly. My eyes were a problem. Like you could feel it when you're breathing. It's
wild.
Air quality's not good.
In case you guys don't know what we're talking about, there's
not good
fires in northern Ontario. Ontario is the province we live in. It's large. We live in the southern part. The northern part is quite uninhabited, filled with forests, dense forests.
Wow, Palantir now tanking.
There you go. That's why I don't want to get long at 16. So it looks like it's going to be a short. Again, 15.50
Wow,
is my level. That's where I'm looking. 15.50. That's 31 pennies from here. So we'll see what that goes into. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know Palantir here comes. It just retook that level. I probably talked myself into this one because the second I saw that wick underneath, I'm like, oh, 16's a round number. But this morning support was at 15.80. Now you're just absolutely breaking down. I obviously didn't get play just now, so I had to put up a secondary level too because I was trading off my primary there and didn't get the fill at the 42 level. I don't want to chase too far, but I don't want to completely miss the short here either on this one. And this one, it's a little different in that it has some extra room to go because of what the market has done since. If we're going to make another play at the downside, that time the pun was intended. Most of the times I've said that the pun has not been intended. It's worth noting, you saw Palantir just make a fresh though. Netflix, which is the initial dip buy I had, give me a break, higher lows and continuing upside. So Netflix actually bouncing here off of those lows. Meta, we said we like that risk to reward. That's also making a bounce. So it got underneath that 270, now reclaiming said 270. Low of the day here, 269.40 on Meta. So as much as Palantir didn't hold it, Meta actually did.
All right, yeah, I'm actually changing one of my side charts here to Netflix because I like what Neil has to say about a bottom there. So we're going to keep our eye on that. I hear from the corner here something about Amazon from Sean. I'm seeing it here at 123.40 near the low of day of 123.06. So Amazon a week on the day down 2.5%. I've got Palantir up, but I don't have any trades to speak of at the moment. Nothing is coming into my levels, but this is what I'm looking at. This is my chart. I've got YEXT. This one continues to go to the high side, 14.30 at the highs. 14 was nothing. This one's very strong. Farm is the other one I've got my eye on. It's got a bit of a double top brewing here, but above VWAP for now, so the bias is long. The other small cap I've been looking at, this one up 31%, SFIX. This one at VWAP at the moment, looking to maybe break through 5 at some point. Then Netflix and AMD, I'm looking at these guys. But no trades for me at the moment as we kind of stall out here on the downward move on these markets. Holding that 42.85 area on the ES and the 14.487 on the NQ now. So we're holding at these lows. And what do you got? A new position
Meta's the only, well, yeah, it's the new position, but I also put on, I put Play on as well, but Meta and Play are the only two new ones. I was just having a quick look at NVIDIA, some big names out there obviously making some moves to the downside. That was another one. It started out with the classic breakout, dip into VWAP, and kind of doing that whole story before it eventually gave it up. That's the thing, like if you don't like the reload the third time, the reversal ends up being a good setup. Like a lot of times that's just the case. I'm like, why don't I no longer like the long off this level. It doesn't mean you have to go short, but when you're this extended and the stock has been kind of playing toward those lows, you can do so. As I said, I'm in very simple. It's basically the same. It's exactly the same setup. You know, whether it's NVIDIA or whether it's Meta here. But red to green would be 221.12. So if it's going to go green, it has to go through there. I want to take some out in front of there and then look at VWAP as well. So here it comes. The market does want to try to bounce here. I'll be mad at myself over Netflix because, quite frankly, Netflix is now at 407. This was the one I liked first because it was at that 400 level, but it's not the one I'm in. So, you know, it is what it is. I'll slap that. Oh, I have Sean's up here. I didn't change my stream deck, so I'm going to do that now.
So the thing about going long here for me is my bias on the ES is this 42.89 area, essentially 42.90. That's yesterday's close. We're below it. So we're negative on the day. We're down 0.13%. We're at 42.84. Now, you know, we get up here, we stay above here, then I'm interested in testing 4,300 again. But at this moment, you know, I think that there's probably going to be some noise below this level. So to me, you know, I'm going to hold off on any longs. That includes big caps because kind of one and the same. Simultaneously, I'm looking at the ES do much the same thing right below 14.5 as the ES is doing between below 42.90. Neil, what's up?
No, I was going to say there was just like the second we got to the lower high on Meta, I can't zoom out my chart because I have a wick yesterday, but look what happened. It broke that 270. And then I'm going to draw a really dirty trend line since it broke this support. That's a very dirty trend line, but I just want to show you guys the idea. Like it broke the support level. There's your dirty trend line. The second it started to try to break and looked like it wanted to go like that whole red to green, it rejected it and came right back underneath and just been holding. So that's one wick under, which to me says try to get something out underneath. And if the long is going to be good off here, then it's got to be tighter to the low, right? So instead of the breakout and then it immediately runs back up, this all of a sudden is like a trend down and a wedge where any long has to get tighter to the low of the day. And that's more of a, I don't know, like that's more of a visual thing. Like I'm not trading off of that trend line. It's just a matter of what happened when it tried to break that trend just now, which is like the trend reversal and then that trend down. It can still go, but instead of taking some out 40 cents above it, I'm going to take some out there with the intention of looking for a reload if it can hold that bottom. Neo's still looking good. Play has not given me any place to add to it. So there's a lot of ways that I can play this one. It's just it could break this consolidation down and then take some out in front of VWAP and then just try to work it stair step down. And a break of VWAP could start to fill in the gap on Dave & Buster's here. Yeah, my daily chart not really giving me any love, but you guys can see the gap. I mean, it's a $6 gap on Dave & Buster's. So were it to give up this next support level, I could see it down at the 40 level, which does give me some room to maybe add to it if it makes a bit of a pop here, take some out in front of 41, but hold it to 40 even in retrospect.
Yeah, I'm watching the ES retrace a little bit here. Likewise, the NQ holding below those levels. So holding off on any longs. You know, the thing that's coming to mind is, well, if you're not looking long, if it rejects off that 42.90 or, you know, that 14.5, are you looking short? Are you going to look for a retracement, a market, basically a decided red day on the market. You know, I'm starting to think about that now. The idea is, how do you get in? And I'm looking at some levels possibly here. You know, it's just about maybe waiting too long. So I think I apply the same principles. Let's see how it trades around here. If it rejects, if the sellers step in at 14.5 over and over, then maybe we'll start looking to build a short position at that level. Same level at 42.90 on the ES. Kind of the 14.5 and the 42.90 are the levels I'm basing everything off, right? So if we come up here and we start selling again, or there's a decided top here, then I'm going to definitely be looking for some good shorts. Now, you know, I may take it in the future, I may take it on the Qs or the SPY, whatever, but the idea will be the same, to see how it trades in and around that area. But I'm liking what I'm seeing so far. Interesting, it's not trading too quickly, so it's giving you time to watch it, observe it, and you know, think about the decisions more thoroughly. At least that's how I feel. So
Just
we'll
let it
continue to
breathe.
watch. Go. Yeah, just let it breathe.
Like the FABOLOUS.
Get down, Tesla, says NN. Yeah, well, Tesla at VWAP, it did a bit of a bottom bounce. Let's look at our friend Stresla, up 3% on the day. Yeah, here we go. We get that 225. You want to say hold, it goes down to 224.55. Stresla, of course, going to wick you here and there, but you get a retracement. Yesterday's close is way down here. That 221.5, essentially. It's, I think, below that, 221.25 maybe. In and around that area, gapping up as much of these big cappers did as well. Tesla with some good headlines as well.
I mean, that's a strong bounce. Like, I was just sitting there lamenting Netflix a little bit. That's not...
I didn't hit it. I didn't hit it.
That's, yeah, I was going to say lamenting is not that big of a deal. But yeah, Tesla actually a better bounce than Netflix. Like, I was sitting there like crying over spilled milk over missing out on Netflix. But yeah, Tesla above VWAP is definitely the one that seems a bit stronger. This was one of the last longs that I really did like, that long sort of off of that 28. I made a keystroke error. I had take profits. You know, this wasn't really short. That was actually me getting out of all of that long. Didn't really like it. Got the reload and then back out at 230. 231 is going to set up to be a bit of resistance because you saw what happened this morning.
There
I
goes
can see
Tesla.
it. But this is definitely back in the long. Yeah. Are you long this one?
No. I get excited.
If this holds if it starts to hold VWAP and the market wants to bounce, like 14.5 goes, how like Tesla looks like the one. I was going to say Netflix was stronger, but Tesla almost looks like the one to me now.
I'm the one. You don't remember that song? I'm the one.
What was the song you were whistling this morning?
Oh,
by
you're
the way?
not going to know that. That one, you're not going to know. Let alone say it on the air.
What?
Neil, like,
If I
accumulates
whistle,
fodder.
No, but I
right?
would never
He
whistle.
uses it.
I would never walk into the building whistling a song and then be unwilling to be like, hey, what song is that? No, I'm not going to tell you. That's like the first thing Sharif did when he walked on the trading floor is he started whistling a tune. I'm like, oh man, that sounds familiar. What was that? And he still won't tell me what it was. Like, why? That's so unnecessary.
I can't do it.
It's actually just mean is what it is.
No. That's
It's not-
that.
it's-
We're
what do you
taking it
guys?
too
What do
far.
you guys think? Don't you think that's a little bit mean?
Let's hear
You
it,
know
I
what-
say.
yeah,
No,
just
that's
tell
not
me
gonna
what it
happen.
is, man.
We will tell you, says Andrew.
I would
Cowboys
tell you.
from hell.
If I whistle a song, I'll tell you guys what it is. It's just
Yeah.
plug power. People are saying to look at.
Look, so I had an alert. I want to talk about plug power for a second because this is the
NASDAQ.
second time it's had a good catalyst. I had an alert for a long-term setup on our friend. Yes, our friend, Plug Power. Let's get to the daily. I am now interested in this stock. I'll tell you why. We are now breaking through the 50 period, but there's been bamboozlement in the past, okay? We've had rises on here, but these have been technical breakouts not supported by news. So my alert was a break through 950. I identified that as a recent top. We've got that. It also coincides with the 50 break. The obvious other milestone we're looking at, the 200 EMA on the daily. We're looking at Plug Power, okay? $14 likely in and around that area where it'll be at. It's at $14.20 at the moment. But again, there's been bamboozlement in the past. It's moved with the market. Look at these August tops here. We know that the market made tops in August last year. So this is where we got high too on Plug Power. So, but
What I'm looking for here is an interesting move. Yeah, Tesla's moving here. Plug Power, though, is on my radar for swing trades. Tesla's pumping to the high side through 229, it looks like, as the market finds a bit of support right below these key levels here, Neil. Neil, I see that, yeah, Tesla pumping up to the high side.
It's going, man. It's actually gone off VWAP. There's Sean over there, so I know he must have it through that 228. Well, okay, that's a guess. I shouldn't say must. Yeah, so there's VWAP at 228. I'm only saying it because it's VWAP. That's all. Like I'm not sitting there saying like that's an obvious you have to level. I just know that that's where I tried to punch long and didn't get it. So 228 gone, 230 probably in play here. The market wants it. There is a 14.5 just went. So that's going to set me up to add to Meta. Sorry, my chart's on Tesla. I didn't want to flip away from it because it's tied to my level 2. So I just got back in. So there's the higher low on Meta, the retake of the 270. So I was just adding to that one on the side on my other screen there, so you guys can see. You mentioned Plug Power.
Yeah, like it's.
I don't know. I looked at that chart and said $10 on Plug.
Yeah,
That was the first thing that came to my mind was like $10. And I mean, my daily chart's not loading. I know you just went over it, but at that 10 level, it's not.
I didn't look at it intraday, so feel free.
Oh, you didn't look at the intraday?
No, I looked at the daily because for me it's a swing.
Yeah, it's like basically you've got like the consolidation break. There's support at $9, resistance at 9, bounce off 8, resistance at 9, hold 9, and the next stop 10, 8, 9, 10. I think I would keep it that simple. Like it's just sometimes the symmetry on these is ridiculous.
Symmetry.
Like $8 hold, $9 consolidation,
Pump it.
move into $10. Seems inevitable to me.
985 high now. It's coming in.
I think it's going to get to 10, but I'd be thinking about a fade at the $10 level.
Yeah, for sure. Intraday.
How did I miss Oh, you got to be kidding me. Yeah.
When you got play up there, go ahead.
No, it dipped to VWAP and it missed my bid by 10 cents. So whatever. I'm just going to put it in there. That's annoying. You gotta be kidding me, play. It dipped into VWAP. I was bidding 41.05 or something, and it stopped at 41.10, something along those lines.
Here it goes.
Okay.
Plug Power heading to the high side. 988. 10 may be incoming. It may be incoming quite soon. Sooner than I may have anticipated. 989, 990 high, Neil. It's moving. Okay. Plug Power pumping to the high side. My eye, though, more fixated, more interested on 42.90 on the ES and 14.5 on the NQ. I want to see if we retake these levels, trade above them, decidedly above them, and then maybe we'll take them long. Or if we really reject here and we see that there's clearly a selling force, maybe look for some shorts. So I'm liking the levels we're at. Now it's just a matter of how we trade around here, then we'll make a decision. But I like the fact that we're dancing with these levels. Sorry, I'm showing Plug Power, but I'm also talking about.
Yeah, I was just.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah,
I was looking at. I'm watching Plug too.
990,
Neil.
Neil.
It's fine by me.
990.
It looks like it. You know where it wants to go.
Yeah, go for it.
It seems inevitable that it. Oh shoot! I didn't even look to see if we have locates on this. That was pretty silly of me. Oh, we do. Okay. I made the assumption that it was cheap locates or free to locate, meaning we can short it without paying a fee. So it's close. This would be that place where you look for a bit of a turn. I start shorting it off the high of the day. Risk to reward does sort of favor. Like that last push to the upside, you just saw. Like it went 75 to 990, like right quick. This is how it always works. Like
Right,
if you
quick.
take it,
Quick.
if you take it on the front, you could be short at 989 right now, giving it to the higher to 10. Instead, if you wait for it to turn, like this is what I do. I look for it to start turning and then try to join it. Now, I don't want to be chasing it at this point, so I might have missed out an opportunity for an entry point here, but I don't want to move. There you go. Sometimes if you just sort of allow it to do a little bit of a dance at 990, it just popped back up here. It's a strong stock, so when it's a strong stock, allow the fill to come to you. So I didn't chase it down that extra 4 or 5 cents. Now, when you're looking at outs at $9.90 or $10, on an 87 or 88 short, then an extra 3 or 4 cents risk to reward ends up mattering, especially if you're thinking about legging in a couple of times and then maybe holding it for a bigger move to the downside. Speaking of legging in a couple of times, I guess it doesn't want me to do that.
Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on it here. 990 top. You know, it doesn't like. Were you just saying that doesn't always give you 10? Is that what you were saying right now?
Well, that's like when it's so. Look at how parabolic it is. Like there's not a red candle from 930 into $10.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of times, like people, if you're long, like you've had not much of a reason to get out. So you'll see it turn sometimes before it even gets to 10 when it's that ridiculous.
Well,
Like,
exactly. Okay.
And it's
I
pretty
got
darn
you.
ridiculous to the upside on this stock. Like it's, I mean, come on. Like, and it's an upward trend, so you want to make sure you're not assuming a home run. Like I don't think it comes all the way back to the downside. I said that about a few names, and a lot of times it goes all the way down, and then you get out early and you feel like a bit of a tool, but it's still an upward trending stock. I'm going to get bids out in front of the previous high because a lot of times that's where it's going to make that turn. My daily, like I said, not really playing out, but you get the picture on the 15. $8 hold, consolidation break at 9, doesn't even retest 920 above yesterday's high, and then goes all the way to the top here. So I'm short 80, 87, unable to add to it just yet though.
Okay, someone's saying coin short. I mean, we're at 54s. We just actually made a 54 top. Let's get to the 5-minute actually on this chart. This is the 5-minute on coin. Yeah, 54 top, not exactly a double top, but we did test it in pre-market on much lighter volume. Yesterday, it did this bamboozlement move, 430, got up to 54.86. We haven't been above 54 on the day today. 54 acting as a bit of a top. Yeah, sure. What are the profit targets? Well, you got yesterday's close here. First and foremost, the level that I look at, 51.50, 51.60. Yeah, that's $2 plus away. VWAP is at 52-ish, 52.90-ish. You also have the whole dollar at 53. Profit target-wise, if you're looking there, the 53.25, a bit of a top though, price action-wise. Got to say there on the 5-minute charts, excluding those wicks. But you know, I'm not really going against this name. There's a bit of a gap that it could fill here, and we may see it squeeze the other way. So I'm not making a decision one way or another. Either way, again, we're trading at these futures level, Neil. 42.90, 14.5 on the NQ. Not claiming it, trading below it. Possible short setting up here if we keep finding sellers at these levels. Definitely don't want to pull the trigger prematurely on this. Want to keep my eye.
Don't you though?
No, I don't, because then you end up getting wicked in, wicked out.
No, I was being sarcastic.
I know you won't. I know you were.
It's
I'm just trying to be like the professional.
I just got the first fill on play today that actually didn't hurt.
Yeah.
Well, I should say, because every short, like it's easy to tell. Like, so if you're joining in for the first time, every purple is a short position, and every green is buying back out of it or entering into a long position, but you can be covering the short. So that obviously didn't win, and that obviously didn't win. And then it made a fresh high. The market rolled over. I got in the third time, a little more patiently. Now you're at VWAP. I'm going to start working this one underneath 42. Obviously, as you can see, I'm looking at that 40 level. You got to pull it out a bit to even see that 40 level. I did get some out of plug power there. Is it just like it made this bounce off 980? So 990, and I like 970. It goes at first 10, so I just got some out at 980. Allows me to maybe rinse and repeat this one if it even gives me the fill back up here at 87, which you can see it just did not do. Thank you very much for not filling me. Plug power, that's a little frustrating. Maybe I'll get it. I'm not, just like last time, I'm not going to chase it. Either get filled or I don't. Meta doesn't seem to want to hang on. I cannot zoom that stock out. It's retesting the low. It's held this higher low. So I've had the 70. It's not really looking like it wants to hold that higher low for much longer. And guess what? Like that was real quick on Tesla. So like one reason to be concerned about Meta is like the strongest name out there on the bounce is right back underneath VWAP on Tesla.
Well, I was just about to get to the fact that a possible short setting up, here's what it looked on the ES, but it's much the same on the NQ. 42.90 touch, and then boom, reject, 5 points down. You know, that's still noise, right? Let's just see how it trades at these areas. We haven't made any newer lows or anything like that, but a clear dividing point between north and south here at yesterday's close. You like the respect of the levels. Whatever it resolves to, at least you'll have something concrete off which to build. So that's what I'm looking at, 14. I keep repeating myself, but that's my trade. Like this could make or break my day, right? Depending on what the sizeage is and how much we move, we get the notional move. So I am fixated on this trade. Yes, on this trade. I think that there is definitely good potential here. But the market definitely looks more southbound inclined.
Well,
think
the
you would
one long
agree.
I had just broke the low of the day, so I'm
Okay.
out of meta now. So we'll slap the old fail on that one long. We're back to being, and this is usually how it works out. I say, like, if a market's trending one way or another, right around like 10 o'clock sometimes, and other times like right around the midday, it's like, what are you still in that you're holding on to? Phil McCracken says, please do SoFi review. You know, I haven't traded SoFi today. I think somebody on the show has traded SoFi every day for the last little bit, but I do have, like, I've had a breakout on this stock since the open, like not like maybe 9:30, 9:45 it looks like, when I decided I want the break on SoFi at $8. It got to $7.99. No, it got to exactly $8 in turnaround. So I shorted NEO in front of 8. I did not short SoFi in front of 8. This one would have been just as good.
Yeah, it's been strong. Again, up again.
You know my daily chart. It's been doing that thing.
There you
but
go.
like, how many stocks are
There
showing
it
you the
is.
same profile?
Show us chart.
Consolidation break. This consolidation not as clean, but that 670 up top was around 720 or so. It was a bit dirty on this, and then it made the secondary push off of that 7 to 7.25, and you're seeing it get to that 8 high. So I was looking for it to break out 8. What have you done? You've held the previous consolidation high at 760, and you got a double bottom forming on the stock. So that would lead me to say longs are off of the 760 bottom or breaking it back out. Like, until it stops breaking this stair-step pattern to the upside, I think you're looking for the long. The difference between that and like $8 on SoFi and $8 on NIO, this would be the difference for me. It's like, you are stair-stepping up on NEO as well, but it's not the same thing. It's not as bullish on NIO. Like, NIO is quadrupling down, and it's been holding the bottom end of this range. $8, I think, is a great gap fill breakout, but until it does so, like, the 8 short's been really good.
All right, Neil, I'm making an observation here. I want to get your opinion on it. If you're not too busy, come to my chart.
Only if you tell me what song you're whistling.
No way, bro.
Then I'm not giving you my...
All right, well, then I'm going to have to give the viewers my bad analysis here. So
Why are you going to be like that?
I like how I twisted that. No, proudly take my face off, because I'm going to need to show the viewers the Amazon chart on the bottom left here. Thank you very much. So here's the idea. Apple and Tesla definitely look like, if there's a breakout northward, they will be the benefactors. In fact, I would say maybe Apple setting up to be even better than Tesla, despite the fact that Tesla is up 2.8% on the day. Let me make the case for Apple. Before I do so, I want to say the reason I'm excluding Meta, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google is because, well, they're down and to the right. Whereas you're seeing lower highs and lower lows all throughout. All the while on Apple, what you've seen is 11 o'clock onwards, you have a higher low, and here we have a higher high looking to retrace to VWAP. None of the others are setting up that way. In fact, Tesla also rejected that 229.50 top, albeit it's dancing with VWAP and higher low, no question about that. So I'm narrowing my focus down to Tesla and Apple for those two as a possible long. However, my main trade continues to be the 42.90 and the 14.5 level on the NQ. We're rejecting 42.90 again. We're rejecting 14.5 again. But we haven't made newer lows. We're still within that range. But it's making me more biased to the downside, right? Every time we reject that level and sellers step up and they overwhelm buyers, I'm more biased to the downside. You know, we do have quite a bit of room to retrace, because we have been very bullish.
Oh, can I quickly for a second?
Talkeeta says, Sharif, timeout for you. What did I do?
Why? No, because you won't say what song you whistled. That's why you get a timeout.
Oh, true.
100%. Like, basically, it's not that I've weaponized everybody against you, but I think it's a pretty, non-controversial thing to say.
Yeah.
That there's, you don't. Come on. Like, why would you?
What?
Like, what could the song be that you don't want to tell me what you want?
You're gonna, like,
you whistled it for everybody to hear.
You're
like,
going
anybody
to
that was here,
maneuver me
Brendan
into
heard
giving
it,
you hints.
Alfred and Fabian heard it. I don't know if Pratt was here at the time.
Nobody
Like,
has any evidence. Nobody even remembers
No,
it.
whatever,
Nobody
man.
recorded it.
It's just-
I'm completely in the clear here, yo.
who broke this dude's heart over that song? Or
No,
how,
it
or
has
how,
nothing to do with
or how
that.
embarrassing is the song that you were whistling?
It
Anyways,
has
it doesn't.
more to do with that.
Okay, well, I mean, like, I probably there's I don't care embarrassing.
Someone
myself.
say
I probably
California
whistled
Girls.
some-
I don't know
California
that.
Girls.
Oh,
I think the Taylor Swift song?
I've had this one song in my head that my daughter watches this show. It's called, no, it's like Rainbow Rangers. If you have kids, there's this show on Netflix called Rainbow Rangers, and I'll just be singing that crap on the weekend. I'll be like pulling weeds and I'm singing it. I'm like, where the hell does this come from? Like, oh, God damn it, that stupid show again. My daughter watches the show. It's a silly kid show.
I love it.
But it's got this really catchy song, I wanted to get to Neo a second. I am short Neo. Renata said she's long. I missed where you're long, but if you're long off the bottoms, it doesn't matter. Like you could if you're long from the morning, great. If you're long from the high or low, that's probably setting up just as well. So I don't it doesn't either direction is good. Somebody just got filled for 500,000 shares at it was either 777 or 778 on the bid. So they sat there on the bid and took a fill just underneath VWAP here on a high or low for that. So if it breaks this consolidation down, I think that'll be pretty telling. But at the same time yesterday, maybe not exactly at this time, somebody took a monster fill for about the same thing when it was breaking out here. So, obviously I'm short it. I'm alert to the fact that someone just bought a ton of shares and really likes this thing. So I just want to get that one out there. Plug power is still kind of plugging away to the downside. I got the reload off the 990, got some out at 79 instead of 80 that time, but a really slow move into here to the downside. It is sliding down, but this one's not exactly.
Have you seen your friend
It's
Ucar?
not flushing that. Huh?
Have you seen your friend Ucar?
Oh yeah. It's not really my friend. It's like figuratively my friend.
I was like eliciting a response there. I knew I was going to get one. No, but UCAR up, Neil. 20%. We've seen this one move a lot lately. 984 top. The chat talking about it, so we got to address it. A couple of bull flags, possibly a brew here. Is that a word, a brew? Like a foot, like a brew? Like being brewed?
I don't know.
to Google that. Yeah,
if
I have no
idea.
idea.
That's the word of the day. I've never.
We'll Google it quickly, but let's talk about the price action. We have that nice bull flag, and then we kind of have that compression pattern of the pennant. We have the breakout. It resolves in the direction of the trend. That's what you want to see. We're getting another one now on weaker and lower volume, to be expected. The second time around, there's more bamboozlement, and it's usually more wicky until it resolves in the direction of the trend. And typically, sometimes, when it resolves to the higher side, it doesn't stay there for very long, so make sure to have resting orders anyway. Obvious level to be looking at here is 10, even though 984 is the high. Building a position in and around here, 955, 958. Great look if you want to risk about 10 pennies. Going to 942, that's the low. If you want to even risk more through the 40 break, have a stop there in the high 30s. What you're looking for is a 50 penny move here. Maybe I'd put some incremental outs, maybe at 975, and then I'd front run 10 in the mid 90s. That would be my move. But there you go, second bull flag. Less, the odds of it resolving in the direction of the trend are less than the first bull flag. Just want to make that very clear. But, on a good day and with a former runner, it could absolutely. The Hayes records, the contrast between IWM, which is essentially the Russell.
Let IWM cook.
And ES.
No?
Triple Q rotation. I haven't looked at IWM. Let's have a look at IWM right now.
Strong
I know
like
that
bull.
the strong like bull. Yes, 1.77%. These small caps having themselves a day, the Russell 2000 ETF. This is what this is. So if you don't want to trade the future, the RUT June contract, you can go IWM, which trades on the Amex. It is an ETF. And there it is, IWM.am. Good day, Neil. Let's go to the 15 and talk about some levels here on IWM. Shout out to the Hayes Records, and thank you for the super chat, by the way. Low of day, 184.96, essentially 185. So it was a nice 185 break there through the opening print. You got a nice break through the opening bell. Now we've been holding above VWAP for the majority of the period. Save and accept this little dip here. So we'll see, get continuation. Levels wise, I'm gonna say we're probably at, let's go the 4 hour, probably, yeah.
If I guess the song,
last time we were up here, Neil.
Yep.
March on the
It's
IWM.
So
I'm glad you pulled that up because my daily chart.
Go to the
wasn't-
chart, please.
My
Yeah,
daily
thank
chart
you.
wasn't working on that one just now. So
let me just bring in so everyone
my
sees
goodness.
IW.AM. So look at this move here. By the way, yes, you guys can't see it. So this area here where we break down, this area is March 3rd. And then this breakdown area here is March 13th. So this is 10 days where we have a breakdown. We're right back to the breakdown level now. So we're at a technical resistance level. Let's go ahead and put a horizontal line in and around this area here. Yeah, I don't know if you had any commentary on that.
if we get to 2,000 likes, will you tell us what song you whistled?
Absolutely not. Because you
If
know.
I guess it, will you tell me?
I don't want
what
to say on the air what happened, but you know what happened when Luca and I did that.
Okay.
And it was used, it was weaponized, Neil.
You're changing the subject subtly. If I guess it, will you tell me? If I guess the song, you'll say yes, right?
Yes, I will.
If I guess the artist, will you?
No.
Okay, so if I say,
The artist has a lot to do with it.
What's the Spice Girls main song?
Oh,
If you wanna be my
I tell you what I
lover.
want, what I really, really want.
Yeah, what's that song
I have
called?
no
Was
idea.
it that? No. Okay.
No.
That was,
Dude, it's like a needle in a haystack here.
I thought that was a good guess. Thank you guys in the chat.
Spice up your life, says Casey
really,
France. Okay. Be my lover since.
Is that what the name of the song? Is it "Be My Lover"? No, I'm thinking. You want to get with my friends? Something. What's the name of the?
up a storm here,
what's the name
baby.
of the
You can
damn
see him.
song?
He's right there.
Wanna be.
If You
Mark,
Wanna Be.
Mark's literally working on,
Mark
like, he has
killed
his
it.
hands in like servers and stuff over there, and he yells out like "wannabe." That's what I.
Mark is killing it. You know that he has a different vision for our camera setup over
She's
here.
rich.
He wants to hang him from the roof.
Yo, hanging from the
Yeah.
roof. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
She's
yeah.
rich because I mean
Victoria
David Beckham.
Spice, Victoria Beckham, right?
I don't. He
Posh
doesn't
Spice.
still play in
Posh
the.
No. So he is one of the
retired.
owners of Inter Miami, and as you know,
Yeah.
we've got news. I haven't seen it. I don't want to confirm it. That
Messi.
Messi has gone now. BBC was the one that reported. BBC is a big outlet. No disrespect to them.
The GOAT.
But
They
I'm
got
waiting
now.
for someone specific on my Instagram who I listen to. The Here We Go guy, and you guys, soccer guys, will know about Here We Go. It's kind of a thing. He hasn't put it on, not last time I checked. So obviously, Inter Miami linked to Lionel Messi. He seems to have had more than the wage deal and the soccer deal to motivate him. A deal with Apple, a brew, Apple. Right?
Messi
You
has a
hear
deal-
that, and then you know you're seeing Apple.
What's that Messi company again with the
Yeah, he's
apparel
got
thing?
his apparel thing. Yeah, I have no idea if that's going to be involved, but he is going to have something with
Isn't it
Apple.
publicly traded?
It is.
It doesn't
yeah.
matter.
It was.
It probably
Remember
has
we were
nothing to do
looking
with
at it.
It probably has nothing to do with it. Hamster one, MOG.
Okay, so now we're breaking down,
MOG.
guys. I just want to say
So
quickly here
why
on
isn't
the
play
NQ.
breaking down? Okay,
I just want to talk
reloading
about
play.
this quickly here, Neil, on the NQ. So we just did make a newer low here on the NQ and on the ES. That's after rejecting those levels that we identified, 42.90 on the ES, 14.5 on the NQ, decided rejections, and now newer lows. Do we start trying to build ourselves a short position here? I'm going to say yes. I'm going to keep my eye on it. I want a better price than where we're at now, but I'm definitely more short bias at the moment.
I just added to play, not plug. Yeah, both stocks I'm trading begin with a P right now, so I can get a little confusing for myself. I just reloaded at 41 at VWAP on play. But someone just asked, why is the market tanking? You can throw it like, as a day trader, a lot of times you want to look at what's happening and try not to explain it. That's what analysts do after the fact, which they're pretty good at it. You did just break out. If you look at yesterday's high, we broke yesterday's high, and a bunch of names were breaking some big tops. Then we rejected on the NASDAQ. I'm talking about. We rejected the week high, and then made a technical break of the low. So that's like a false break. One false break that consolidated. Then a false break at the consolidation and breaking lower, forming what you could call a head and shoulders, and then a breakdown from there. So, I mean, that could be the technical reason. Again, I'm just, like, that's just giving you pulse factor. Like, the ES did a very similar thing, false break of the high. And you had so many names that were topside breaking out. Like, Tesla's an example of a stock that was at a very big, broke through a pretty key level, got right back up to its best high if you go to the daily, which is, my daily's now going to load. Thank you. Now my daily's loading for Tesla. I don't know why.
Hey, yeah.
So if you look at Tesla here, the last time it was at these prices, its best close was at 229, and it got to 238. And so it's at a big resistance level after like a million up days in a row. What did it do at the open? That same 229 level. I tried to break a couple of times. It rejected it. So we have a lot of stocks doing this. They're at these big resistance points after big runs up. So when you get a technical breakdown, there's some profit taking. It would be a guess. That's just a guess.
Yeah, no, we're starting to curl down here, guys, on the future. So I'm definitely looking short. Here is the guy I'm talking about, Fabrizio Romano.
That's not, you gotta say Fabrizio.
Fabrizio Romano. No,
I mean,
you
I'm
guys
assuming
can't
he's
see
Italian,
it.
right?
Yeah, journalist. He has 16.7 million followers.
Wasn't being
He's
racist.
known for having the tagline in his post. Here we go. Here we go means it's a done deal.
You know
it's
who-
done. He's never been wrong, apparently, at when he's used that tagline. He doesn't always use
Okay, I
that
was about to
tagline.
say.
It's used exclusively, and apparently a lot of the players and their agents are funneling everything through him because they respect him.
He's
and he
the
seems
Adam
to,
Schefter of...
Exactly. He's Shefty. Exactly.
okay.
Yes, yes. He's the
Put
guy.
it back in football terms and I get it.
He is. He's that guy. He's bigger at world stage because soccer is bigger. Exactly. American
US
football.
American
Shefty. Shout out to Shefty.
So two things.
Go.
It's almost 12 o'clock. A, you haven't said what song you whistled. B,
Not gonna happen.
oh shoot, what was I going to say? I was going to say something else there. No, it's out of principle at this point. Like,
Sean is displeased with the song.
no, but so here's the story. Sean hasn't heard it.
Yeah.
Sharif walked onto the floor this morning. First thing, he walked on the floor and he's whistling a tune. And every time, you've done it a million times. And I'll be like, oh, what are you whistling? And he'll say some song from the 80s. I'm like, oh, that's kind of joke. And today he's like, I'm not telling you. The first words out of his mouth wasn't, hi, how's your morning going? Because I'm not telling you.
Because
So
Neil.
of course I now have this incessant need to know what the song is. Everybody here wants to know what that song is. Renata, make him.
Maybe Arabic song. Wrong, Renata.
Is it Taylor Swift?
It's not Taylor Swift. No, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. That close as it's gonna get. Sean tried. By the way, I told the chat that I would
Taylor Swift's
not
not
be
embarrassing, though.
narrowing down by artist. It ain't gonna happen.
Stop looking at the
baby.
watch like the clock is gonna.
No,
say
I'm
it.
getting a message. No, but I did hang out with Alfred on the weekend. Alfred.
Where are you buying the dip? Tell Alfred what do you like?
So
dip buying
Alfred
today?
actually didn't express that too many opinions about what he was getting into on the weekend. We talked more about
Interesting.
industries and caught up with that. But yeah, he's obviously value. He's always a value. He's not fully invested. He's not even like 75% invested. And I told him, man, January, I'm like, look, man, there's been a technical change on the NQ. We saw higher lows. We saw higher highs. And I said to him, but you don't catch every wave. And he's like that long-term guy.
You
too,
cannot catch every single wave. It's
but we are
impossible.
curling down here, Neil.
We
So
are
it is
curling
time to start looking for these shorts.
Well, or just hold on one second.
Yeah, well, I'm looking to get in here, and I'm obviously a little late to the party, but yeah, we'll see. Let's go. We're going to use the SPY, Neil. So
Oh, that's right. I
the,
forgot to say this. So it's
go.
almost 12 o'clock, but it's not going to be
Like a
myself, Deshaun. It's going to be Yanni.
Oh,
Yannick
true.
it's Yannick's debut on the show here. So in a couple of minutes, I'm going to get out of here. You can stop
Bang.
looking at my ugly face for a while and
What?
deal with Yanni Rami. He has the best trading nickname on the entire trading floor as far as I'm concerned. So I'm going to leave you with, all I have is the last of Neo, which I've had since the morning. Early in the morning, but we did get plug off that high. It just got to 970, so now I'm thinking VWAP here for plug. Still room for it to go, but this was the previous high. No worries there, Shreve. So this was the recent one that we just put on at that double top. Made a double top. I got in a couple of times. One was a scalp, got in 10 cents, got back in, and then took it out when it made 10 cents again, and now we'll see if it can get down into VWAP. The market is absolutely flush city at this point. Like everything that was strong, relatively strong. Here's Tesla. Tesla was breaking out. Now you're right back at that low, that 224 bottom that it's been able to hold. Maybe you can try to hold that one again. Why did I almost just say Virgin Galactic? That's, I don't know, maybe. No, Sean, I was about to say Dave & Buster's. I reloaded at VWAP, and for some reason, Virgin Galactic came out of my mouth. I have no idea why. Maybe that's a Freudian slip, and I need to go check out what that stock is doing. But yeah, so play, I'm back into not back into it, but I'm reloading underneath VWAP. If this breaks consolidation, 40s and then 39.5, 39s, all that good stuff. I don't know why I needed to do this, but I'm just gonna. You guys are gonna have to bear with me while I see what's going on in Virgin Galactic, because if it's in play today, that'll be like the weirdest thing ever. Is it at $4? Yeah, it's right at that 4. This would be way more exciting. Yeah, but it'd be cooler if it was at 5. Because if it was at $5, then it would be a good short, I think. But yeah, I don't want to go over to that one. Joseph M., your old friend Affirm is tanking. Yeah, I know. Yeah, thank you very much, Affirm. So if you're, the best lesson for me today would be, you look at the stocks that you set up your plan for, and like what are the levels you're looking at. Affirm was breaking out, and for the last little bit on Affirm's run, I'm like, yeah, when it gets to 20, it's a short. And instead, as it got past $19, Dave & Buster's was at a big level, and I moved over to Dave & Buster's and traded Dave & Buster's like 3 times and lost. Traded twice and lost. Third time is actually working, but it doesn't matter now. And Affirm got to 19.5 and then did this. So it's not, I don't think it's tanking. It's up 12%. It tanked already. It's retracing into the lows. Bit of a missed opportunity for me, but if you got your shorts, hang on to them. Tesla, is it making that bounce? I think it's trying to make that bounce here on Tesla. 225 now starting to hold. I probably need a little more convincing here. It is 12 o'clock. This is the time of day where you want some actual confirmation of the longs off these lows. You don't want to rush into it. This is a trending market to the downside. And when the market is trending, you want to make sure that you, Sharif just put food down in front of you.
All right, so I brought it before you left so that you could partake. There you go.
I didn't wait for him to say you could partake. I just kind of grabbed
no,
it.
it was implied.
I know it was implied. Thank you very much, Sharif. These are absolutely delicious. So Sharif makes these like protein bites.
Yes.
So I'm going to have mine, then I'm going to get out of here, and then Yannick is going to get his butt into this seat, and then you can get our newest trader on the stage.
Sir, yes, sir. So I am now embroiled in a short on the SPY. And so what I'm looking for here is to start building a position. Got into a quarter position here at 426.90. Now we're back into 427 territory, so it's going against me. But I think that, I'm sticking with this. Now we're going to build a position. I'm looking to add near the area at 42.82. I know I'm talking about the SPY, but I'm basing my levels off the ES. So 42.82. The reason I'm doing that is because I'm able to scalp more using the SPY. When you're in the ES and the MES, you've got contracts, meaning that you got to take big size. So this one allows you to scalp a little bit better. So I'm still more self-biased. I am short biased. I'm looking to add a little bit more and get a better cost base to my position. Is my mic up? Okay, so apparently my mic is really high, guys. I'm sorry about that. Guys, let's adjust the sound, please, on the mic. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. And yeah, we got the crew working on it there. They will be, they'll be fixing that. All right, here we go. Retracing upward. Take your time, brother. Let me know when you're ready. We are retracing upward here on the ES, 42.80. We've made a low at 42.76 and a quarter. The level that we've identified as a key level on my chart, 42.90 on the ES. That's yesterday's close. We took that to the downside, and then we tried to bounce up above it, made a rejection, and made a newer low. And that's what has caused me to look for a sell side buy. So I'm looking to add in and around here is 42.81 area. So we're close to adding on our SPY position. So that's a look there. What's the chat up to? What's the song, bro? Yeah, we're gonna have to pass on that. Too low now. There was static earlier. It was static randomly, not your mic. Tell them to turn your mic back up to where it was. Okay. So yeah, Alfredo on the ones and twos there. He is looking. He's doing it. So. Good. Sharif, BRFG, a swing long. Sure. Let's have a look at BRFG. BRFG. What the hell is this? BFRG. Excuse me. BFRG Bullfrog. There we go. So not much in the way of trading range today. Down 4 points almost. About 3.12. What's the daily trend?
Let's look at that daily real quick here. Is this pre-split or something? Did it actually IPO this year? I don't even remember. Did Bulldog IPO this year? It did. Okay, so Bulldog, yeah, okay, I guess. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've got it over here. I just didn't know if my chart wasn't split adjusted. Oh, goodness. Okay, Bullfrog AI is a digital biopharmaceutical company. The company is focused on advanced artificial intelligence, machine learning, AI, ML-driven analysis of complex data sets in medicine and healthcare. Okay, so the pitch is here, an AI biotech healthcare play. Sure, okay, we'll see. We'll see how that materializes. I don't know anything about it. I don't see a headline. It hasn't moved enough on the day for me to care about it.
My whole setup's.
Okay, so he's gonna have to take some time. We'll get you some help. Don't worry about it, brother. So here we go. We're still dancing with that level, so it's time for me to add a little bit more on this short here on the SPY as we build our position and see how that goes. Zion Lala, Sharif, whistle the song on air. We can take a guess and help out Neil. Not gonna happen, my friend. Not gonna happen. We're gonna have to put my foot down on that one. Neil hooking him up, yes he is. Anyone getting long-dated VIX calls during all this? Good question. I haven't been looking at the VIX a whole lot lately, to be quite honest with you, and I really should have been. It used to be part of my daily analysis when I would do the morning routine. So here is the VIX. It's really at, I want to say, definitely at yearly lows. Here's a look at the VIX. Let's put the commentary on there. Let's go VIX. This is the index, by the way. This isn't the future. So we're looking at the VIX index. 1429 high, 1384 low, 1403 is where we're at now. We've broken down through a bit of a bottom. That bottom was 16. We had multiple touches in and around there during April. Then you had that eventual breakdown. We haven't been there since, well, this chart goes all the way to October 2021. Let's go to the weekly to figure out when's the last time we've been down here. Okay, so there we go. It's got to be back in February 2020. Wow. February 2020, last time we were down here at these levels. Okay. So it's been a very strong market, to say the least, since that time. The VIX inverse with the indexes, obviously. So keep an eye on that. Let's see how, continuing to hang out at these levels. Going to continue to bring, to build my futures position here at these levels. We'll continue to watch it. It was a George Michael song until proven otherwise since Darwin. I don't know about that. It wasn't actually. I'll give you that clue. It was not a George Michael song. So gotta X you out on that one. Okay, so let's see what Palantir's up to. Palantir was making a good move earlier. All of us really were looking for a 16 bounce on this. It looks like it hasn't materialized. 16 initially acting as support, now support switching to resistance. We're getting multiple rejections off 16 to the high side, and we're breaking down south. So we'll continue to see where I told you 1550 is where I'm looking. Yesterday's close is that 1445, 1456, essentially, sorry, I said 1555. 45, 1546. So I'm looking at that $half area, 1550. That's my support area. That's what I'll be looking for a dip buy. If you're looking short, maybe you can profit take around that area too. So we'll keep an eye on that. What's the future doing? So a bit, of a nothing burger, consolidating sideways for now as we continue to build our position. Getting there? Yeah, you're already there? All right, beautiful. All right, my man is set up. They already put you on the camera. Yeah, they put you on the camera already. So here you go. So just go like this, and then that's fine. There we go. Guys, this is Yannick. He is, I heard you have a sick name on the floor, by the way, and I can't remember it, but we'll get to that in a second. There you go. There you go. Yannick, he is a floor trader. You just joined us not too long ago. Welcome, my friend. Yep.
Oh, you were on mute. Now you're good.
Now we're good. Now we're good.
There we go.
Okay. Yeah, I've been here for a month now. Been trading for a better part of like 5 years.
You've been trading for 5 years, right? We
Yeah,
talked
yeah,
in
yeah.
the
Swing
kitchen.
trading and day trading.
Cool. Tell us the story, because you told me it was a lot more colorful
Yeah,
than
yeah,
your
yeah.
payday right now.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
man, it started with back in like high school. I was like really into like just finance and investing and all
Right.
that.
Really
And
good, man.
I convinced my parents to open up an account under their name with the money that I had saved up. And yeah, you know, I traded, day traded, basically lost all of it, you know, and like, as we all do, I'm sure most of us end up getting
Blowing up our
close to
accounts.
blowing up an account at least once. And yeah, I did that, and I just, I kept trading after that. I, you know, kept putting money into it and just kept, you know, learning on YouTube, any resource I could find, and yeah, this has led me here. And
So you started doing more like,
small caps.
yeah.
Yeah.
So you started with small caps,
Oh yeah.
eh? Okay.
I figure that's what most of us
Yeah,
start
I
with
know.
when we have small accounts. You know, that's all we
You
can
want to buy
trade.
more of
Exactly.
it, thinking you're going to get
You want
the
that
big
home
move.
run. You want that Lambo
Exactly.
trade.
Exactly.
100%.
Okay, so you start with the small caps. Now, without really going into anybody specific, anybody or any general theory that you follow for small caps, you know, a lot of people brought breakouts.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
they're
those
shorting.
are great.
What's your look?
I was really trying to short them because at first I tried to play them long, and then I realized that, like, you know, you really have to be sharp and quick with it to get those trades off and
Yep.
not lose on them. So I ended up just trying to short them most of the time. I was never comfortable longing them because I had been in a couple shorts where buyouts would happen.
Okay.
Or a share offering, share offering.
Right.
And you know, the thing just drops like 50% in one candle, and like I could never imagine being long something like that. So I just stuck to shorting them, and yeah, it worked out, it didn't work out, and you know, it was up down for a while, and swing trading I had a lot of success
Now,
in.
did you were you always trading technically, or were you looking like, hey, let me research this company, let me get the
So the swing trading was more so a mix of technical and fundamentals. I was really still am into macroeconomics. Love that stuff, you know, all about finance and, you know, how the markets work around the world.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, just getting a little introduction into who Yannick is. So how you liking the floor here so far?
Love it.
Yeah,
Love it.
you told me in the kitchen. I don't want to put words in your
Yeah.
mouth. You said it to me. You're like, I'm living the dream.
It's the dream. No,
There you
that
go.
was since I was like 18. That was the dream, to end up on a floor trading with everyone that also wants to trade and make money. You know, it's just a good environment to be in when you want to do that.
Yeah, I did this for 2 years too before I ended up on the floor. And let me tell you, like the year that I've been here, learned
yeah.
exponentially more than what I've been able to learn 2 years on my own.
The month I've been here,
There you
I've
go,
learned
right?
more than like last 3 years
They
I've been
teach you
trading.
so much tape reading
Oh,
and
yeah.
depth analysis. There you go, Mr. Katina, hitting
So
the
many.
idea.
So many things.
There we go. Okay, so UCAR apparently moving up here. Let's have a look at our friend UCAR. Where are we at? Okay, so we did hold VWAP on UCAR. Let's have a look. Where
That's an
is the
interesting one.
1 minute? Yeah, so UCAR, bit of a $9 hold. It was nice that VWAP and 9 conflated because they acted as a good support level if you picked it up anywhere after 11:30. A couple of dips in and around there. 984 top. You're thinking 10 if you're going long here. At least I am. But first and foremost, you'd want a top break. You want a 984 break. What's your look on something like UCAR?
I mean, at this point, like, yeah, the trade would have been down at 9 for me, definitely
Go
in
to
that
history.
in that zone. The trade would have been definitely down here. The breakout over 9-2, that could be something, but 10's really the level, you know. 10's that level. This trade would be pretty hard to get on, and you wouldn't really be able to put size on because you're gonna have to risk like 10, 15 cents.
Yeah.
If you get those wicks, you know, even if you don't get those wicks, you're in at 920s, that's 20 cents. You know, can't really hit that home there. But yeah, UCAR, I don't know. UCAR was in play a couple days ago. I haven't looked at it since then because it hasn't been doing too much.
Yeah,
But yeah, I guess
no.
it's doing something today, right?
All right. So the ES looks like it's holding out a little stronger than the NQ. The NQ closer to lows than the ES. I'm embroiled in this SPY short where 15 pennies out of the money, but I still really like the trend. I gotta tell you, that rejection off yesterday's close and that make of the newer low, I'm liking this.
I may like it more on the NQ than I may on the SPY. So at some point, I may be jumping into a Q short here, especially if it continues to outperform itself. And this is the NQ. So I want to see. This was the former level of support, ended up becoming resistance. This is the 5-minute on the NQ. So that's what I'm looking at there. I want to see if we can continue to make lower lows. We're definitely making lower highs all the way through. But yeah, slow it goes. And we've had a very strong last little bit. Let's go to the daily. I mean, it's been a rocket ship.
Yeah.
Was it right? Like,
Absolute
what's a
rocket
red
ship.
day here and there? We got.
Yeah, it's about
where's
time,
the
man.
profit
It's about
taken at?
time.
Yeah. So that's my look on that, and that's why I'm short, and it's a position I'm going to hold. My out, the break, and a decided hold above the 42.90 on the ES. That's my out. That's where I know I'm wrong. It starts trading above there, and it starts accumulating, either flying above it or, we're trading at, say, 42.91, 42.92, and every time it dips down, buyers are out, outpacing sellers. I'll be out. That will be the end of my trade. I need to see continuation in the downtrend of lower highs, lower lows for me to stay interested in this trade. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, buy Palantir, Mark says. Our friend Palantir has now, and it is our friend, decidedly broke that 16 level that I was looking for a possible hold. It ends up being a short. So the flat bottom break does materialize. You have a 16 consolidation sideways, and then boom, 3 red minute candles in a row below that 1590 breakdown. Were you one of the excellent traders on the floor that took Palantir?
I did. You want to see what?
You want to talk to us about your trade?
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
Let's go.
I took a good trade, yeah,
Good,
but
man.
a little too quick on the out. That's for sure.
All
Let's
right.
see. So let's go back. I guess we'll look at the 1 minute. All right. So
Why
yeah.
don't you maximize it so it can...
Yeah, the full screen? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so I didn't get that $16 break. I didn't have an order there, so I just, let it go, let it base out. I got 16, 17s here, but I only got about like a quarter of the size that I wanted. So it was pretty small position, and yeah, I just took a fifth out here, another fifth, and then I had these orders waiting there as I was trading, I believe, Neo and Shopify, so I wasn't really paying attention to the tape and how quick it was going and that it was actually going to go somewhere. So those orders just got filled as I was trading Neo, and yeah, if I had been watching that, I probably would have canceled them, seeing as, that, especially that candle at, what time is that? This candle right here, I'm not sure what time that is, but the candle that broke over the 40 level, that one is just strong and it never even looks back. So yeah, that would have been, definitely should have held that, but no, I wasn't looking at it, doesn't matter. The trade worked out.
Yeah, you got to be grateful
complain.
for the profits,
Exactly.
Good trade, homie.
Yeah.
That was really good. Yeah, I know. Did you guys talk about that in the meeting? Because everybody seemed to be ready for it.
PLTR?
Was that in the group chat?
Yeah, it was,
What?
yeah, in the morning call.
Yeah,
Yeah, we did talk about it, but
Yeah.
I had seen it pre-market already. So
Yeah,
I
it was kind of
I-
everybody's radar
yeah,
lately too, right?
For
Like,
sure.
It's been on
It's
there.
been on a run, a
Yeah,
run and a
it's
half,
great.
that's for sure.
Ever since earnings. Now, are you a guy who look, so I don't want to judge you, but are you a guy who also likes to read the headline and know what's going on in the market?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, you
for
like
sure,
the
for
story,
sure.
okay.
Oh yeah.
Cool.
But sometimes you're not like a move happens, news comes out, and you don't have time to go find out what's going on. If volume comes in, it happens. Just hit it if it's there, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes taking an extra few seconds to search something, you'll miss the trade.
But with the swing trades, like you'll look
that's
at
different. Yeah,
things
yeah.
and then you'll be like, oh, there's trend and that trend. Fantastic. So we will have a lot to talk about, my friend, because I like
most
that fact
certainly.
that you're informed. So we will be chatting about that here. We'll let that happen organically. But here we go. Curling down on the NQ, new lows 14,417. Sadly, no new low on the ES as 14,726 and a quarter still in play. We're at 729. Still out of the money, honestly, on the SPY short, despite the weakness in the market. And that's because the tech names are leading the downside and they influence more
the NASDAQ than the S&P as of late, especially. Let me have a look at energy here. Energy is decidedly green on the day. Banks are also green. Airlines are green. Cruise lines are green. These are more S&P type names. You have nat gas green as well. All my infrastructure names, they're all 2-3% plus. These are all S&P names, lifting the S&P, while tech really pushing the NQ down. So it looks like I may have made a tactical mistake here in not taking the Q short as opposed to taking the SPY short. So a bit of a, we're almost back in the money here. But the fact of the matter is, even if we do end up making money on this, it may not be the same amount that we would have been able to make on an NQ short or a triple Q short. So whatever. That's fine. Aaron Yeager, what's the sub count? Oh, I'll have to ask the production team. I don't have it right now. We can look on for a second. Ponzi Fonzie, can you ask Yannick what the Lambo trade is? So you don't know Ponzi Fonzie, I don't know if you know him, but he's always asking for that Lambo trade. So what's it got?
Man.
What do you got there, man?
Good luck finding that in a day trade, but in a swing trade, I mean,
go to his chart, guys.
Pick some small cap and pray. That's all you can really do with a Lambo trade. Trading's not about the Lambo trades here. Come on, we know.
Yeah. No,
we
he's
know what
kidding.
We're here for.
It's typically what he means is like, what's the good trade on the
big
day?
trade today?
Sometimes he'll kind of reduce his ambitions a little bit. He'll be like, what's the Civic basic model trade?
Not the turbo.
Not the turbo. You don't get the turbo. The NQ pumping lower. 14.4 incoming. I got to tell you, 14.4, not an impressive level on my chart. Despite the fact that it is that round 100 level, and we talked to Arun about that, and he says he looks at the 100 levels, and I respect that. But look at the price action here at 300. We have a lot more consolidation price action, especially if you're looking for a balance at 300 here. So this gap, may not get filled today, but I just don't feel like we had enough at 400 as of late to warrant a real, well, I take that back a little bit because I zoom out. Now I'll go back to May 29th, and now we've got some action here, some good action at 400. We'll see. I guess we'll see. So 400, 300 incoming, possibly on the day. Lower, we just made a newer low on the ES. I'm now well in the money on my short. I am short bias. I got to tell you the truth. I'm quite short bias on the day. And this is a buy and hold, guys, okay? This is a buy and hold. I think we're headed south. If you have the patience, I think we may be giving up some good percentages here. The NQ, though, just absolutely outperforming the ES, the south side. I'm so lamenting not having gotten into the NQ short as opposed to this ES short. Anyway, NVIDIA breaks the low. It's got $2 real quick, says M. Nice. I'm not even looking at NVIDIA, but I'm looking at AMD break 120 with a 119.71 low. It's Huadunk City in Techville. The NQ taking it on the chin. I wish the ES would would catch a left hook or two.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, it's a big boy move. I am short bias, guys.
Where was AMD this morning? 125. That's your trade right there. Off that 125. Wow, $5.
You want to have a look? Give us a more thorough analysis.
Yeah, let's take a look here. Let's go back a little bit. Let's go big on the chart. Let's go 15-minute, and we're missing some data. Go even further, 30 minutes. Yeah. Come on, where's the data?
Dump it.
Yeah, 125, you can tell. Like, it's 125 to 126. Like, look over here how many times it tests that 125 before running. Like, look at those wicks right there.
Yeah,
same thing here. Like, I know that's more so the 124 area, but it's there. 125 shows up everywhere on this.
Yep.
I feel like that's like an important, just to traders in general, that like 125, that number is like really, solid number.
Yep. I have numbers that I always look for. I mean, I don't know.
Oh my goodness, I just got more short. Why would I do that? I was looking to cover.
Fat finger.
Yeah, mistake there, but it looks like it's headed south. So I just added a little bit.
You wanted to cover?
So I'm going to de-risk a little bit there because I added when I didn't want to. So we take a little bit out
I did that
there.
today on Shopify.
And I just messed up my cost basis. I don't know how that happened, but that's fine.
what it
The
is.
fact I just didn't want to add there, so
Yeah.
you know I made money on the ad. But there we go. I'm looking south. Again, I'm going to keep complaining because the NQ much weaker, much weaker than the ES. But we're at that critical level on the NQ, 14.4. Do we take it? Does it become an important level? And if we hold it, does it influence the descent on the ES? I would posit yes. If 14.4 holds, we get a pause on the descent on the ES. I think they correlate. But for the moment, it may not be that way on the NQ as it's breaking south. We'll see if this continues. I think 14.3 possible here. We'll see. There we go. Big boy Huadunk now. That's what I want to see, baby. So that's what we're doing. We're going to sit at 71s here for an out. 72s, excuse me, for an out. We'll try to front run. That will be a newer low should it make its way there. But we shall see. We shall see. We shall see.
But it's funny, you look at the daily on the NASDAQ and like,
It's
negligible.
due for a move. Yeah, of course it's negligible. It's due for a move, right? I mean, there's got to be some profit taking here. There's got to be some exhaustion moves, right? Like all the technical phrases you want to use, right? But it's good.
I guess at one point, almost 1.5% down is quite a bit.
My mic. It's an old pro tip right there. All right, Palantir apparently continuing to move down, 1550. Okay, so we're at that level that I like now. And that level just came and went, actually. 1540, now the low on Palantir. Let's bring in that chart. Okay, so let's see how it trades around here. This is yesterday's close. Anybody wondering why I always emphasize on the closing print is because the money that's there at the end of close is the committed money. It is the money that is going to hold the line, hold the fort, so to speak. The money that's out at the end of the day is not the money that I worry about. So therefore, the closing print is what I place most emphasis on. Dow theory, have a look into it. So 1550, the level breaking. We're going 1538. Palantir really not benefiting from the overall market downturn as we continue to move down here. But yeah, that was the level I liked. I didn't take it. Let's just continue to see. I get the fill though. Money. On the SPY, the bias is right. We're printing on the short, on the SPY, the NQ south, the ES south. It's Print City. And Sean hitting the bang. Sean is on his way. He is setting up. No, thank you very much. I will get one.
I gotta get a lemon.
Lemon.
I'm getting a lemon tea.
Guys, Sean would like you to know that he is securing a lemon tea. Upon securing? Jeez, dude, sometimes when you talk a bunch, you can't even stop. Upon securing the lemon tea, he shall be joining us. But there we go. South side action on the NQ or the SPY, and we take a nice little print there, but we're looking for more, baby. This is a hold, okay? Until otherwise proven, it's a hold. 14.4 has come and gone on the NQ. For the moment, we're not retracing to it. Let's see if that continues to support the descent here on the ES. But now, I'm going to ask you something. On any retracements upward, should I be adding?
With your short originally? Retracements up. I mean.
So if I posit that the intraday trend is going to be southbound, should I be adding on the pops to my short?
I mean it's up to your strategy and your risk tolerance. But the way I like to look at it is, I'll only add to a trade if, like, I add at inflection points or what I think is an inflection point, So I'll only add at a point where it's either going to turn around and stop me out like a couple cents after I add, or it's going to continue doing the move that I thought. Because I really don't like to skew my average and then have to move the stop.
Very good
right?
point.
And
Okay.
then, that'll, you lower your stop and then, you might get stopped out, right?
Yeah.
So
Definitely. Go ahead, yeah.
my goal is to really try and get as much as the move as possible. Because I don't really scalp so much. I'll trade Neo and like try and just churn shares, make fees.
Yeah.
But
that's a different trade we do here on the floor, yeah.
But for the most part, I'm trying to get a larger move, right?
Okay.
As much as the move as possible. So adding halfway down, it's not in my strategy as of yet, but maybe I can work something in there in the future, right?
So is it fair to say that your time frame is shorter, you're looking to take shorter scalps maybe with bigger size, and therefore adding typically not part of the strategy? However, if you were to extend your time frame, like say you would be looking for an all-day type trade or a half-day type trade, then you're basically have a bias that it's going to be long-term, 3-4 hours in this direction.
Yeah.
If that is the case, do you add at those levels?
Like here,
Like what's happening right now.
Want to cut to my screen on
Go
Shopify.
to his screen, guys. Yeah.
Exactly what I was trying to do here. Let's look at the 1 minute. So I, tried to take the long off 63.50, that level from yesterday, and it got stopped out. Okay, and I tried one more time, worked out. I took some shares off, and then right here where you see this yellow arrow, right here, I wanted to add, but I fat-fingered the order, and I sold my shares. So I wasn't going to get back in and skew my average all the way up there. So I just left it alone.
I gotcha. Okay.
But yeah,
great
that was,
answer,
right,
man. I
there's
really
there's
appreciate that.
An example
Very
of me
thoughtful.
trying to add.
Yeah. Okay.
Trying to add.
I gotcha.
Not successful in the ad, but yeah, it's definitely part of my strategy if I think the stock can trend.
You're getting some great comments here. I don't know if you're seeing here in the chat.
Oh, I have actually
They
haven't been
are
watching
actually. There you get a lot of good comments coming in here, man.
I haven't.
Hit that one for Yannick. You know what to do, chat.
Oh, yeah.
You know what we do
Gotta
when we
like it.
like somebody. We smash that one.
Gotta like it.
So
So we
let's
can
go.
have Kat ring the bell. Come on.
There we go. My one. I'm first. Let's go. Alvin, number 2. Alvin gets dubbed. Vocal essence. Sean's in there. I know he's in there. Bears versus Bulls. There it is. Katina with 4 ones. That's the 4-1-1. There we go. We're dancing with 14-4. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything, but there we go, guys. Retracing a little bit, holding up at 14-4. I'm holding up on the short, holding this. But it looks like you're overtime, my friend, because Mr. Katina coming in. Thank you for being on. We're definitely going to have you on again.
Would love to be on again.
And yeah, we'll talk some more.
See
Thanks
you
for
guys
being on.
later.
All right, guys, as Sean sets up there, you know the trade I'm embroiled in. Is this short? Does the market continue, and do we get retracements? And if we do get retracements, do we add? Are we short biased today? Tell me what you think in the chat. Do we find a balance here off these levels? We've definitely been strong every day. So if you're looking for, to trade in the direction of the trend, the overall trend, the intermediate trend has not been the downside, has been to the upside. Here we go. We're finding a balance now on the ES and the NQ. 14.4 is kind of like the level that I've kind of earmarked here for the moment on the NQ. I kind of feel like, if we really do get that support at 14.4 on the NQ, it's really going to give the ES a balance. The other ES components, like when you look at energy and banks, they're not down. It's tech who's taking it on the chin today. The big cappers have taken it on the chin. Crypto taking it on the chin right now. The Chinese ADRs taking it on the chin. But the S&P, its other components hanging out. They're hanging tight, right? Even Nat Gas holding up today. Again, I talked about infrastructure plays all holding up, all more S&P related names. All
right.
Dang. The S&P heading back up. Now out of the money on our short on the SPY after taking some good profit there. It's finding its footing back up, 42.81 back here on the ES. So
I logged in and my thing was really super slow.
what happened? Yeah, but you said that yesterday and then it ended up working fine, remember?
Yeah, I logged back out. I'm going to try one more time.
Okay, well, we'll give it a shot.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Short Apple and Micron, I hope. I don't know. The market started to go down. We covered a little bit of that. Yo, what's up, Bears versus Bulls and everybody else out there?
My man got a lot of ones.
I saw that.
The people have spoken.
Another one.
Another one. People's Trader.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, it's all about giving people an opportunity, right?
So you said to me this morning, like, I made my day.
We gave you an opportunity.
Yeah.
Let's be perfectly honest about
Yeah,
everything.
yeah.
I believe he's sitting in the exact spot you were.
Exactly.
You
No,
know?
I actually sat on this side, but that's fine.
You're on one other side.
No.
I mean in the
Oh,
back.
right here? Yes, that's actually my spot. Yes.
Yeah. So, look, I mean, you know what trading is all about. And I want to thank everybody for coming back again and making sure that you watch all of our shows that are on here, because it's not about like, oh my God, like Neil and I, we're sort of the OGs with Brendan that started this whole thing. It has nothing to do with that. It does, but it has to do with more opinions, more styles, more attitudes, more everything, right? I mean, I was talking with my brother-in-law, and he messaged me and was like, you know what? The best part of the show, because he doesn't know shoot about trading, right? And he goes, he's watching it the last couple of days because of all the back and forth about golf and everything like that. He thinks he's going to beat me. I don't know if he's watching now or not, but I'm just playing along like, yeah, you've got me. Like I haven't been, because I really haven't been golfing in about a year. And he's out there on the range and all that kind of stuff.
He's practicing.
I have a feeling that I'm going to step up and disappoint him if he thinks he's going to beat me, because I'm going to try to come hard with it. But the idea is anyways, what he was saying was, long story short, that he thought the best part was the banter, the back and forth.
That's nice.
All the talking and things like that. Yeah, so it's like when you and I talk about this, when Neil and I talk about that, and when you don't give people the magic song that's in your head and everything like that.
I knew that was going to get thrown at me.
I wouldn't have said
I
anything.
can't.
I mean,
I can't,
Neil's
Sean.
the
I
one
can't
that is
do it.
clearly upset.
Yeah, Neil was displeased.
I could. I mean, I
think he
care
could
that
live with
that you're amused and you're listening to songs that you like. But
And I
mean,
typically
whatever you
don't
want.
listen to songs. The only thing is, I finished the podcast like right while I was walking to work. I'm like, okay, I got like
what am
6
I going to listen
minutes.
to now?
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
the
gonna
same
listen
kind
to
of
some
way.
beatage.
I'm the same kind of way.
Yeah, so listen to
listen to
that
music too
podcast.
much.
So I don't know if you listened to the All In, but
I did.
Yeah. So did you see the part at the end when they
What do you mean,
start
the All
talking
In?
about
The compound, you mean?
No, not the compound. All In.
No, I don't know what
That's
that is.
Chamath.
Nah, I hate that guy.
Well, it's not just him. There's other good guys on there
Yeah.
too. There's David Sachs. There's
Yeah, I'm just playing around. I don't actually hate him. But
Yeah, it's fine. I mean,
what were they saying?
you're allowed to feel whatever you feel. But,
No, I'm just playing around. I don't feel that way.
They were talking about AI. They were talking
Yes.
about chips. They were talking about GPUs, and they were talking about how they feel it's incumbent upon Lisa Su
Yeah,
to
AMD.
come out, AMD, to come out with something now. She's got to
What do you
make
mean
a
something?
She's got to make an announcement by somebody, right?
Buy
yes, a
somebody?
GPU that they can scale, a company that can be bought, acquired,
Do we want
because they need
AMD's
an
buying
answer to the GPU, and
But they have their GPUs.
they're not anything in NVIDIA's
well,
market. So that's what.
I have to listen to that because
Yeah, have a listen.
I thought that they produce GPUs, right?
They do, but like when you're talking about market share and you're talking about like.
Yeah, but it's like, hey,
It's
look, it's like,
nothing.
hey, yo, Google and Samsung and all this, like.
That's not.
Now
who
they
pe-
have to but now they have to come out and address this Apple headset because they're
Well,
not
they're
part
even
of it?
talking about Meta. They're talking about Google being a possible participant in the AI space with chips, with respect to chips
Yeah, they have
specifically.
Tensor chip, their own
yeah,
chip already.
they're making their own. Exactly, they made
All right,
their
we're
own.
set up
Excuse
now.
me.
Yeah, no, look, I mean, I think as the space goes, I mean, me and Brad were just talking.
Yeah.
He went out and grabbed, Brad's lunch looked pretty good. He got a Chipotle, like a bowl of
Nice.
barbacoa, is that what it was? Yeah, the beef.
Barbacoa,
Yeah.
he says, yeah.
Anyways, no, he was talking to me
go
like,
for it.
do I think that Palantir can, get to $300 within the next 10 years or something like that? And I said, well, it's $15 now. Let's hold on the 20x.
Yeah, oh.
But the thing is that we even called up Google, and here, I mean, this is the chart that I was using with him. It was Google, and so if you just type in here, because I was just going to say, if we think that Palantir, data company, yeah, I mean, I can't really, if we think of another company similar, like maybe. I mean, I don't really. Is there a company that's similar? I'm asking people in the chat. Is there a company that's similar to Palantir that we can maybe think about that might have been 10 or 15 years ago? Like I know that because they're not in the chip. Like I was trying to think about a big data company like
don't know enough about
IBM
this
or something like that. But anyways, look. So basically, we went back to like wherever you want. We just used $20 here for Google because if you're going to take something at its IPO. That's, you're going to have this kind of a move. But I'm just saying, if you go Google back in 2008, 2008? 2008.
Yeah,
when
that's
it was
fine.
20 bucks.
2008,
No one
yeah.
says 2008.
You can say it how you want.
Do they?
I don't know.
I don't know. Anyways, in 2008, you could just see here with Google, and what I'm saying is imagine that this company, we all know Google, we love Google, so on and so forth, but that was 2008, 2007, you're down here at 20. The most we ever got to was 150. So that's 10x, not even 10x.
Yes. Okay.
And that's from 2008 or 2007 to where we are now.
I see.
You're talking 15 years, 10x. So to think that Palantir, some of these names, without a crazy catalyst like what we saw, I mean, and I give an example of this, Twilio. You know, let's go to a daily chart because Twilio hasn't been, well, this is good enough. I was going to say it hasn't been around that long. I bought this name on IPO at $20, $27, whatever it was. It went to 400. But that part of this, again, if we look at the years, well, now you can't see the years, but if you look at the years down here, you know, this was during that whole free money, everybody, COVID is here situation where everything went to the moon and then just came all the way back. So do I think that Palantir has a chance again to do something like this? Sure. I mean, Palantir went 5x when it went, again, I don't want to look at the monthly. It hasn't been around that long, but there's Palantir right here, 930 up. And again, look at the timing of this 2021 early, right? All the way up to 40, which gives you that 4 to 5x, but then straight back down to where we were buying it hand over fist and to where we are now. So to think, and what I tried to tell him was, Sharif, is that you don't invest in something to say, I'm trying to get 10x, or I'm trying to get 30x, and it's even 5x, right? What you want, if you're going to throw the word invest around, then you want to invest in best of breed and the best companies with new ideas that you think could possibly catch fire. Trade it off key levels, dollar cost average into those. So you want to invest in bank names, maybe energy names, names like an Apple, things like that. And then I even said to him, what about C3 AI?
And?
Like, if AI is going to be a thing and from now till forever, then maybe we look back and we say, hey, even though it's crazy right now to buy something at $34 when it was just $17 a month ago. But, you know, where are we going from here is the question. Not where have we been, it's where are we going. So if you're going to invest, that's why you look for stocks that have moats around them, like a Microsoft.
A moat. Explain to people what moat is, because it's not definition. It's used differently in our industry, right? No, because moat means something different when the dictionary.
I'm talking about it with traditionary. Like, you know, when you have a castle. And you're defending your castle. And the only way for people to get in are by foot. If you build a moat around it, then you can just shoot them, or at that time, maybe fire arrows or rocks or slingshots at these horses and so on and so forth that are trying to cross your moat.
So I
So
guess
it's like they're on an island by themselves. So what I mean by it, and maybe I'm wrong, and
I think you're right. I think
been wrong many times before. Shout out to my wife.
What I think the tech world means is like a software or a product that defends them from anybody else, and nobody else can get it. So it's kind of the same thing you're saying. Because then you're shielding.
I feel like it's exactly the same.
It is. It is.
Yeah. So what Microsoft has done is build a moat around Azure, around Windows. Like, you're buying a new computer today, does it have Windows in it?
99%. Well, I don't know what their market share is, but What's
so
Apple's
there's going
share
to be
now?
Chromebooks.
Less than 20%.
What's up, Neil? Your earpiece is right here. There you go.
I gotta charge it.
Go enjoy lunch, Neil. Get out of here.
I gotta charge this.
All right. Neil's got to charge his headpiece.
There you go.
But anyway, that's what I meant by moat. So a name like a Google as well, right, with Google Chrome. Now, are those moats eventually going to get breached? Yes, because that's what happens, you know. Eventually we invent airplanes and stuff like that, and we just fly right over said moat. But, you know, for now, I think it's good, and that's why you want to keep on, you know, evaluating companies for what they are.
Keep on keeping on.
Keep on keeping on.
Dirt said.
And that's why Amazon
Shout
buying
out
companies.
Joe Dirt.
Like Amazon bought that iRobot or whatever, right? Because they want to get into that business. They bought Ring Central, right, to get into that camera business. They bought. They stepped in for healthcare and things like that. So these companies understand that in order for them to keep solid, they need to keep, you know, evaluating what their businesses are and so on.
All right, I think the market may be turning. I think I'm going to get out of my position on the SPY. If we reach 42.85, I think we're breaking the resistance that we had at 83s. We may retrace into 90s. If we do, I may reinitiate a position around there depending on how we trade. So this wasn't the right trade. We get a little bit out, but it'll end up being negative. If I get out here on the touch of 85, I'm basing it on the ES, which is fine with me because the short could still absolutely be in play at 14.5 on the NQ and 42.90 on the ES. But it looks like for the moment we're going to be curling up here, Sean.
Yeah, no, I want to say let's just curling up.
Yeah, well, look, have a look
I'm going
here
to
at the
disagree
ES.
just a little. Oh, the ES. Oh, yeah, the ES
you're
is
looking
broken
at the
above.
NQ, so yeah, you're probably on tech names. Apple,
No, 100%. I don't trade anything other than these. And I think you got to stay. I mean, Neil's already hit the nail on the head with trade names that you're more comfortable with. And I think you can trade random names. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with him trading Dave & Buster's or anything like that. It's just understand the risk, understand the profile. Like, if I'm wrong on Apple, I know I can get out at the levels I want to get out at. And I also know that, hey, look, I can protect my profits with stop orders, and I have an expected move. And I know that if the NASDAQ does X, then, Apple should do Y. I've sat here and got roasted on a lot of positions. So let's not act like I know exactly what I'm doing here. But here's a trade for an example on Apple, right? So Apple, again, my number one stock today was similar to that yesterday as well. We talked about with NVIDIA. We had some bangers on yesterday. Why can't I pull this down? For Apple and NVIDIA. We're going to put something on for you guys hopefully soon. Just waiting for, Palantir is back. Palantir has been, first of all, like a real, like, flush down the toilet. We'll talk about that in a minute. But here we go. Long off 180. Long off 180. It's a sticky note trade. Long off 180. Made a whole bunch of money here. Once it dropped down, we got out, right? Then we tested it down here at what magical level? This is called 179 right there. So we got long at 179. And everybody in the midday on the first show saw me trading this. So we were buying 179. The best we could get out is right here at the 200 period. And then this happened all the way down. So we get out. Made money here again. Then with patience comes profits. I don't know. I was thinking about something there. And you got to have some diamond hands a little bit on some of these plays. And by sometimes diamond hands, that means two things to me. The first thing it means is be able to hold your trades.
Yeah, man.
The other thing is diamond brain hands.
Get out the right time.
Not only that, be patient and wait. So not only diamond hands wait for your position to get out, but diamond hands, and this is the wrong word, but diamond hands waiting for an opportunity to get into the trade. Because the thing is, if you're out there just catching all of these nickels all the time, you want to make sure that you're able to have enough ability to catch that 50 cent that drops down. That, those rare 50 cent pieces?
Yes, rare 50 pieces?
Yeah, exactly. So you want to make sure you can catch those. So this is what we did here with Apple. We actually have two fills right here. You can see, I don't know if you can see, but it's double filled there. I got shares and I said, I want more. So I just got more at that time. And then here's the drop down. And again, why did we take that trade? It's just off VWAP right there. And again, why did we go short? It's negative. And it's some things are so easy now that when you look back at it and you have hindsight with trading, that's that. You want to talk about a mistake, that which we're now up on, is Micron. So we talked about this as we were going short here against the 50 period, took the short against VWAP, but only so much can we hold it. It did go down and put us into the money, but we wanted more than that. We were waiting for these levels, so we didn't take any out. That's not like me. Then it comes all the way back up again and unfortunately breaks VWAP and the 200, but doesn't break it very, very hard. So then we just wait for like 2 minutes and then just get right back in and then hit this to the downside. And unfortunately, this is literally 12:30 when I was coming on talking to you, and we should have got out some down there. I didn't realize it, but we're still short Micron, and it's still below where we got in. So again, a couple VWAP trades right there to go. So let's put something else on.
Let's talk a little bit about Canada. Here we go.
Oh, Canada.
So we had an interest rate decision today.
Yeah.
We did. We got 25 bips. So the Fed fund rate in Canada, 4.75. Okay, so Sean, let's talk.
Still under the U.S.
Yes, by far. We've held out, I think, 3 times, and they bumped out twice. 3 times.
I feel like that would be it for now.
So, question for you. Let's get to the deep. The deep
you want
stuff
to know about
real
housing
quick.
prices?
Exactly. Does the Fed, as the Bank of Canada, the Canadian Fed, are they looking at housing, and do they want to quash speculation because they know that there's no supply issue, no short or intermediate supply
solution coming to site. We're not going to build the amount of houses we need in the next 5 years. We know that. The plan is coming. The governments are moving on it. Doug Ford, you know what he's doing with Aero. We already know the stuff. And what are we doing here?
First of all, people talking about the PGA right now is in Oakville, Ontario. So, and it's apparently smoke-filled. Have you been outside?
It's coughing.
Yeah,
Remember?
I remember you saying that. It's, damn it, man, I just want to play tonight. Like, I want to play. But no, you know what? I honestly think, like...
What's the look?
Like, if you don't own property right now in Ontario, in Southern Ontario, in the GTA,
yes.
good luck. Good luck. They don't... I don't really think our real estate market... Like, why, when rates are this high, is the market pretty much as hot as it's ever been? Like, honestly, I don't know what it's like in your condo or stuff like that, but in my neighborhood...
Ridiculous, the prices.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, like, in my neighborhood, a house goes up, and it's sold for probably 20% above, or maybe 10 to 15, I mean, it depends where you price it, but above current ask.
So...
You know, so for me...
Yeah.
I don't know if people are looking at interest rates or not. I mean, regardless of this cut that we just, or this raise that we just had, people didn't think we were cutting.
So here's the thing. The next question was
what about supply, right?
If their intention really is to quash speculation and demand, are they really going to do it?
Is that their intention?
I think that
I
they
mean, we've
want...
already, so let me go back to that. They've already limited, remember, foreign buying.
Yeah.
So China, you can't come in and
the people are already here with
it.
the money. They get citizenship because you can get the citizenship.
Then they're paying taxes and at least.
Well, that's the thing, right? You can get the citizenship. It's not a major barrier.
What's it like in New York? Like, hold on. So, like, is Toronto? I don't think is in a bubble here. I mean, I think that real estate everywhere in major. Toronto is the GTA is the 5th largest city in North America.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Like these people,
I
don't know.
Population, you're talking about, yes.
Yeah, over 3 million people.
Oh, yeah. And when you're talking about the
there's
greater
New York,
Toronto
there's LA,
area,
there's Chicago.
you're talking about 7.5 million.
I believe Houston. Oh, well, if we're doing those numbers.
Yeah, we're doing
I'm just talking
Peel,
I'm just talking about GTA.
York, and Durham. Include those?
You include like Hamilton and stuff like that?
No, not even the GTA
So we're only going out like at most like 45 minutes
you just
out of the core.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe Brampton's maybe an hour, but if there's no traffic. So anyways, so I don't know. What is real estate in the rest of the world? Because I just think here in Canada, it's so expensive right now. Like I would sell and I wouldn't. I don't want to sell, but I just mean like where would you move?
I just got someone saying it's painful.
Even the housing that they're going to build, do you want to live there? That's part of the problem. Is like, you know, you have to be.
Question.
Like I would move out of Toronto, but I like driving 25 minutes to come into work.
Yeah, and that's a major issue. None of the subways go out far
and
enough.
Then
you
I have
to
a
take
friend
the
of
GO train.
mine. Shout out to my friend. Not, he's not a friend of like Alfred. I mean, I don't got friends like that. But he moved out of Toronto and moved to London, Ontario, which is about 2 hours west of here.
Okay.
Still major city. Like, I don't know, a couple 100,000 people probably in London.
Of course.
So it's a big city. You know, great schools. They have a great university there. Obviously, nothing wrong with that. I would love it. I would move to Waterloo, where I went to school if I could. But he sold his house pretty much at the prime of housing height here, where everybody was leaving and then getting a cheap house in London or outside of Toronto, and he made that switch, okay?
It's the remote thing.
But I told him, the minute you sell your house, you've probably priced yourself out of this market, because if you try to get back in...
You're very accurate. The price at which Toronto real estate increases is not the same as the price at which...
And in only 2 years, and I was talking to him over the weekend, this is why the story came up, in only 2 years, the same house that he sold,
you won't be able to come back.
It's now worth more than what he sold it for, and he's telling me that the house that he bought in London, he thinks is either the same or slightly up, but whatever. So he didn't lose any money. He hasn't lost money, but he got out of the city thinking that he would be able to buy back in.
And that's the problem.
But it doesn't. I mean, people make decisions for their own reason.
And that's fine. Yeah, it's not all dollars and cents. There we go. Downside move, baby. Oh, there it is on the SPY. We take a little bit out there, and there it goes again. South side.
Again, yes, this was a good one. Okay, we're still short on the SPY. We're gonna go like this, baby, because that was a good trade. I like that. So we're gonna.
It is about inventory, and that's what this guy's talking about. Shout out to Kevin Stanford.
It is.
Right
It's a
there.
supply issue, and we've talked about that. The supply issue is trying to be addressed by government. They're building in the Greenbelt. That's very controversial.
Which they shouldn't be allowed.
Yeah, anyway, they're doing it. They're increasing. So I'll give you a very typical example. I'm not going to say where, but the intersection where I live, there was a condo. It was going to be commercial. That was going to come out on the corner there. And now all of a sudden, lo and behold, quickly, they got a zoning change. How quickly government can move if they try.
There's tax dollars involved.
How quickly government can move when they try, right?
I want a government position. You know,
nice.
we're running for, there's mayor. I think you should run for mayor of
Me?
Toronto. Yeah. You.
I couldn't do that.
You should.
I wouldn't burden the
too
people
late.
with that kind of drama. I'd be
I
a
think you're
disaster.
very, you would have some very, very positive policies.
That's nice of you to say, Sean. I appreciate that.
You'd be like, yo,
before.
our MLS team has to get way better and things like that.
Oh yeah, no, I
What
would.
the hell's wrong with the Toronto MLS?
I would find the
MLS?
money to increase the size of BMO Field.
Oh yeah, well we're getting the World Cup here.
We are, and we're having to build more.
Yeah, they're
and
adding
there's a big
30,000.
debacle.
There
now,
is?
yes, because if there's any
you should be mayor.
overages,
Oh,
in
the
the
city's
price,
paying for it?
the city covers it,
Yeah.
not MLSE. Can't wait for that taxpayer bill.
That happens
gonna be
everywhere.
good times.
I always wonder when, and you guys in Atlanta, you tell me, or Salt Lake City, or what I'm getting at. Do you know what I'm getting at here?
No.
Former cities that hosted the Olympics.
Oh God, yeah, Montreal
You
included.
know, Montreal,
remember?
Calgary.
Yeah. Well, Calgary did better. Vancouver did.
No, but I'm just saying,
Vancouver's
you
done
build
well,
you build all these,
Yeah,
all
yeah.
this infrastructure.
Like we did with the Pan Am Games. Remember
Right.
how much
And
East
then-
Toronto got built up?
Now who's using it? You know, but here, this is what Kevin Stanford's saying right now. I'm a loan officer. The reason they give good rates is they get a rate 2x as high because they can't afford the same house. There's no inventory, and that's what we're talking about, right? Is that I think once you move out, once you give up the ghost, you are out. But yeah, good trade there. What do you have on
Thank
board?
you. The SPY,
SPY.
baby. Look at that.
I
We're
was always
50
wondering-
pennies in the money on the SPY, baby.
It's almost like $1.50 in the money on Apple.
There we go, Sean. Let's go lows. Let's go lows. I had a short buy. Sean, we're at a critical point here. On
London a
the
ghost
ES, Sean, I'll tell you why. 42.75 is a level where we found support on the ES today and in previous dips. So this is a critical level. Do we hold here or do we break? We're
you, Amazon.
seeing more. We're seeing consecutively lower highs and lower lows. The trend is pointing to this break. Here we go again. The ES really looking to break those lows on the day. 75s are the lows. We're right there now. So we'll see if we get continuation. This level goes back a ways. I ID'd this level back to the 6th. We kept bouncing off 75. So this is a level not surprising that we're finding support here. Let's go to the 15, zoom out a bit more. Yeah, you got touches here on the 5th and the 6th, all at 75. It's a level, and to be fair, there's a bit of a gap. Below that 75 level, we're really looking at 25 points to 50 here before you find any sort of support. There is that gap. So if we break down here, this could be a monster move south. Not saying it'll materialize. We certainly are against that trend. We've been very strong lately. So if you're looking for a gap fill to the south side, you are against the trend. There's no doubt about that. So I'm holding, if we get that dream move south, hey, baby, I'll be happy, but I already printed on it.
Yeah, it's a great move.
Thank you.
I'm almost gone, so it's almost.
Time's up for
Max,
you. Where's Max?
time.
There he is.
He's ready to go. I just
nice
want to say,
teal
he's
shirt. Do you see that?
got the teal shirt to match the
He's
teal.
got a teal shirt on. Is that teal?
It is.
Is that not teal?
It's like
On camera,
like
it's
a lime
teal, he
green.
said.
I thought my shirt was
Max.
pretty nice. I actually even turned up the
nice.
sleeves
nice,
here as well today. Got the funky sleeves going on there.
Yeah, that's very nice.
I mean, the thing is, this is what I decided, like,
Go.
because you get a lot of credit for working out in your guns and everything like that.
Yeah.
The problem is like that's kind of your thing.
Uh-huh.
So like if I started wearing a short sleeve shirt, then the next thing you know, like all of a sudden they might not be as impressive.
Okay.
So I'm going to hold them back a little bit here. You know,
I like it. I like
so
it.
that's part of the reason for that, and so that's what we're doing. But
No, but the
yeah.
shirt looks sharp. I
Thank you.
like the.
I went outside and it was a little
the
bit warm.
mauve.
I don't even know if I
trim.
noticed that we had that
Mauve
trim.
trim.
up
I
there.
like it. It's
Yeah,
very
yeah,
nice.
so I did
Violet.
that.
Would you call that violet or mauve? You guys can't
I'm
see
pretty
it
sure
on
it's called-
camera,
I'm pretty
by
sure
the
it's
way.
mauve.
Mauve. Yeah, I'm saying
Mauve,
it's.
mauve? No, you might be saying it right.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm gonna get
I would
roasted
say
in the
it's
chat.
it's mauve. I would say it's
Did
purple.
you see this Gary Houston chat? Gary Houston.
I love
$10 Canadian super chat.
Yes.
I made a month's profit on my shop short today. Thank you guys for your knowledge. There you go, a month, but that's not Mickey Mouse.
We made $3 on Amazon short. This guy obviously crushed it. Shout out to you for the Shopify short. We're $1.50 in the money on Apple. We're 70 cents in the money on Micron.
So-
And this is exactly what we're doing every day. And I want to thank every single person that's out there watching, because if it wasn't for guys like, it was Gary, right? If it wasn't for guys like Gary and everybody else in this chat,
Yes,
you know,
sir.
we wouldn't be able to. There's so many traders out there that feel like they're trading by themselves, and this is what sparked this show.
I
right?
can tell you that. It's a very lonely feeling
Right,
being
was
there.
is
yeah.
that, and I've never had that
Yeah.
feeling because I've only ever been on a prop floor. So the only time I
But the
had
show
that,
really helped.
so I know Neil went to Paris and he was talking. I'm going to be in Rome. I remember when I went to Rome the first time. I went to the concierge because all I didn't bring my laptop. I said, "Where the hell is your business office? I'm logging in." You start to trade.
You told me about this the other day.
Yeah. So I had to
can't
go
believe-
in there and
So
I
did you
used-
remote?
Yeah, I tried to use TeamViewer and everything. But the problem was, no, I seriously.
Love it. I love it.
Seriously.
Yeah. That's cool, man.
I logged in because
Yeah,
it was
you
6
love
or
what you
7
do,
hours.
bro. What's wrong with that?
Right.
Yeah.
Nothing's wrong with it. But there was a problem wrong with it, was that because I was in another country,
Yeah, it was
the
super
VPNs,
laggy.
I had to get a VPN,
Oh.
in which the hotel wasn't allowing any downloading of
Okay.
new apps.
Yeah,
and
you
things
can't
like
do that. You download
So I
viruses.
was unable to log in to trade. And
That's okay.
I think this time when I go to Paris, it was be with my kids and everything like that. So we'll probably just be chilling out.
Bring a laptop.
I'll probably just. Well, no, I'm going to Rome. Did I just say Paris? I'm going to Rome again.
Yeah.
But
Rob went
I
to
probably,
Rome,
I
right?
probably won't be.
Rob
trading.
said it was off the hook. He came back from Rome.
Yeah,
Rob.
I'm going to be going. It's two
Yeah.
two bedrooms. We're bringing the kids. Should be a hell of a lot of fun. We already have everything booked, man. We're going to the Coliseum.
fantastic, man.
I've been to the Coliseum, but
Yeah.
we're bringing the kids.
That's nice.
We'll see
and
what's-
they're old enough to kind of appreciate it now.
No,
you
not
know?
really, but they'll
No?
be fine.
But how old are they?
I'm trying to. I was
Am I
debating.
allowed to ask that on camera?
No, 11 and
Okay.
8.
Okay, so they're a little younger. Because they're playing rep sports, bro. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? I
yeah,
thought
yeah,
they were
yeah.
a little older. Yeah,
So-
okay.
No, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I probably should take my own laptop. You're 100% right for that one.
Yeah.
But no, what I was getting at was, are they old enough to appreciate it? Probably. I mean, they're old enough to remember it.
Yeah, they're going to
appreciate it.
remember. Yeah, they're not going to
I'm not
appreciate
sure,
it
but
quite yet. Yeah.
the what I'm excited for is, like you just said, they're both really big into sports. So we're going to try to, get them into the
They
Coliseum.
come to Roma.
Exactly, and
Yeah,
then maybe
yeah.
we'll see. I don't know. Hopefully we can go by a
Roma
couple
FC.
pitches and see what those are looking like. But I've already they were at Raptors games with me. They've been to every sport.
They're very into sports,
pretty
yeah.
much as well. But no, I was wondering. I think Gladiator is a little too violent. I'm trying to think about some, like some movies that I can have them
Can
watch.
I say something? I mean, I just like, yeah, you know what? Obviously, you're the parent, and that goes without question. It's just be like, hey, this is a part of, the human experience.
Yes, they'll
and,
be fine.
yeah.
They'll be fine. They're
Let's get
despite
to
being
some.
my kids. They're
I think
actually
you're
pretty
overtime though, so we're gonna let you go, Sean, because you gotta have some lunch, and
Wow,
we're getting
Sharif.
super chats here. No, I feel bad, like always holding you back, to be honest. with you,
Wow.
because why is
Wow,
everybody saying
overtime
wow?
on this show?
No, wow.
All right,
I'm wowing
what,
that
honestly,
you guys are
honestly,
wowing,
if you feel,
bro.
If you feel that way
Everybody-
about me, dog.
Not even, man.
All right, well, hey,
Not even this guy.
a lot of love for you.
Words of my mouth. Hold on, before you
Yo,
go.
big shout outs for Sharif's last show, everybody. Thank you, Sharif. It's been a very, very good. It's been a very, very great time, and I just wish you the best of luck. And
I'm always misinterpreted, guys.
yeah, the Coliseum's amazing.
Always
I was at the
misinterpreted.
Coliseum during St. Patty's Day, and you know what they did? They turned the place green. Like they had spotlights on it, green.
I like it. I
And
know
there's
they do it in
actually-
Chicago. They do the
I
river
can call
in
it my
Chicago.
Instagram now. I think there's a picture of me. Follow me at TraderTVSean on Instagram. I think there's a picture of me and the wife definitely taking champagne to the head underneath the Eiffel Tower, and then also taking wine to the head at a green Coliseum. So go find that. But without any further ado,
Yes, sir.
you guys are right, man. The lemon tea with the honey, Seems to be working out pretty
I
good.
gotta get a refill, but Mad Max is gonna come on. Once he comes on,
Right,
I'll
I
be
forgot.
able to get
We
a
need
refill.
to put Mad Max on now.
No, well.
All right, you know what, Sharif? Honestly, I'm just going to get
I don't
out of here
know
before-
why
I don't want to
keep
upset you.
getting
I don't want to
rated
upset
on
you.
this,
I see
but
you're getting
Sean,
upset.
we're coming into lows here. The truth has to be said here. The SPY. Yeah, we're gonna let Sean.
All right,
go, guys. Thanks for coming.
Thanks, no problem. Thank you.
We're coming down into the 60s. Could we see 50 prints? Let's get to the chart, guys. On the SPY, here come we're at the 60s. We're touching that 42.75 repeatedly on the ES. It's a level I've identified as a possible support level. We're also right below 14.4 on the NQ, so no, we really haven't given it up. We've broken below it. We're looking like we're trending down. I pause it. We continue to head south. I'm holding my short. I'm short 427.26 on the SPY, 50 plus pennies in the money. Let's see if we can continue to make lows. I think we have, if we can really break down below 75, 42.75, I think we have a 25-point gap fill that is possible, which is absolutely possible. I don't see much in the way of support between 42.75 and 42.50. So let's get that gap fill. Let's get that gap fill, Max. Yeah, but we'll have to be patient for that one to develop. The out on this trade. Okay, given how much I have left, where am I out on this trade? Well, I think I'm wrong. I'll continue to say the same thing. I think I'm wrong here below. I think if we get to 85s, I'm wrong. I think if we get to 42.85s, we make a new high. The last peak there was 83s. I'm wrong. So we just got into the 40s there, and then we just got bought right back up on the SPY. Did anybody see that? We dipped below 42.75. We broke below 426.70 quite aggressively on the SPY. Dipped all the way to 426.42, and now we're getting bought up aggressively into the 80s here as we hold 42.75 on the ES. So a bit of quick spike and some bamboozlement. It's not going to shake me though. Holding the position regardless. I know Randy RJ3 says, Sharif, your trade isn't showing. I know we switched the position board from Sean and I to Max and I, and when we do that, it deletes my trade. The next time you'll see it is when I get in and out of something. Maybe I'll get into like a buyout or something and get back out. I'll get that from you in a second, Neil. But we are holding 42.75 renewed buying coming in. What is this bamboozlement? And then rejection selling. So there's some action here, Max, going on.
Is the volume heating up right now?
The volume is heating up,
the
and
ES?
the wicking is heating up at this critical level. So 42.75 holding.
Nice.
How you been?
Been good, man. Been good.
The morning?
Chilling. It was a decent morning. Gave some back trying to get long Tesla on the way down, but that's okay. Yeah, I felt like it owed me something, and
Why is that?
because I didn't make enough money in the morning, Sharif. You know that bias when the stock
Take
owes you money.
Palantir?
I did
Were
have
you one of the
Palantir.
participants?
Palantir owed me some money too. I didn't make enough on that one, but is what it is. I wanted to hold half of my position for 17, and then we get above 16.50, and I'm like, oh my god,
That's
there's a
fantastic.
lot of money.
Okay.
I need to take this, but that wasn't the plan, but it's all right. I did actually take the 17 break too on Palantir actually, which was.
Let's have a look at that.
It was good-ish because you could take a lot of shares, and I got out for like a 10-cent winner, so that was nice. And 17 turned out to be the rejection, which I did have in my notes that 17 could be a rejection, but once you get up there and things are going crazy, it's easy to forget and think that we're just going straight to the moon. But yeah, no, Palantir was crazy today. The fact that we're back down at 15 is definitely interesting. If I was swinging this, I don't know if I would still be in it right now based on that kind of rejection of the 16, 17 level. But I mean, we've seen this at 15 before, so I don't think that we've seen it like reject an even dollar and then go down another $2. So maybe this is it for this little rally on Palantir. What's the daily look like? I think below 14. I guess below 14 is where you would bail on this. So Palantir could catch a bid. Looking pretty bad at the moment. Yeah, mostly just traded Tesla today, though. what's the light blue line? That's the teal 21 period EMA, which would have been a great line to be following today on Palantir, actually. Once it broke down, it just kind of held the teal all day. Interesting, interesting setup there. But I don't get into trades off the teal. I just get out of them off it. Yeah, blow off top. That's what I'm thinking on Palantir, potentially. This is the blow off top, but I think it's not a short until we get below 14. Where is my favorite stock at the moment? I got to bring up Tesla on a chart. Tesla was kind of my main watch today. I have a lot of trades on it. Some of them good, some of them bad. We are holding that 225. That's interesting. I really like the idea of a 224 hold. I thought that's where we had to go to kind of fill the gap to the downside before we really take out 230 and start seeing newer highs. So yeah, I guess that little kind of last stand there at 224 was the place to get in, and this could be what's pulling us up on the market right now. Yeah, I kind of wish I was long off that 224 one last time. Too bad. Yeah, what else are people looking at today? That's all I really traded today. I have one trade on AI, which was poor, and basically just Palantir, Tesla made up a decent day for me. NVIDIA, why Cuz is looking at, where's NVIDIA? I'm not really interested in NVIDIA unless we're breaking 395, which is exactly where we got. Oh, wow, okay. That's a banger. That 395, wow. That's a great short there off 395 today. I didn't even look at NVIDIA. I thought that we were kind of in the middle of the range, so wasn't particularly interested in it today. But yeah, that 395 rejection, I feel like NVIDIA has to go back down. If I can pull up the 15, maybe make this a 30-minute chart. Yeah, I think now we have to go and test that 380, and I think like 378 kind of level is the decision factor now. That's basically the low since, I mean, I don't know if these wicks are real on day 2 after earnings, but you know, we make the move up, we pull back into this level, bounce off that. I think that 378 is kind of the level now on NVIDIA. So going to actually probably make a note of this right now to watch for tomorrow. That 378 could provide like a nice little fail break to the downside off the open, and then you get long, ride it back into these levels. Or that could be where we give it up and try to close some of this gap. I mean, we came from 318 and are now trading at almost 400. Pretty nuts on that one. Yeah, what's happening with Tesla right now? I do want to get long Tesla if we are going to hold that 224 level. I think that Tesla definitely has the juice to keep going today, but yeah, I don't want to pay up for it because, you know, I got caught losing a decent amount of the day. Basically, half of my winnings on Tesla I lost trying to get long 225 and then 224 here, and then walk away while it blasts through that 224 finally and gives you the trade. And I was, you know, standing behind the computers when this was happening, but
standing behind computers is never a good look. Well, there goes the market to the downside again. Oh, baby.
Guys, Sharif is back.
Yes, I'm excited again. As we head south and back in the money on the SPY, but I'm really looking, Max, for a decided break south of 42.75. And we really haven't been getting that, Max. We've been getting a lot of support at this dreaded level.
You know, I'm not going to lie. I was standing at the putting mat back there while you were getting into this trade. I was like, Sharif's punching low of day on SPY here. This seems like, I don't know. But, you know, ends up being a great trade in the end.
Okay,
oh,
so
there's Josh on the screen there.
I love it.
Practicing his putting.
Yeah, show it. This is what exactly worked out. Thank you for this shot, guys. This is fantastic. Look at this. So he has no idea he's on, right? This is what the traders do. Will it make it? It doesn't even make it up the hill. Josh, your camera, baby. You're live. I love it. Okay. So
I feel like we got to adjust that second camera there a little bit, get a little bit more
fantastic.
Of the action in there. That's amazing.
Yeah, but I keep talking about this 42.75 level on the future ES. I want a decided break. I think if we break below this, Max, there's a good chance we we really reject the highs and we start tumbling down. That's my look. I think we're either going to bounce off this level or we're really going to break it. I don't think we just sit here. So let's see. We're 50 plus pennies in the money on the SPY short. I'm looking for continuation. If you're asking me about my levels, I'll reiterate them. I think that there's a good gap between 42.75 and 42.50. If you can break down there, I'd say hold your shorts. That's my story. I'm sticking to it. The chat loving the whole golf thing back there. Tiny, Trottle, everything Huadunki. Yes, sir, or ma'am, or whatever. Everything headed south, and there goes the ES again. Southward.
What a banger.
Looking for more, though, Max. Looking for more.
Nice trade there. Yeah, I'm looking for something to get involved with, but not really seeing anything, honestly. Nothing is hitting my levels at the moment.
Go, baby. Go.
Man, that Google, did you see the Google short off of
what a fantastic short. Down into the
129
right,
today?
baby.
I mean, I figured we'd get that 130 break eventually. I was thinking potentially today, but yeah, no, full-on rejection, and now Google back down. So, Google's been kind of weak recently. I guess we just needed that exhaustion move to the upside above that 127-ish, 128 level, and now back down to the low of the range. I mean, I think Google now is probably a swing short, but I don't know.
Okay.
Investors not loving the Google recently.
Well, I mean, it's had a hell of
were-
a day. Yeah, I mean, sorry, a hell of a last look. I don't know.
Yeah, but
how
now we
long.
gave it up. We gave it all up in
Man, this
an hour.
42.75 is quite annoying. It's really holding up here. I mean, no, this is what you're looking for, I guess, if you're looking for a long.
Yeah.
Every time you break down below, buyers are there. They're stepping up. They're buying it up. So maybe the bias has to change here. Maybe it is time to ring the profit bell on this trade, take the 50 pennies and run on the remaining balance and start looking for the long here. Because, what I would say to you is, if I was looking to go 42.75 long, maybe on a dip trade, I'd say I'm not going to take it just by triggering the level. Let's see how it trades. And I'd be looking for exactly this. Every time you dip below, you're getting bought up above. And that's what I'm talking about.
And it's
that's
giving
the
you
end
that
of my
risk there, right?
What?
Like it's giving you the risk down to your next level at 42.50 if like you're trying to structure one of those kind of swing long trades.
I've got the risk assessment is good. It's
Yeah.
just, do I want to give up another 25 pennies? Or do I want to get out now because my view has changed, my assessment on the situation?
I'm saying like
has
on the long side, like it's
Say
giving
that-
you,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
giving you the risk structure for that long trade if you wanted to take that, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're looking for a 42.90 touch here,
Yeah,
plus
yeah.
more. I'd say that's closing print yesterday. That's what I'm doing. 42.89.
Why can't you just be long and short at the same time?
Be fantastic.
That would be
Mathematically
awesome.
impossible, but fantastic. I'm just joking, guys. Maybe I'm getting a little over my head here. Maybe my assessment of the ES is not fair, is not accurate, because what I haven't seen, Max, is a higher high come in. I've been seeing consistently lower lows and consistently lower highs, and I actually haven't seen a higher high or a higher low come into play.
Well, maybe that's what you need to see is that
Maybe that is what I need
that
to
higher
see.
low, then you get
Yeah.
out, and then you risk your long trade off of that. I
Exactly.
like that idea. You don't want to be over trading and flipping back and forth too much. Certainly not on futures trades.
Exactly.
I'm still kind of stalking Tesla right now. I want to see. I don't know if I want to see it touch 224 again, which is the problem. Like I want to be long right now at 224, but I don't necessarily think it touching 224 again is going to give me conviction on this trade. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what to do with this, but I do, like if we are going to hold this level, I want to be long Tesla quite badly. Apple is sitting at 178 with a lot of size on the bid here. So yeah, there's like 1,000 lots there on Apple 178.
That's what Sean's
low of
long
day.
Apple, by the way. So
Sean is long
Yeah.
on Apple. I'd be interested to
makes
see
me
how this
concerned
breaks,
about this.
and if this fail breaks, that could be the way to get into this one. Let's see what happens here.
Bill Evans,
kind of
sorry, I
printing me
want to
off.
address something because the board doesn't show my positions, guys. I am in a position 427.26 short SPY. It doesn't show it. Once I get out, it will show it. Sorry. Who was that in the chat? Somebody, Bill Evans. Okay, just letting you know. So yes, sorry, continue, Max.
Yeah, I'm long Apple now. That failed breakdown at 178. I want this to accelerate pretty hard to the upside. Basically, my stop is low of day, which is now 95.
Go, baby.
All right, so we're out.
There
of
it
this.
is, and there's the end of my trade on the SPY. There we go.
Nice trade there, Sharif.
There it
nice
is, baby.
trade. Yeah, so I'm out of Apple. That was a quick in and out there. Yeah, that didn't work. So is what it is.
All right, that's the end of my trade on the SPY. We take 70. No, we took more than 75 pennies actually. That was a 36 print. So that was nice. That we almost took $1 there. We took 90 pennies on that last print. So pumped up about that. That's the end of my trade. Flat now. Going into the more liquid time of the day. I'm happy that I stuck with the trend and didn't try to look for bounces and stuff. Just stuck with the direction of the trend. Pumped about this. Let's go. Quickly though, let's talk about Palantir here, because what a move down Palantir has been since that 17 break.
Yeah.
17.16 max, we reached high a day, but down and to the right is an understatement on this bad boy.
Yeah, Palantir, I mean, that's the exhaustion wick, right? On the daily chart, up to that 17, and yeah, RIP, but who knows if we catch those bidders. I think 14 is the level where you short Palantir, so, if we're opening up at 1450-ish tomorrow and you get that 14 break to the downside, that could be a bit of a banger short to get back into like that 13 kind of level, but yeah, we'll see what happens. Palantir's been money to the long side for quite some time, and it finally fails a level.
There goes
Here
the market.
goes the market.
42.50 incoming, guys. 42.75 gap fill is incoming. Whether we get the exact print or not, but the gap fill is incoming. So now I'm going to start hating myself for having gotten this trade too quickly. You're always angry as a trader.
Oh yeah.
You're always angry. You're
I
either
shouldn't
in
have
too
taken that
late
trade.
or too early,
Exactly.
or goodness gracious, you're always angry.
I didn't have enough size.
Yeah,
blah,
exactly.
blah,
There's
blah.
always something to complain and you know what about. But yeah, 426 incoming on the SPY, and then again, stair stepping down, breaking through that dreaded 42.75 level on the ES June contract, and 14.4 now, given up. Looks like we've given up 14.4 on the NQ, and like I was saying, I think 14.3 is the better level. Let's go to the 15 on the NQ. We saw the action. There was a lot of action around 14.3 here, and that's why I've earmarked that level. So if you're looking on your NQs, hold your shorts, because I think, you may have more downside here. The NQ looking so.
As the shorts are working, I'm long again, long on Tesla now. 30 cents in the money already, so not looking terrible on this Tesla trade. It looks like it wants to hold that 224, so I got a starter in at 25s. It was reserving on the bid. Yeah, kind of wish I had got my full size on that one. This is looking like it does indeed want to hold, but going against the market trend here, which is never the easiest thing to do. I just think on Tesla specifically, the gap filled down to 224. It happened, it rejected, and now we could make another move back to the upside. This 225.50 breakout kind of level could be a spot to add. I'm not looking to get out anything until we are above that. I'm looking for 226, 227. I'm looking for a trend reversal here on Tesla. I mean, we're holding the gap quite well. Yesterday's close was 221.31 according to our system here, and we are still $3 above that. So, Tesla's kind of holding up today. As much as, it is a downtrend since the open, basically, or since, 10 a.m., I think overall, if you zoom out on Tesla, we're in a massive, massive uptrend. We've come very far. So obviously, don't want to get stuck tilting long on Tesla today. But if we're going to hold this gap, you know, the next stop is for us to break 230. I'm not going to say that that's happening today in a weak market, but if there's something to buy the dip on, this is the name today.
It's been strong. It's up 1.5%.
Yeah, it's still up 1.5%.
Yeah.
The NQ is down 1.5%.
Yeah,
So.
and Dan Emmons, thanks for that comment, Dan, in the chat. All this downtrend today, but the ES is really only at the prior day RTH opening range today. Yeah, no, well, look, I don't know if you were in the chat when I was talking about this. I was lamenting having gotten into the ES the SPY as opposed to the triple Qs. And the reason was I felt that there was a lot more weakness in the NQ. And I mean, you don't got to be a genius to see that the NQ is down 1.5%, the ES is down 0.4. So it's not that difficult of an observation to make. But you know, I ended up getting what I needed. I think it would have made a lot better of a trade, more money, if I had taken triple Qs. But that's fine. That's neither here nor there. But my theory was that the SPY was having a lot better of a day than the NQ is because energy looks fantastic. Airlines look good. Banks look good. Nat gas looks good. Infrastructure looks good. A lot of those names are associated only with the ES and not with the NQ. So those sectors helping keep the ES afloat and dancing with 42.75. But I still think that you have potential downside. If you were to ask me which one was more likely to fill the gap, the ES's gap being 42.75 to 42.50, and the NQ's gap being 14.4 to 14.3, I'd say the NQ has more of a chance to fill the gap to 14.3 than I would say the ES. So
I mean, yeah, the NQ's got a lot of way to go down.
14.3, this is what I was looking at. Let me show you real quick.
Yeah.
15-minute chart. Come to the screen, guys. Just showed this to the guys. Here we go. This is the NQ. Oops, I need the half an hour on there. There we go. So look at this action here, around 14.3.
Yeah.
Right, and you're looking at.
And are we at the high of that consolidation now, basically?
So the high would be coming at, I don't know, 35.
Yeah.
In that area. So
I'm wondering if we can catch a bounce somewhere here and get back above 14.4, but.
Yeah.
Like this 15-minute candle that's brewing at the moment on NASDAQ is looking kind of strong,
go to his chart, guys.
Yeah, if we look at this 15-minute on NASDAQ, like if we close like this in the next 3 minutes, I mean, that's kind of looking like a possible break back up, but yeah, we'll see what happens here.
Break yourself, fool.
If we do end up holding 14.4, I mean, that's pretty bullish on NASDAQ to finally get that trend reversal on the day, but, you know, you don't want to be stubborn if we are going to trend down. So I think below 14,350 is looking pretty bad as Tesla now takes 225 for the zillionth time today. Let's see if we can get this Tesla trade moving. Almost $1 in the money now, but I'm looking for like VWAP. I think that we can. You know, there was a lot of action today, a lot of volume done around 228. So that's kind of where I feel like Tesla wants to be today. If I did a volume profile on my other charts over here, I could probably find the point of control right around 228. That 227.30 apparently.
Max profits, says Justice Watch.
Yeah, 227.30, kind of the volume area.
A sick license plate for you, vanity plate.
Max profits. I'm not a vanity plate kind of guy.
So, yeah, I can see that. You're not that loud of a person. I love it. Yeah, I know. But yeah, max profits.
Max profits. I feel like that must be taken at this point. If that's not taken, I think I should just take it for the,
just put it up in the
resale value.
Man cave.
Yeah.
You don't even need to.
Don't even have a car. Don't even need a car. Whatever.
All right, guys,
all right. Let's see what's happening with this Tesla. I need this to break out.
You know, Tesla's really the only one breathing life into along here because as I look at it, all these big tech names are all downward trending. Tesla's really the only one that's showing a bit of a curl. Come to the screen, guys. Bottom right screen, bottom right chart, that's Tesla showing some curls. When you look at these names, let's bring in Meta over here. They're all down and to the right, none of them curling to the high side. So, yeah, good look on your Tesla trade there. But I'd say that 225.50.
Yeah, that's the breakout spot.
That's the top.
That's the spot to that we can get moving off of potentially. That would be
we're moving
a
here on the
15,
ES.
30-minute breakout. Is ES going down? Okay, markets are
Pump it.
bouncing. I'm long Tesla. Everybody
go.
happy. I think that.
Everybody happy.
I think that no, if we do hold this 224 today, I think a lot of people are offside on Tesla. These are recent highs. I don't even remember the last time we were at these levels. If I zoom out here, the last time was November. Yeah, think about like. And what's the short float? I was talking to Greg about this. Tesla used to have almost 10% short float. Now it's 4%. But I mean, for a 2.7 billion float, that's pretty.
3.45, yeah.
That's a decent amount. That's a decent amount of shares for sure.
I wonder what percentage of that is Bill Gates. Apparently, he still got it on.
Yeah, Bill Gates is working against me right now, but I ain't scared. I ain't scared. Throw your billions at me, Bill. I'm still going to the upside on Tesla. Let's see what happens here, but. Yeah, I mean, holding the gap.
What would you think about if Big Bill started looking like Jack, like Bezos, and started, like doing all the things that Bezos doing
Drinking
right now?
the
It
baby
doesn't
blood
look
or
the
whatever.
same on Bill Gates as it does on Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
But you could have said that about Jeff Bezos. Have you seen some of the interviews going back to the early 2000s with like David Letterman and stuff? He was super nerd.
He looked like the kind of guy who starts a business in his garage.
Yeah, which is what they did.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly.
The dot-com boom was a lot of that.
Yeah.
So these garage startups. Shout out to them. All right, still rejecting 42.75 here on the ES as, it's been kind of a short the pops type of day. Not decided in any which way now, really slowing down, the volume dropping off, the range dropping off, but the trend still in the same direction downward. So not seeing any higher highs show up here, not seeing any higher lows. So in which case, we shall continue to look south on... Whoa. Bradley got excited there. Had to pause for a second. Small caps, Max, you haven't talked any small caps since you've come on.
Yeah.
MGOL just made a bit of a move midday, got up to $2. A bit of a really ugly Christmas tree retracement. Shout out to Neil, who dislikes when I use that expression. All right, let's go to the...
Yeah, I didn't really see any that were exciting today. There was that farm, but like the news was kind of weird. I don't think that was necessarily super bullish
my
news.
chart?
So
Here it is. This is the Mogul news. The Mogul chart. I didn't see any news. What was the look you got on there? Nothing on my blotter.
MGOL.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think this is one of those ones that doesn't need news.
Oh, yeah. Technical breakout, which is fine. Let's see what the daily chart looks like, whether it's been having good. Yeah, last time we really moved was mid-May, May 15th. We had a big day. Started the day up at $1.37. We didn't finish the day up, but we got up almost to 2 1/4. Big reversal candle and a big reversal the next day. But this is a former runner moving back all the way to January when it really got its... It's on IPO? Yeah, I feel like it's on IPO or a SPAC. Where did this open up at? Who knows? Anyway, January 13th is when it got going. It was good around then. Haven't heard much of it lately, but looks like it's back in action.
Yeah.
If you know why this is moving, tag me in the chat so we can let everybody know the catalyst. But back to the SPY here. Here we go. Downward again, 426. Possibly incoming. As we touch low of day on the ES, 42.69.5 low of day. Stair stepping down here, Max, on both indexes.
Yeah, I don't know what to do with Tesla here. I feel like, the indexes are telling me to bail, but the chart is telling me to double down.
Messy news. Mogul. Just wanted to let everybody know.
Messi? Lionel
MGOL
Messi?
is Messi, and that he's supposedly signed with Inter Miami, so that's why it's moving.
This
Messi. MGOL is related to Messi. It's
related to Messi somehow?
Apparently.
All right.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's his brand.
It's his brand?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
That's what it
Okay.
is. Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Tesla's got a triple bottom now at this 224. I mean, it rejected below here, so I think just like hang on, see what happens. I'd be willing to hold it through the break of 224 and see what happens below. If it's a good break, I'll be out. If it's a bad break, then I add to my position, and then we, really take it to the upside. But kind of sweating right now. I hate getting $1 in the money and then coming all the way back, but that's what you got to do if you want to try to buy the bottom and go against
Okay.
the trend here.
It's over.
What's over?
2 hours ago, well, 2 hours ago, Messi is actually definitely going into Miami. So the Fabrizio Romano guy, the guy that always writes, here we go, there it is. Lionel Messi, here I'm going to read this out, has decided to go into Miami to join the MLS side. As a free agent, done deal, here we go. The decision has been made and communicated in the last few hours, also to Barcelona after the bid. Leo Messi will clarify everything in the next few hours. Okay, so Messi press conference or statement incoming. Messi will play in the MLS next season. There are no more chances for Barcelona or Al Hilal at this stage. Here we go. So he gave up, max, €1 billion in 2 years of guaranteed salary in addition to the endorsements that he would have gotten.
Yeah.
He gave that up because I don't know what the reason was, but I think it probably had something to do with growing the sport, or maybe something to do with the fact that he will be associated with Apple.
So he's not getting paid as much in Miami, I guess?
Goodness no.
Yeah, like there's no market for that.
Goodness.
There's no way that they could pay him as much as. Yeah, that's interesting. So we're thinking like partnership with a major company is going to make him.
Well, Apple's already being spoken about, so apparently that is in the works. And you know, Apple's obviously Apple.
Yes. Yes. He's trying to do a little. What's that artist's name? That did the Meta David Cho action where he takes some shares instead of payment.
Oh, very good call. Who else did that?
I don't know.
Somebody else did that. I think Jordan did that with Nike.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Jordan did that with Nike. He's like, pay me.
But Jordan, he didn't take shares. He has royalties on the shoes. So like,
it's wild.
The royalties are even better. Nobody wants Nike shares. Well, I mean, Nike shares are great,
if
but
you
like,
got them back then,
you just get paid on every shoe.
Yeah, of course.
On sales, not even on
the
profit.
royalty, the
That's the way to
license,
do
yeah,
it. That is the way to live. And he gets like, I think it's something like 500 mil a year in royalties, just straight income. Here we go on Tesla. So heating up, market's buying off the bottom. Tesla still holding up. I kind of wish I doubled down here, but you know that's not my setup. My good setup is when it breaks the level and then instantly rebids. This one is just holding above the level, so yeah, I can't punch full size on this one yet. But yeah, looking for that 225.50 break. Tesla's showing a lot of buying in this region, and it's really leveling out as the market is dipping. So you know, if we get any kind of bounce here on the market, I'm thinking 228 on Tesla for sure. But you know, I've been wrong before, so willing to accept that. Yeah, I like this. I like this look though. I like this this tape on Tesla. They are not letting it get below the 20s, and when it does, it just instantly buys back up. So Tesla looking very strong for the potential move into the close.
Yeah,
obviously,
I think you have a lot of good momentum north side with you. I think the problem is, I think Tesla will end up having to be secular in its move up, or because the market continues to print lower lows and lower highs.
Yeah, exactly. Like the market is not helping this position at all, but we're still in the money off of off this level. So yeah, if we do get any kind of bounce in the market, that would be pretty awesome.
Exactly.
But if the market just dumps, like I don't think that Tesla has the ability to hold up necessarily. Maybe it does, but
I don't know. I think
we'll see.
You know,
we've seen
Tesla has
Tesla
been
do
secular
this.
today. It's
Exactly.
obviously secular. Look, Amazon is down. Do you know Amazon's down 4%?
4%?
4% on
Do I need
our
to
friend
log into the
Amazon.
brokerage account right now and
Sorry,
get out of
bro.
that?
And do you also know that Google is down 4%?
Yeah. I saw Google. I didn't realize Amazon was down that much.
And Microsoft, 3%?
Really? For the big boy?
The big boy is down 3%.
A little bit of
the
an
market,
exhaustion move on some of these large
we got to
caps.
take profits up here. All we've been doing is going up and to the right. We got to start printing a little bit here. What else is news that's been running lately? What did you feel about the whole crypto saga there with our friend Gary Gensler? How do you feel about that?
I don't know. I got no feelings
Suing
on it.
everybody.
Is like, I don't know. If they're doing, you know, bad stuff, sure, whatever.
Binance,
I just don't care.
but Coin, Coin didn't really do much there. Coin was like, okay, I'm at, okay.
I
so
feel like
I guess
Coinbase
here's
has
a better
just been getting
question.
attacked.
Do you think it's okay for Coin to be the brokerage and the exchange?
I I don't know why not.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, people will say conflict of interest, stuff like that. Gary Gensler positing that they're, they're in conflict because they're acting both as brokerage and exchange. He's making it say, Renata, what do you guys think about NEO earnings? Well, when is NEO? Oh, did NEO? Hold on, NEO already reported, right? NEO. Let's have a look here at our friend NEO. Dates. Okay, June 9th. So June 9th, 2 days. They are reporting in 2 days today. From today, 2 days from today. So, have a look here. See what is up with NEO. I think I forgot to do something. I think I forgot to do earnings.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's have a look here. What's the long-term play been on NEO? Let's go to the daily. Come to my chart, guys. Come to my chart, guys. All right, we go NIO.NY. And what we're looking at here is something that's been continually rejecting off the 50 period. Look, Renata, I got to tell you, I don't really believe in NEO as a play. I don't, until they can really show me otherwise, I don't believe in NEO, and I don't believe in XBET. I got to tell you, I like Lee.
Sharif, why didn't I add?
What happened here, Max? Go to Max's screen. What
We
happened?
wicked with 224. I didn't add. I could have added there at 224.05-ish, and I didn't. And, well, I don't know. Now we're coming back into the level. I feel like NASDAQ is going to catch a bounce off this 14,350, but we'll see. Maybe the ad wasn't good, but now we're just printing 20s. It can't even print 224 anymore.
Yeah.
I feel like this trade is good, man. I don't like being this convicted on trades, so honestly. I feel better when it's like a hot potato. I'm trying to get out of it right away, and it's like printing like crazy. So we'll see. I haven't been taking a whole lot of these like midday level hold trades recently because the market's just kind of been up. But yeah, here we go. So back into the 50s. This trade is good, guys. We're gonna get back above 225.
Let's go.
What am I sitting here worrying about?
I don't know, man.
I don't know. I really do wish I added there, though. Sorry. Back to NEO.
Yeah, no, NEO was the look. Okay, so let's go back into that. It hasn't reclaimed the 50 period. Now, I haven't seen any higher highs here. In fact, you've been getting lower lows and lower highs. So I need to see a trend change. But from the fundamental side, I don't think we're going to see that trend change. They're not producing them en masse. Their guidance last time around was bupkis for the year. I like Lee. I think Lee's got the momentum behind it.
Has anybody heard that Sharif likes Lee?
I know, right? Well, hey, man, I was given the opportunity to talk about it because NEO. But yeah, they're not producing them. They aren't. All right, here, I think I can get some data on that real quick. Let me have a look. Here, if I go into company profile, it gives me, there we go. All right, for the fiscal year ending December 31st, 2022, NEO revenues increased 36%, but the net loss also increased 38%. Revenues reflect vehicle sales segment increase of 37%, other sales segment increase 27%. Higher net loss reflects employee compensation in R&D. Okay, employee compensation, all right, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not giving me the data on the cars, but anyway, that's a look for NEO. We'll see what earnings brings, but I gotta tell you, I'm not too optimistic on it, Max.
Yeah, I'm not much of a NEO bull. I think that's the market's kind of giving you what the market thinks about NEO, and it's the same that I think. So.
Yeah.
But
and if you're asking Renata how to play that, I mean, obviously wait for the price action to develop. Usually NEO reports at like 5 a.m., 4:30 a.m., 5:30 a.m., something like that. It's going to be a real early pre-market move, and you might get a subsequent move on the open. So if you're asking how to play that, wait until that trade develops.
Yep. This Tesla's struggling with 225 right now, waiting for that to
In the
money
on that, nice 75 pennies.
I feel that Tesla is like trying to drag the market up by itself here as ES NQ week. But we did hold that 14,350. as I was suspecting we could. Obviously, not looking great yet, but once again, another kind of wick bottom on a 15-minute candle closing in 1 minute. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. NASDAQ kind of giving bottoming vibes to me. If we, make a new high above this 14,380, let's call it, that could be pretty bullish for the NASDAQ, getting a little bounce here into the close. Down 1.5 is probably enough, but yeah, let's see. Am I short Tesla? No, I'm long Tesla, as you can see in the bottom of the screen there, 224.27. The price. What else? What else you guys looking at? Apple low of day. Yeah, Apple, I figured that 178 could hold, but yeah, I guess the breakdown was the play there, not that level hold. Gives you almost 70 cents there on that breakdown play. Now kind of starting to rally as all the other names are now. A couple wick bottoms on ES and on NASDAQ. So we are kind of looking like we're going to potentially turn around here on these indexes. So looking good if you're long, still looking good if you're short, honestly. I mean, decisions yet to be made. We'll see what happens in the next 5 minutes or so as these indexes kind of resolve this price action. Yeah. ES back to your level, 14,275.
A lot of buying coming in around there, man.
4,275.
Do we get a hold of this level, Max? Where we
That's what
break
it's
down
looking
below
like to
it?
me, but I'm long something, so it's hard to
Which is fantastic.
you don't want to be.
You don't want to be too biased.
Yeah, too biased as Tesla kind of dumps there off 225. Let's see if that's the final liquidity grab or if we're stopping out below that 95 price there. I should probably get that stop in. What's happening here?
Yep.
Why is this not? All right.
You're good.
Just
It's
getting my
bouncing, I
stop in.
think, into the 40s and 50s. You're just a momentary drop down
All
in
right.
Tesla as we continue to fight our way up on these indexes, but it's been most of a down day. Sam Colbert, Sharif,
Another huge bounce.
what you thinking on that
okay.
SPY?
This is going, man. This is going.
There you go.
Come
There you
on.
go. There you go. Here comes the 225 break incoming.
Why am I not loading in
Do you have any
real
resting
size?
orders for profit taking?
Hell
there?
no,
You're
bro.
running this
Hell
one high,
no.
baby.
This is a swing, baby. This is a swing.
Go to his screen, guys.
Yeah, we're chilling. We're chilling. If I was just reloading off 224, I mean, the HFTs are probably loving this right now. You just reload 224, get 70 cents. There's your money, but that's not the move I'm looking for. Although, I was talking to Obi today actually about a strategy where, you have a level that's holding, you reload constantly off the level, and you just hold a core position looking for the move, but you're scalping out, 50, 60 cents. I think that's probably the way to play it, around this time of day when levels are holding. But yeah, we'll see what happens here.
All right, Michel Hebert.
Yes.
Michel Hebert, $5.50 Canadian super chat. Bought a few GME.
Michel loves
$25 July calls last week before the implied volatility spike. Earnings tonight, AH. Now plus 40%.
GME.
Should I sell some or go for the home run? Dude, I don't
Always
deal
take
with
profit into earnings, man.
There you go.
Always take profit
The
into
Mad
earnings.
Max man told you himself, truer words were not spoken. So there you go. Ring the bell. I think
Not
Neil would
all of
say-
it necessarily.
No, yeah.
But
Take some.
yeah. If you're saying I'm gonna hold everything into earnings, I feel that's
What's
especially on
what's the
GameStop,
long
they're
play
gonna
on
miss.
GameStop?
I
What
don't know,
could be
man.
the long play here?
Yeah,
We heard about
what
the
kind of earnings would they
restructuring.
have to report here for it to blast off?
I don't know.
I don't really know.
I don't know.
I'm not a GameStop bull, that's for sure. But I
It
just
wasn't
think
even
the
called
wind is out of the
GameStop here for a while. What was it called?
EV Games.
EV Games.
EV
And then
Games.
GameStop bought
Yeah.
them out.
Yeah, it's
right?
not GameStop to me. It's EV Games
Yeah,
to me.
it's EV
I'm
Games. EV Games
for
like
90s
all
kids,
of
it's
my
EV
childhood.
Games.
Yeah,
man.
exactly. You grew up in this country, you know it. It's called
yeah.
EV Games. Anyway, what else is moving here?
225 on Tesla incoming. Somebody's really selling the you-know-what out of it in the 80s here. Once that person gets run over, we blast off. That's my prediction. Obviously, a wick of 225 would look pretty bearish. So, yeah, I think at this point, probably basically stopping out break even. Oh, no, I got my 94 stop. Yeah, 223.94, so I'll leave that in. But yeah, just looking for this seller to get run over. Again, NASDAQ and ES still decision-making time. see if we hold here and then blast off. We gotta, I mean, what does this look like to you, Sharif?
What?
These 15-minute candles,
They look like they're
keep
down
pulling
and to the
up,
right.
but we got these wick bottoms here.
Yeah, okay.
They keep wicking to the bottom.
They keep getting
so
bought
I
up,
feel
yes.
that like this is like that curve action, but we'll see. We'll see. I think we need that Tesla breakout to pull this market up. Apple as well. Let's go back to Apple. Apple really curled off the bottom pretty hard, but then rejects again off
That's
that
the
80
thing,
price.
yeah.
So Apple back above 178, Tesla back above 225, I think is what can pull this market back up.
Yeah.
If you are short, I would say hang on because you know the buying is not very aggressive off the bottom.
No,
right
no,
now.
not at the moment.
It's pretty muted. But you know, as we get into that 2 o'clock, 2:30, 3 o'clock level, you know, we'll see if we get that bounce. We've seen a lot of V-shaped recoveries on NASDAQ recently.
No question about
where
it.
they sell off in the morning and then by the afternoon you're like, wait a second, I just went for lunch and come back, we're at highs again.
Right.
But yeah, we'll see what happens.
Keeping my eye on some of these, come to my screen here as we look at Carvana on the day. Let's have a look
Carvana,
at
what's going on
Vana.
there?
It's up 6%, you know, probably running with some of these meme stocks. A bit of a compression pattern forming here on VWAP as we create higher lows. Maybe not so much in the way of lower highs, but dancing with VWAP at 1570, maybe looking to resolve with a breakout of 16 or so, or 1590 top. But yeah, Carvana doing decent volume too, 18 million shares done on the day. Not crazy. GameStop, you know, I would have anticipated done a bit more volume. It's only done 7.65 million shares, so Vana doing significantly more actually than GameStop. GameStop below VWAP, not long for me, but what you're seeing here on GameStop is that it has a higher low in accumulation maybe to VWAP, but you're getting that compression pattern much in the same way that you're getting it on Vana with those lower highs and higher lows. Which way does it resolve? It's up 3.81%.
Oh, here we go, Tesla.
What? Go.
225.
There you go.
225.
Go to
Let's see
history.
this follow through. We have to follow through here on Tesla. Get back above 225 right away. Looking like this could be a fail break. We'll see if the buyers step in the 50s. I don't think I want to hold this back down to 224 if we do get there. So probably punching out, you know, 224.50 area for a profit stop. We do have size on the bid here. Let's see if that holds. Now in the 40s, need to get right back above 50 and right back to that 225 level for me to hang on to this. As we do rebid pretty quickly, seeing a lot of green print.
You're not being helped by the indexes.
Yeah,
You're
the
really
indexes
not.
are not helping at all, but Tesla is holding up. So let's see if we can get some green printing on this tape, get back above 225. I do like the fact that we just broke that size on the bid and then instantly rebid back above it. But yeah, we got to be definitely got to be careful here on Tesla. I don't think taking a loss on this trade is intelligent at this time. Yeah, I think like
You have a really good
stop.
entry, so it provides you some buffer.
Yeah, but you know, if it's gonna reject, it's gonna reject. So I don't want to be losing on a good trade.
Did you know your friend Nicola is up
My
today?
friend Nicola? I don't think I've ever traded that.
6.5%. Sean heard that. He looked back. Nicola, NKLA. Remember that blast from the past. Up on the day, 6.5% as it struggles to get above 58 pennies, 50 pennies high on the day. So some good volume for, you know, a half penny stock, 25.5 million shares. Nicola up 6%. Don't see any news catalyst for it here, so you'll have to take that one with a grain of salt. Continuing to look at some other outliers here, we're seeing that Chinese ADRs are decidedly red. Some, you know, tough economic data coming out of China. We talked about that in the morning show. AI, you probably haven't looked at this today. AI down 6.5%. Trying to hold 35.30. Yeah, 35.30 is the low on AI today.
Yeah, I took one trade on AI and it was dumb and it didn't work. Trying to hold that 37. But yeah, like it's weird. The wind kind of comes out of the sails of AI and it'll dump down like 5 or 10% one day, and then the next day it's back up and you're like getting these crazy longs off the bottom.
Well, that's the thing.
So like,
do you know exactly what this company's selling? Because I know they're associated with AI,
idea.
but I don't know what they're selling, bro.
No.
What's their
this is basically a meme
giving
stock.
us his opinion about
This
what
is basically a meme stock.
Let's
at this
find
point.
out, Max. C3AI.
They do sell some kind of AI
Let's
solutions.
go.
I don't know
they
what
don't
they
even
are,
have
though.
that.
So we'll have to go C3AI. Let's find out what they're selling. C3AI, Enterprise AI. C3AI delivers a comprehensive enterprise AI application development platform and a large and growing family of turnkey enterprise. Give me some examples. All right, so here's some software. Let's go to their applications. What are they actually selling here?
All right, Tesla.
CRM, client relations management. ESG, we note that environment, social and governance, reliability, enforcement, and network risk. Okay, so they have AI applications for all of those fields, or so they claim. Interesting, those are all very important fields, client relations management, ESG. I wonder what they do. View a demo. Yeah, I probably shouldn't play this, but anyway, I want to know what they do. We talk about them so much, right? Like they're kind of ubiquitous on the show here. AI, but another name that's having trouble on the day that's been strong. We'll get to that Tesla in a second, Max. Upstart down 8.33% on the day. Let's go to the chart if we can. It's at that 28.5.
Yeah.
Can we go to the chart? 28.5 down on Upstart. It's been strong lately. Let's look at the 15-minute on Upstart. Oh, we'll have to zoom out a bit more. Going to show you the trend here. Even more. Okay, hourly. It's been strong. There we go. That's a better look at Upstart. Starting early May there. Oh, what happened? Let's go. My friend Max.
Tesla, here we go. We just come on here, hit banger trades, you know, I don't know, like, if you guys aren't long Tesla with me, I don't know what the hell you're doing. Come on.
There you go. Is that $1.25 that
yeah,
you're in the
we're
money now?
$1.25 in the money. I got my offer out at $225.99, looking for that 226 break into VWAP at 227. This is looking fantastic as the market is curling around. I was right on my suspicions. Maybe I should just trade futures, as Sean always says. But yeah, breaking out potentially. I don't know if we actually get the breakout there. Need to get above 13,380 for a little breakout on this 15-minute chart. But looking good here. Haven't taken any profit yet on Tesla. Maybe I should just punch out 20% here instead of waiting for 99s. But the breakout level is this 225.50. So this is looking very strong. I'm not worried about taking profit.
227 incoming. I say VWAP retracement.
Oh yeah, VWAP, no problem. 230 by the end of the day.
There you go.
You're gonna hear me going crazy back there. Oh yeah, you gotta be ambitious. It's Tesla, baby.
Absolutely.
It's Tesla.
Like,
we need $2 here. Absolutely crushing this one. This is fantastic. Love Tesla today. Love Tesla.
Yeah, Tesla, banger trade. The ES, the NQ, you name it, they found a footing. They're both curling back up. The ES curling back above that 42.75 for now. The NQ not quite back at 14.4, but you think, you know, it may flirt with that level incoming. Another one that I talked about this morning was Wayfair. This was moving in the morning, not so much anymore, but it's had a nice little move, Wayfair, the heavily shorted name, kind of finding its footing back at the end of May. And look at been up and to the right for Wayfair here. Started off at $35. It got a 53 touch today. So Wayfair, been strong. Keep your eye on Vano, Wayfair, some of these other, you know, the meme names is what I'm talking about. So that's the look there. They've been strong lately, Max. Shout out to you, though, for a hell of a trade on Tesla.
Yeah, still waiting to take profit here. So I'm offering out 67 now. Well, it turns around, so I'll get the 20% out there instead of 99s, and then the rest we're waiting for VWAP and higher. You know, if Tesla makes a move off the bottom, I mean, I've been talking about this for like an hour now. If we make a move off the bottom on Tesla, a lot of people are offside on these shorts and puts.
I agree.
And whatever. This gap up being held like this is very interesting. The news on Tesla today was that they won a lawsuit or something.
I have no idea. No,
somebody said that in our morning meeting.
Oh, okay.
I didn't think it was very good news. Like I didn't think there was particularly anything on Tesla today. So to be kind of gapping up like this is putting some people offside. I'm looking back there at the camera that they've got set up for the putting green now. That's looking a lot better.
Show the camera if you're able to. Bradley, he doesn't want to show it, so he's put his foot down. He ain't showing it. Shinobi says, Sharif AMD
going for VWAP. Let's have a look at AMD. All right, Bradley says he's about to kick me off right now, so he's lucky I'm lucky he's even tolerating me at this point, right? So.
Bless you.
I got the mute button there, but there we go. AMD, 121.50 possibly on AMD. I mean, you know, it's much the same trade that Max is taking here. If you're looking for a bounce on this market, I'd say Tesla the stronger name. AMD's down 3 1/3%. Tesla's up 2. So, you know, if you're looking long, if you think we get a market bounce here, I don't know if I'm looking AMD, but shout out to you if you want to take that. Any last thoughts here, Max? Because I think we got about 15 seconds left on the show.
No.
You're embroiled. You just took some profit. Show a screen. There's a red triangle on there.
We finally took 20% out at like $1.40 in the money or whatever. You know, eventually you got to take some profit, but I'm looking for a lot higher here. I'm liking what I'm seeing on Tesla.
I like it. Solid trade. We shall be on again tomorrow. Today, Yannick was on, Sean was on, Neil was on, and Max was on. 4 guests today, guys. We
Big
did it.
day.
Did it for you. We'll be on same bat time, same bat channel. Brian knows at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, 2 o'clock. Let's go. A couple hours left on an afternoon that's turning into a little bit of a negative one, to say the least. It's all about the NASDAQ right now and the Qs. Back to the downside we go today after 1, 2, 3, 4 to the upside. 1.38.